Getting some housing starts data as we kick things off to get going here this morning on year-over-year number here. U.S. housing starts month-over-month, I should say, much higher than expected, 3.9% versus 1.1% expected. So a nice look there for some of the home builders. Maybe U.S. housing starts, the number overall, about in line with expectations, 1.452 million versus 1.45 expected. Building permits downside ever so slightly there, 1.44 versus 1.46. So interesting look. We'll see how some of the housing names are popping up here, or if they are. We're supposed to get industrial production and capacity utilization numbers coming up at 9:15. And then the big one today, you're going to have to wait until this afternoon. FOMC meeting minutes to come at 2 p.m. We'll get a little bit of an inside look, or a little more clarity on what they were talking about and how they went about what they went about doing in the last meeting, as we look towards now what's to come. Coming up September 18th and 19th, remember, that's the next FOMC meeting. We'll get CPI on the 13th, the week before that. So a ton of things moving around here. Meanwhile, we'll touch on VFS once again. Downside this morning for VinFast. More price cuts coming through for Tesla over in China. Yeah, the second in 3 days for that market. Not a huge one, but we'll discuss it nevertheless. Some movement in some of the chips led by Intel. We'll tell you why coming up here. Going to be an interesting one today. It is Wednesday, August 16th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at the overall market. Not a heck of a lot of reaction there for some of these numbers that came through. Again, if you missed it, building permits downside ever so slightly. Housing starts upside ever so slightly. U.S. housing starts, the month-over-month number, though, 3.9% versus 1.1%. So a little bit of recency bias, I guess, on some of this building data coming out. We'll get, again, industrial production and capacity utilization coming up at 9:15 this morning. Happy Wednesday if you are just joining a little bit late. A ton of things moving around here. Another class action lawsuit for AMC announced after the close yesterday. AMC shares higher. They're going to go ahead with this reverse split once again on the 24th, I read this morning. So coming up next week, August 24th, we'll get that for AMC. Big move for Coin as well. Target reports, tons to talk about here.
Lots to talk about. I really like this number, though, with respect to housing starts, because it echoes another little data point that I saw this morning. Year over year in July, with respect to mortgage applications for new homes, up over 35.5%, Brendo. That is nothing compared to the regular applications, which are down markedly year over year. So these home builders, Uncle Warren likes them, and let's see what they do.
Yeah, we got that note going back to yesterday on Warren Buffett, a couple of position in some of these home builders. He knows what he's talking about, I guess, guys.
Yes, sir. Mr. Buffett likes the home builders. Michael Burry likes nothing. He wants them. Well, I mean, no.
He has like 20
no, I know. I'm not the one that usually hates on the guy, but it's interesting. Like, he just put another bet on. What's interesting about Michael Burry is, like, he gets pretty convicted, and usually will take it out when he's wrong. And he did put a heavy bet on the U.S. in the U.S. markets to head to the downside, betting on a bit of a downturn. Bought some puts there. So I think you've been seeing that sentiment a lot, which is interesting because there's been a lot of this is the top, and you're finally getting a little bit of weakness in the NASDAQ. And the ES, because I wanted to point out, I want to get to the futures here. We've been on a gentle glide to the downside, and you get to this triple bottom overnight, and the NASDAQ has yet to break, and 15,000 is in there. And it's been this lull where every single pop has been faded, and it all comes into the support level. So you are getting this interesting sense of some big levels coming through that if they were to break down, you could see some floodgates open up. And everyone's been talking about China. We'll get into JD.com. Their earnings were a beat, but didn't matter. They're going to the downside anyways because everyone's fretting there. Coinbase is in the news. Great bounce off the 50-period moving average on the daily for them. They got approval from the NFA, the National Futures Association, I think they're called. Yeah, to get crypto futures out to their clients. So that's a good catalyst for them. They're pulling back a little bit here, but I do like that 79.80 level. The 50 period's been pretty good for them. A lot to look at. Forward is underneath $12. We talked about that battle, so I am in the short underneath there, as mentioned in the afternoon show. It's been holding on to 12 for so long. Maybe this is the day, and I still think 11's a buy on Forward.
All right, so come to my screen here. This is why Michael Burry's stuff doesn't matter. In 2005, he did predict the collapse of the subprime mortgage market. Housing market crashed 3 years later, okay? So there's that. The next one, and let's just go to the most recent one. So on January, so this is this January, remember where the market was, he predicted a recession and put a sell on. SPX up 17% so far, so that's wrong. And then just 3 months earlier, also predicted of more failures. SPX plus 21% since then. And you can go on. We can go on and on and on. May 2017 predicted financial meltdown, up 20% next 12 months. Anyways, it just goes on and on and on. So, and there's some funny tweets there that he's predicted 50 of the last 2 recessions. So, you know, we'll continue with that and not worry.
The market's a Ponzi scheme.
Too much. Yes, Neil. Finally, there we go.
Oh hell no!
The market is a Ponzi scheme. So there we go. So
absolutely not. I'm very clear. I'm very clearly joking about that because a Ponzi scheme has no value, right? So
right.
Yeah, like I mean, bubbles.
Like China.
A bubble's a thing. A bubble's certainly a thing, but it's very different from a Ponzi scheme because like Madoff. I don't know if you watched that documentary yet.
No. The market's
but
not like Madoff.
Yeah, like Madoff. And again, if you've never watched the Madoff documentary, and we're skipping topics here, I do recommend it. It is worth watching for everybody out there. I think most people, if you're into the markets or not, if you're here, you should be. I can't see any way you wouldn't enjoy it and be a little bit frustrated by some of the things that can happen. And we'll talk about that VFS as well, which, again, market mechanics allow for this to happen. That's why you've been seeing, they're not squeezes, but they're like low float squeezes. And that's what happens when you have a really low float and it can get soaked up. It's what's happening with reverse splits. It's what's happening with new issues that have very small floats. They're performing better than IPOs that actually have a real business because you can't soak up the float of a real IPO. But you can when there's only like 2 million shares out in the market and it can do 10x that and then VFS it to the upside.
So guys, just a quick little roll call here, and yeah, I mean, right, exactly. A broken clock is right twice a day at least, right, guys? What's up to Downtime, Noah, Darwin, everybody on here, Felipe, Hamster One, what's up? I saw Ponzi Fonzie, what's up, Renata, everybody that's in the building right now. Thank you again for supporting the show, and thank you for keep coming out every day at 4 p.m., man. It's been a big show. We've talked about Michael Burry lots on that show, and it's been a lot of fun to do that, so continue to support all of our shows. We got this. We're all day now until 4:35, 4:40 or so on your watch there. So again, guys, thank you for all of the support. Follow me at Trader TV Sean, as I'll keep tweeting out fun stuff like that as well. But let's go. What's up to Adam as well there in the chat? Rockin' the Beard, Jose Nunez, everybody that's out there, man. Keep coming with the real stuff as we go on. A couple good earnings plays today. Target, we have Tower Semiconductor trading lower there today as well. Intel going to be on watch. I'm still looking to short AMD and Alibaba as the Ponzi schemes continue, Brendan.
Hopefully not here, however, but another story. We'll touch on a few things here to get going. Here's Target. Just be aware, it looks like the call is on right now. So Target CFO, Target is seeing lower inflation in food and essentials. So that's good to hear. Meanwhile, they cut their guidance to between $7 and $8 versus $7.75 and $8.75. But hey, here's Target still. I mean, it's up 6.5%. It was up 10 at the highs there. Yeah,
it was a bit of a, I want to say, mixed report with more negative than it was positive, no question. Look, they missed on the top line, revenue coming in below expectations, but they beat on the bottom line with EPS. Why? Because last year they had a glut of inventory that they couldn't move because no one was buying stuff. So they had to discount it all. That hurt margins. Obviously, that affects profitability. They don't have that same issue this year. But they basically are saying consumers are spending way less on discretionary items, Brendo, and more on the necessities. And they don't have a lot of those. Yeah. Because 50% of Walmart's revenue comes from groceries, only 20% from Target.
I don't know about you. I mean, prices may not be, according to him anyways, prices may not be going up as quickly as they were, but they're certainly not coming down at all, and probably won't. So $12.99 for a dozen of eggs around here.
Well, If you're wondering why Target, look, it was kind of Sharif to say it was some good, some bad. I don't think there was that much that was actually good in the report from a numbers perspective. It was pretty bad, but it's where the stock has come from. You have to keep in mind how badly it's been beaten up on the year. So the buying today seems like a reflection that the bottom, or at least the temporary bottom, might be in. You guys know they've been having some other issues that's been weighing on stock price that hasn't all been fundamental, and maybe that's a little bit of value that's being put in. So I'm looking for, it's like wake me up when it breaks 138, because this stock, support to resistance, you pull up a weekly chart, if it gets above this 138, and it gets really spicy because suddenly you look at the valuation, which is, I don't know, P probably about half that of Walmart, or at least close enough to that, and you start saying to yourself, okay, there's probably a trade in there just for it to recover and play some catch up if the retail space can stay strong. From a fundamental standpoint, I can't say that I like the report. There's probably a trade if it were to get down to previous support at 130. Maybe there's a little bit of a bounce zone there. I'm not chasing it inside the middle of the range. I've found that for these types of, don't usually trade them, low float, high float, whatever you want to call them, or low liquidity type names, the things that have usually worked is like your hero dip buy, and then when it actually breaks into a new trading range. And that doesn't happen until it's above 138. So I feel like that's a look at it next week, and if it's holding above 138 next week, I think there's a possible trend trade happening post-earnings, as the stock's been dying to make a bottom, and this could just be the catalyst, good or bad earnings, I would suppose. We get Walmart aftermarket tomorrow. That was asked in the chat. I think that's going to be a better barometer, and great company. That is almost certainly going to be a much better fundamental quarter than Target, but again, it might not go up 6% that Target's up, because Target got shellacked this year, and that's why it's up.
I don't have any interest in trading Target. I don't, the earnings report is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and try to analyze it and try to act like I'm smarter than any of these other guys that are out there talking about all of these numbers. I mean, I think groceries, obviously, huge price increases. Target doesn't have a huge grocery section, as far as I know. But, Walmart is going to be the play where I think you can get a little more value. But this is a nice number, up 6%. You could just look at the daily and look at that obvious level of that Neil was talking about there of 138. If it gets above it, fine. I don't like the retail space anyways. Down to 125. The call's on right now. You could take it if you want to. There's no way I have confidence in putting on a big trade here with Target today. So if there's not a big trade available, I'm not interested, so I pass on Target.
I'll have to look that up. We're just having a look at this Kenvue, which was that recent spinoff from J&J. So KVUE, according to Fidelity's volume scanners, as of yesterday, was one of the top retail traded names on Tuesday this week. So KVUE going into the S&P 500 on Friday. So this, adjustment will finalize the spinoff finally. I remember a couple of weeks ago we were talking about this. J&J came out and said they were going to get rid of more of the percentage of the position they had held back. Kenvue not really doing anything this morning, but worth a note here. It's basically dead flat, but heavy volume yesterday, specifically into the close. Again, coming up on Friday, this thing is going into the S&P 500, so good look for Kenvue. Yeah, I was keeping an eye on Target to see if we get any more comments coming through, but it's not really reacting to this at all. Coin, however, you see that note here. Coin getting approval from the NFA, which is the National Futures Association, for futures, crypto futures. On their platform, which will be obviously a positive for Coin. So a nice move here for Coinbase this morning.
Yeah, and it's a nice look there because we know that they've been engaged quite aggressively with the SEC in a court battle, number one, for their own survival, and number two, for a spot Bitcoin ETF. We know ARK, BlackRock, Fidelity, all these applicants have submitted applications. That was supposed to be responded to on August 13th. That got kicked down the road. But a fantastic look for Coin here. Let's see what the rest of the day brings.
Just going to check here to see what is actually coming out of the S&P 500 when Kenvue goes in, coming up on Friday, guys.
I'd be curious about that. Actually, we have a thing in if you're with Day Trade the World, there's an internal site that's used for information, and some good articles are posted there and reports in the morning, and that usually gives us an idea. Like if you see me say, oh, we're expecting there could be a big addition or imbalance deletion like that AMRS the other day, the penny stock, that's because we just go into tip, which logs in automatically when you're at Day Trade the World. So we can always check that one out for CanView. I think it could be spicy. Sometimes you do get a little bit of activity. You saw J&J had an imbalance yesterday. It didn't really stick around too much, but you could see that going into next week. Coinbase is going to be real spicy here. Sometimes you pull the chart back really, really far. It's like, oh man. Zooming out gives you great perspective, because that's the perspective you need sometimes when trading these. But if you were to pull back in, it had been on a very bullish break, which did start around that 80 level, or continued, I should say, off that 80 level. 50 would have been the bounce play. But now the 50 period has been held for a couple of days in here, and you're bouncing off that zone. I do like when you find like a really obvious technical bounce, you get a bit of a catalyst through. Now, while you traded above 82 in the pre-market, you did not break out there yet in the open market. That's when it kind of matters a little bit more, these key levels. So it has been resistance 82 to 82 and a half. If it starts taking that out, just got to keep in mind Coinbase is 15% short. So while it's easy enough to say, okay, well, if it gets up to, if it gets back up to that 88 level, why'd that zoom out? If it gets back up to this 88, 89 level, yeah, sure. Like the short up there, this stock can always squeeze. And when it makes a bottom, sometimes it favors going to the upside on a decent catalyst. So if it can break out from yesterday's high, I think it's got some room to run in there. I don't want to say it's an obvious short at 88 to 90, but generally speaking, every time there's a double or triple top on the stock that is 10% away, I'm usually thinking short if it happens to get there within a day or two. So cross that bridge when we get there, but the 82 to 82 half will be right there at the open.
I got to give a shout out to my Italian friends out there. What's up to Tonal Tunes up there as well as, and Havana Woody, I did you a solid there. I talked about TTOO for you here on the sticky note, but make sure you go find some of this great content from Trader TV Live and from myself, I hope anyways. We did a little video here early talking about Apple. Not enough coffee. That's supposed to say Nike, and that's supposed to say Xbang right there, but auto-corrected there. Go find out what I was talking about earlier. Here's that Michael Burry stuff I was posting up and talking about as well, if you want to go have a quick look at that. And here is the sticky note, which today, of course, has Coinbase on there for a long, and we talked a little bit about why we like it. I think it's great news about being able to trade futures and in the crypto space. I think this is something that Coinbase has been waiting for, to come through. So now that it's there, let's go find out all about Coinbase and some of the levels that we could bounce off of. Well, it's quite obvious, right? We have $80 right here. So if you look at yesterday, again, held 80 for a minute until dropped down below just in the last hour there. So I do have a bid right now at 80 flat. Probably, I don't think it gets down there, but if the market does head to the downside, which I'm saying it will today, most likely, I shouldn't say I'm saying it will, most likely will continue to go downside. I did want to have a look at some of these levels. So whether or not you started at 80.50 or 80 flat, let's just try to have Coinbase up on our radar here again today. Don't want to miss this. Huge move down. Tons of room to the upside right now. This is what they want. They want regulation. They want to be accepted. And now they can open up derivatives market for, we talk about this all the time, right? With VinFast, and obviously the three of us were talking about this earlier, and I was like, there's not going to be options on VinFast. But now that you're going to be able to trade futures and things like that through Coinbase, on Coinbase, in the crypto space, I think it's a great thing for everybody finally now. So now that it's accepted, look at this $80 mark. If you break it, it's such an easy out, it's ridiculous. You could just get out here at $79. So I really like the risk to reward in this name. I feel like I should be long right now. And just ever since it just flipped over to me, a minute ago, and we're up 70 cents right now. Guys, stop buying right now. And there it goes, Sharif. I should buy it, then talk about it. It's a nice move up right there. Congratulations, anybody that at least picked it off that 82 level. breaking kind of the pre-market. Now you're up in the money 60 cents. So I like Coinbase today, and I think I'll be buying any dips. If I have to break the top at 84, we'll have to do that because I think Coinbase does have a great opportunity to go today. What's up to Ben? What's up to Rock and to Beard? Need a stonk. If you need a stonk, you're talking all about Eli Lilly. This name continues to go to the upside, whether or not you like Jim Cramer or not. This guy's been talking about Mounjaro and the diabetes drug for a hell of a long time, and there it goes upside right now. If they do get approval for obesity and stuff like that, this drug is going to be, and I don't know the best-selling drug of all time, like he's saying, I don't know, but this was a huge break on earnings for Eli Lilly, and it just continues to go up. I checked in my
yes.
I just bought this. Yeah, I just bought this stock like a year ago or something. I checked the account. We're up like 100 and something. It's absolutely crazy the percentage moves that have been on this name. And there it is right here. Probably bought it something in here, $300 up to 540. So we're not quite in the money 100% yet, but we might even be long down here. What a great name. Eli Lilly continues to work. So yeah,
while you're on the topic,
not a great day trading stock. But.
There was a recent survey. 50% of Americans in a recent survey were looking forward to taking some kind of weight loss drug, to which they have the leader currently. And they're not the only game in town, but it's a very large addressable market. I think that's why everyone's sort of piling into it. Like, it is healthcare right now in terms of momentum. Like you said, billion-dollar company. Who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, it's really difficult unless you are like an absolute expert to know how the trials are going to go. A lot of people thought that Pfizer's phase 3 was going to go much better than it did, and then obviously, they had a bit of a setback. So that's a very difficult thing to predict, ultimately. But yeah, it's not much of a day trading stock. There are days when you look at it, and when it's got a specific catalyst or when it has earnings, those are days that usually there's a setup in there, but on a day-to-day basis, that's more of a long-term play. And it is an absolutely fantastic one, touching 550 today on Eli Lilly. It's been just absolutely tremendous. And when you see breakouts like this is the reason people like consolidation breaks. Because when stock trades into a new range, that's why I said wake me up when Target gets above 138. I don't think Target can do what Eli Lilly did, but when it breaks out of a range that it's been holding for a very long time, that's when a trader should want to get into a stock or start looking at it a little bit more actively. That's what Lilly did. I'm not saying Target gets above 138, but if this is the catalyst today that gets it there in the next couple of days, and maybe it can trend up for $15-20, and then a trader can take advantage of that.
All right, a few other notable movers here. One of them, NIO, downside in a decent way here to the tune of about 5%, even more than 5% now at session lows. We'll get into these Tesla price cuts, but it seems to be affecting some of these other names as well. SPGC, meanwhile, Sachs Parent Golf, Max's favorite stock from yesterday. This thing was just wild into the close, all the way to $30, down significantly. A little bit of volume coming in, I just saw, back to the upside today. But, one to make note of, to say the least here today.
It's nice that deal making is back, SPACs, IPOs, whatever you want to call them, back, so we can get some nice volatility and price action midday. But here, let's talk about these Tesla price cuts quickly. Now, it affects NIO, I would suggest, more than it's going to affect XPeng or Li or BYD, because NIO is that luxury EV maker in China. This is the lounge, Brendo, that you get to sit in when your battery's being changed, so you can speak to like-minded individuals and riff about the current events of the day.
I was just double checking on the, I don't actually see it. The float on this, I remember, was tremendously small as well. But SPGC, guys, could be another halter today.
That lounge looks pretty nice.
Sick lounge.
Yeah. I mean, look, they're trying to be a luxury. The whole idea is that they're a bit of more of a luxury brand. NIO's model is a little bit more. It's unique. It's different. You know what? We'll talk about SPGC.
If that picture of their waiting room is not a perfect opportunity to sell, then I don't know.
What are you spending money on?
I don't know what else is, man. I mean,
you know what? It is what it is. Like, sometimes you're selling an image, but that's crazy. It looks fantastic. Looks like something out of like a science fiction movie. But SPGE was a multi-halter. Like we've said, low float does mean you are going to get opportunities like this for stocks to go in a halt phase. It's not doing much today, but I'm expecting this to halt a couple of times. The real setup that I think you can grab for some longs is when a stock isn't halting. and it's calming down a little bit, you get these little consolidations that there's your risk to reward opportunity, because there's all of a sudden there's liquidity and you can structure a trade with 40, 50 cents risk in there, and then you take your shot, right? Like if it goes up, if you short it, you get out through that high break. If you long it, you get out through that low break, and then you're expecting it has a huge opportunity in either direction. In that case, it would have been like $3 down, maybe doubling up again to the upside. And then it did it again in the afternoon. I think it's a trap when it's consolidating in the pre-market, because you don't really know what's going on just yet when the real money starts to come in. So instead of trading in this range, I would only really look for these types of setups. And then if you can get into one of those, you're trying to take a reasonable hit to have a big home run style trade. Day 2, I'd be very cautious, just like day 1. I'm expecting this would halt multiple times. But let it simmer down a little bit, and maybe you can find a trade after that.
A name that I think possibly, hold on, I was going to look at New Holdings here today because they came out and reported, but for some reason it's not loading up here. This has a potential for halting, in my opinion, today as well. With a decent report coming through for New Holdings, breaking above this 850 area, which is what we're trying to do right now. That's been the high back in July. I mean, what a great story this was. This is just up, 50% here since April, early May. Nice move, and then this is at, okay, now it's going to load and hopefully, oh God. Okay, hold on a second here. It was never up there. I don't know what that quote was all the way up there. What's it doing? Okay. Anyways, you do have some levels to look at here. Let me go back over. I think that taking out this 850 is going to be something coming through for NU. So watch out to see if we can break through there on New Holdings. Again, decent report, trying to break out. Great little barcode. We talked about this yesterday at 4 o'clock when they came out with earnings. Barcoded through here, now breaking higher. I think this one has to be on watch for today's possible halt alert spot. Let's go over here to FinViz to check it out. I don't have my trade ideas loaded up over here because it's over on Sharif's computer. Let's just check this out quick. NU right now, I think it's probably in the teens. Is it?
I see 3.
Short. Oh yeah, that's right. We looked at this yesterday. Yeah, it's not that big. It's only 1%, 1 to 2% right now. I don't think that's accurate, but let's wait to see what's happening here. Performance year to date, 94% up, 62% up in the 6 months trailing. This quarter, 30% alone for these guys. So yeah, guess what? If you are, and it doesn't look like many people are going to be caught short, but if you were playing short into, remember that's just short float. People could be short into earnings, right? And so let's wait to see what happens here. I think a break of 850 gets this name going. It's New Holdings today, looking pretty good for a long break.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you. Upgrades and downgrades to kick things off this morning. A few notable names on here. A couple days ago, this was on the other side of the board, but here's Getty Images back to the upside today. Dr. Pepper, Keurig, UBS liking them. Yep, not one, but 2 positive notes on NVIDIA once again today. Chevron upside, Marathon downside today. C Limited continues its post-earnings destruction. And CRM, interesting downside today.
CRM. Actually, I have no idea what they hate. Maybe they just started hating, and that's not a continuation. But I'm just going to assume that they're haters. I own CRM in my long term. It hasn't been the greatest performing stock. But that C yesterday, there was one bounce. I said $40 was that. You go way back to 2022, and C got smashed on earnings. Obviously, it wasn't good for them, but the SSR bounce did come in at that $40 level. It wasn't a huge bounce. This is when it got to 40. It got from 40 to 41. That was about it, and it's going down again. So you're now beneath like 2-year lows on SE. Like if it doesn't reclaim 40, I don't know how far this can go down. The only stock that was uglier than this yet, actually, I don't know if this is, before I say that, I actually don't think if HE was, percent-wise, it might not have been worse than C. But this continues to be under pressure, obviously, for different reasons. At some point, I do expect there's going to be some kind of relief in these guys. But we told about the risk of litigation, and yeah, Hawaiian they're going to already have a class action lawsuit against them. So I know this is going to be SSR often. I will not be looking for SSR bounces in this until I can find some, like, $10, $5, something really drastic, or a headline that comes out favorably for them. It's a very different story. Like C, catch a falling knife because it's just a really bad quarter. It's at a historical level. There's nothing beyond that. And with HE, it's just a very, very different story. That's kind of a sad situation there. If C gets back above 40, I think there could be a long, but underneath it, I don't want to touch this thing. It was a yesterday play off the 40 level. If anything, the 40 might be a fade.
Okay, so just looking at the daily for Salesforce, obviously it's been a monster this year from 130 all the way up to 230, but...
Well...
Yeah, I mean, everything's gone up from the year, but still 100% there. But looking at this level, I just feel like this is what happens when, like I keep saying about this market being rigged, it's like we know AI is in a huge bubble and everyone's buying ahead of it, right? And the thing is that if we actually think that NVIDIA is going to perform well, you know, CRM has Einstein that's coming through and they're putting that into all of their products to help all of their customers, you know, continue to grow and keep them on board. They've also increased prices for their suites. So I think if you can get this anywhere near this $200 mark, I'm invested in this name as well, but if you can get this anywhere, I like Mark Benioff, I think he's great. You can get anything down here near $200, I think this is probably going to be a buy at some point. I feel like when you get downgraded and there's nothing really fundamentally wrong with the company, I think you do look for better areas to pick some up. So whether or not it be 200 or 190, I think this is a name that you could leg into here on any negative news here coming from the market. So I don't think there's too much contagion here with China or anything like that for Salesforce. So I still look at that. You can look at HubSpot and a few other names that have been really rallying. But I like CRM. No volume today, only 3,500 shares. But again, that downgrade I would say is fugazi. I like it. If it gets it down to 200, let's buy it. If it gets it to 190, let's buy more. And then we'll panic after that as it continues to go down from there. So I don't know. I like Salesforce. I feel like it's dipped down a lot from here. I've stopped buying. You know, we might be at a key level. We're going to talk hopefully. We haven't even had the board up yet, I don't think. And yet we're
It's only 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we've talked about all of the names I think that are on our watch list already. But Tesla coming into 220 could also be a name to dip by as well. That's going to be something on the board today. As look at the NASDAQ, man, we came in, started writing the sticky note and getting bearish on it. And since then, the market's fallen down even more. So I was hoping the market might start green therefore we could get some better prices to short. But for right now, let's watch as Tesla continues to go down now 2%.
Before we get into the futures here on that Kenvue I mentioned earlier, KVUE. So Friday is going to be the completion of the spinoff, not the inclusion date. So essentially what's happening is the deal with J&J going to be finalized and completed as of the close on Friday. At that point, the S&P 500 has said they're going to come out and say when it will be included and what is coming out on the other side. So just keep that in mind for KVUE. All right, let's talk futures. Yep. Sharif's going to have a look.
All right, as Sean alluded to, we are starting the day negative. We're just about 1/5 of a point to the downside. But look at this trend line here on the ES, absolutely holding up for the exception of some intraday action here. But look, 44.70 was a level we talked about yesterday. It was a level that I took a trade off on the midday show because it was once, twice, thrice, 4 times challenged. Now, that former area of support now acting as resistance. We tried to gap up into the morning there. 44.67 was the high. I think if any levels around that point, you take a short on that level.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know. If you haven't done so yet, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get that for free every single day right to your inbox. Still a few comments I'm just seeing coming through from, looks like Target's call does continue at this point. But top of the watch list today, TGT on a decent move. It was up 10% at one point at the high, even as, they cut their full year forecast, missing estimates as far as that is concerned. Everything else, though, pretty good. Again, CFO making comments on the inflation side of things a little bit earlier. I haven't seen anything else as of yet that's notable for Target.
Like we talked about at the top of the show, Brendo, they had a glut of inventory last year that they had to get rid of, so they had to mark down prices. That affected their net profit. That's why profitability this year surpassed last year. However, revenue was down as the consumer continues to spend less on discretionary items, which they have more of compared to their rival, Walmart. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings.
Nice look here regardless. 6.25%, 6.3%, 2.5 million shares traded as well. Pretty active here for Target.
Yeah, just before we get to target, just because I saw a couple of people in the chat mention this, if you're looking for Yellow Corporation, they do begin trading on the OTC market today. They're not. It's not in our system for day one, but if you're looking for this, more happen to own shares, it's on the OTC now. So that's where that is. You kind of knew that was coming. Again, when these things start squeezing, when something's going bankrupt and it starts squeezing to the upside, just understand that that is a trade. And you don't want to get caught holding the bag in a situation like that if you can avoid it. So, trades like that happen and they can work, but time and time again, Hertz, Revlon, all of those, eventually things get back to where they're supposed to end up, I guess. And it's a sad situation there, but they're on the OTC. Target, we went through this already, just very quickly, 138 on the daily. That's the level this needs to get past. I'm looking for this. I don't think it happens today, so I really doubt it's a breakout trade today on target. Very, very slim chance it gets through 138. If it gets through that price, it is a big level on multi-time frames. I showed the weekly chart earlier, but you can see it with support to resistance, and then it would have to break that out to get interesting again. If we get Walmart aftermarket tomorrow, that's the big one on the week. It's a better story. I mean, with the grocery business, I didn't even realize in the U.S. that they color code their Walmart stores. I found that one out and learned the color code from Sharif this morning. They're all the same color here in Canada, but the grocery business has been a boon for them. Half their business now, which has been mentioned. I think this one breaking out top is going to be a little bit more tradable if it happens tomorrow after market. If there is a huge dip in target at the open, there might be a nice little wick bottom value buy, but I think you got to wait for that stock to break out on the daily, and then it gets more interesting. You want something trading in a new range or off a monster support or something along those lines post earnings. Target's not really doing that for you. Maybe we get that out of Walmart tomorrow afternoon, and then that's a better trade Friday morning.
Yeah, like I said, I won't be I won't be trading Target today, but the conferences are the calls on right now. It's getting a lot of volume as it continues to come through. You're just hitting 50s back to 70s. I think it could be scalped for sure until you break this bottom of 132.50. We just held it again once, twice, thrice. Shout out to everybody in the chat talking like that. Obi trice, but right there, 3 times down to 132.50 now. If you break it, I think you just go short, and then you can use VWAP of 134 as you're out. I don't, good quarter, up 6%, been beat down obviously on the daily, trying to break above 140. If it gets there, great. You're probably shorting this name at 155, 156, something like that. I would rather play this on a second day play after it shows me levels. We've talked about that over and over again on earnings plays. We saw that with Home Depot. I mean, if you just, to sit there and try to predict, in my opinion, what the first half hour is going to be like, especially when a stock comes out with a report. I find that really difficult to do. And honestly, with the amount of shares that I'm trying to push, I'm not trying to sit there and guess. I want to try to be as right as we can be. So this is like what I'm talking about. Look at Home Depot, right? Yesterday, huge move upside, 327 all the way to 338. So that's fine. If you're looking for the short, it gave you that wick top. You could short that all the way back in, or you could short some of this consolidation. But as it comes down, you have to be thinking short to hit these tops, because if you're thinking long, you get failed out. But then the shorts win right here because you get the tops, so you can respect that and keep on cashing. And then the long win down here off giving us 329. So you can go 334.50 short, and then you can go 329 long. But how in the hell can I predict those levels before I actually see them? So for me, n'est pas. For my French friends out there, we do not trade Target today until we see something similar. So right now, that's why I'm talking about that 132.50. It just broke. So now that you have some levels, you could go short now against that 132.50, which you'd be in, and then use VWAP up at 134. But until there's some levels, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm going to make trades on this name. So give me some levels, and then we're into Target.
All right, let's talk VFS, VinFast, day number 2. Here's what you need to know. Nothing really significant as far as news is concerned. The founder got a lot richer. That's about it. Ford is worth $48 billion. GM, $46 billion. Here's VFS, as of yesterday, $86.
There is nothing irrational about this, Brendo. It all makes absolute sense. Yeah, Brendo alluding to this. The chairman of VFS added $39 billion in paper value, of course, to his net worth overnight, bringing it to 44.3 in case you guys want to know. Also, a little tidbit here. The CEO of VinFast going on CNBC yesterday, she was asked, why did you use the SPAC method to get listed? She said, look, we've been trying to get on the exchange for 2 years, but deal making's been dead. So we just wanted to get our feet wet.
And I guess the bigger picture here is it's 2.2 million free shares. The rest are tied up. So that's part of the story here that we have to keep going back to, guys.
I'm like, it's not like he can sell, and it's not like they can raise any that quickly. So it's not a huge deal. You can always take a loan out against the shares, I suppose. So I guess there is a windfall for the owner there. It's a crazy move. We talked about this. It's based on how small the float is going to be, and the amount of shares released. I think was 2.1 is available. So when it does multiples of that, then it gets soaked up, and then it squeezes to the upside. Oddly enough, it just happened to be true. I was kind of joking around when it was pressing through the highs yesterday that 415 was going to be the top, because usually when a squeeze name like this, or whatever you want to call it, makes a run late in the day, you get that push after 4 o'clock because there's less resistance. That was at $40. Locates were still relatively cheap, which is kind of weird. It was like 11 cents. I thought it would be 3 times that. If it gets up to 40 again, I suppose that's a little something. A top break in this today is almost too crazy because it has to run another 10, probably halt a couple times, then take out 40 and be in front of 50. If you're trading it, I would only be looking for a breakdown. So I was in it short multiple times. The 5th time I was in it, the last time I actually had the short when it failed this level, and I was adding to it around 29, but I needed it back into the 20 level. Like, that's what you're looking for in a trade like this. You're gonna take your small shots in there, try to lose a couple of $1 or $2 if that's how you want to structure it, because I think that makes more sense. You don't want to risk $10 here, and then try and get that $5, $10 move. And today, that seems like if it breaks back out, fails 50, there should be a setup when it's coming back in, because then you can risk to the high of the day. I can risk to a halt price. But if you have nothing to peg it against, like Sean was just talking about, if you don't have anything to peg it against, like it wicks this top, you peg it against that top, there's your out. You got to have an out here, because if you don't, then it can just kind of runs forever on you. I don't know how long it's going to last. We saw HKD and how long that lasted. So anything is possible here, but this is probably eventually coming back down somewhere around that $10 level, but just don't bet your life on it, that you can know exactly when it's going to happen. Or, I mean, that's extreme to say, don't bet your entire account that you know when it's going to happen. I'm overstating it, don't bet your life, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Don't, well, your life in trading.
Well, yeah, well, don't do
bet your
don't do
account.
that. Yeah, don't bet your account.
I like that better, of course. I just paid for shorts. It's 13 cents a share. So we got to make 13 cents. The spread is going to be 50 cents. So we just got to close the spread and we'll pay for it. But we are now locked and loaded to be able to short this name. It might be a nothing burger today, but, I think you want to definitely play this 24 break right there short if and when it does come in, and or be on this name when it starts to halt to the downside or the upside. I just think this is a game of halts, man. It's not rocket science here. Play the liquidity game, play the liquidity crunch, and Bob's your uncle on this one. And if Bob is a VFS shareholder, I think you should advise him to sell almost immediately. Both these names combined are not worth Ford and GM, or this name combined is not worth both Ford and GM, let alone 80 times Fisker. We talked about Fisker's market cap is $1.5 billion. These guys out right now at like 70 billion. So I would just watch out for this. Obviously, it's a market structure issue. Watch out for VFS today. We paid for the shorts. We'll be in that name later on, I hope anyways. I don't want to ruin myself here and say I'm not going to pay for them because I don't want to pay 13 cents. But let's just wait to see if it does give us that opportunity first. What another name could fall down here is my wife wants a Rivian, so we may at some point be Rivian owners. Nice. But right there, breaking back down below 20 here on RIVN. Let's see if we can't pay for the first car payment if that does happen. But down through $20 here on Rivian could be another breaking spot. You're below the 50-period moving average on the daily, and it's looking pretty sick right now. Again, Tesla's more of a story for China. Rivian, though, down today 2%. I don't know if they're selling Rivians in China or anything like that, but the EV space right now does have some leaks in the, or some cracks there in the armor. So let's wait to see what happens here with some of these names. I prefer Rivian short, VinFast short, obviously, and then looking to pick some Tesla up. If we get to that 220, look, we recently bought a very, very small amount. We talked about that at 242. Now we're coming back into 220 here on Tesla. That's still to come. So let's talk about that as we get going here. Kava, we talked about that yesterday, and we had that souvlaki yesterday, the pita, the chicken pita. I cut one in half and did have one. It was pretty good, there yesterday. So watch out for that Kava. Let's go talk about it, Brendo.
Just be aware, we're going to get some data coming out here at 9:15, both industrial production and capacity utilization, both due in 30 seconds. So just heads up on that. Yeah, Kava downside here in a pretty big way. Just fell about $1. I was just double checking to see if there was comments coming through maybe from their call. That was aftermarket though yesterday. So I don't actually see anything. But that's what you need to know. Yeah, 21-cent profit EPS versus a 3-cent loss expected there. Sales also handily topping estimates, 172 versus 163. I'll just stay here for this number real quick before we look into this. So 0.3 expected there on the industrial production month over month. Still waiting, a slight delay here. So Sharif, you want to cover that? We'll come back to that.
Kava, 279 stores. They grew their stores this year by 102. That's kind of the secret behind their profitability here. As Brendo alluded to, a revenue increase of 62% year over year. I mean, I like Mediterranean food, but I didn't expect this for sure. Good look for Kava. By the way, IPO price, Brendo, was $22.
Yeah, I mean, it's been impressive, held up very, very nicely so far. Here we go. Here's some numbers for you. So industrial production, 1% versus 0.3 expected. Capacity utilization, 79.3 versus 79.1 expected. U.S. manufacturing output, 0.5% versus a flat reading there. Market not really reacting to that, but Kava downside here so far.
Yeah, the market not doing much, but the market was just bouncing off that support on the NASDAQ anyway, so could just be a little case of that. Kava, this has done 300,000 in volume. It's not really all that liquid, so I never want to write it off when you have a good IPO that it's a company people are interested in and it's got some levels in it, but yeah, the volume is pretty bad. Would need to wait for this to open back up here. If you look at the obvious pivot spot, like the $48 level, it just kind of held that. So if you hang on to 48 at the open, I like the chances that this can make a bit of a rally, but I just need to see opening volume on Kava, unfortunately. Like it just, to give you an example, like 50 broke here, was consolidating in 50-cent range. 50 broke, and there wasn't liquidity for $1 at all. It's now come right back in because I guess like someone's bidding at 49 even for 13,000 shares now, but there was no liquidity here. And when that happens, you don't know. At the open, this could be at 48, and you like that support level. Well, it might go all the way to 47 before it bounces and buyers step in. You have no idea. I haven't traded this since like the first day. So wait for it to open back up. 48 would be that level on the daily chart. If it holds that price, I think it's an intriguing long. I've never eaten in the restaurant, but they get good reviews. I'm not going to sit here and tell you fundamentally, valuation-wise, it's great, but the daily chart just tells you that 48 is the level of interest here on Kava. And a successful IPO for them. Good for them. That was the high on the first day, that 48.
All right. Yesterday on the after show, we talked about Kava, and I sort of, we don't have it here in Canada, so no problems on that one. But there's this one stock that you may have heard of before, guys. It's called Chipotle Mexican Grill. And these guys came out, changed the game. Now $1,900, okay? Let's just go back. We did this yesterday on the show, right? Do you know they IPO'd at $40? So if you had bought this in 2006, I mean, come on, at 40, there might not be a better name, honestly. $40, their IPO, did come back into that price again in 2009. All right, so from 2009, who cares? Let's talk about the IPO, it doesn't matter. 2006, all the way to today, present day, no splits, nothing. We just touched $2,100, $2,200 there. And these guys came out. We all know about that story. So I'm not trying to equate the two together, but Chipotle never had great fundamentals. They just started making money. And when they started making money, they started growing their presence. And when they started growing their presence, stock price started to grow. And you could see there, now they're in Canada. I don't know if Chipotle is worldwide or not, but they continue to be such a great story that I don't think that Kava is necessarily, I mean, if you think it's going to go to $2,000, then you just buy it right now and don't worry about it. But it's a nice report. It's always nice when they make money and they're supposed to lose money. So I would say Kava is a screaming long today, just a matter of what price is. Like, I'm going to play this the same way, man. Even though it's an earnings call, they just IPO'd. We do have some nice levels right here where we're at right now, $48, $46, $47. And the reason why I say that so, you know, like roughly is that this name's going to move dollars today. I don't know if it stops at 46 or 47, or if we just continue to take out this $54 spot. Either way, we're going to try to do the same thing, wait for it to sort of level off, and if we can catch this off of a key level, then we'll do that. Let's see if we can Obi thrice this name. If we can get 3 levels that can confirm it, just like we did. I mean, you guys, again, I keep talking about the after show because we keep talking about all the trades that we were doing there. But yesterday, Microsoft, we had this name dead to rights off of 3 tops. There's the top early, there's the top again, and here's where we shorted it. And then there was $5 or $4 back in your pocket to end the day. And there was no news on Microsoft, right? So besides the market. So, you know, you're getting some nice moves down here. I think we just got to wait for some key levels to develop. So we're going to do that on Kava. What's up, Brendo?
To Tesla. This note comes out this morning. We touched on this just going back a couple days ago. More cuts 2 days later, 9,600 again off both the Model S and X over in China. We're down to the equivalent of 103,763. It's on sale, Sharif. 130. That's for the Model X, I want to say. The Plaid Model S, and then the Plaid version 131,800. Over in China now. So, I mean, we typed that into Neo, XPeng, Li Auto, all downside as well. I mean, just pointing towards the demand.
Yeah, no question about it. Definitely Neo probably going to get the worst of the hit as they are in like the higher category segment, competing with the S and the X. But Brendo, the price cuts in China this year has cost Tesla about $200 million. Some analysts would actually like to see that money invested in advertising, but we all know how Elon feels about advertising.
How does he feel?
He doesn't like it.
He doesn't like it, no. The pullback, however, continuing here, guys, for Tesla.
You know, Elon did sort of hint. It was last earnings call or 2 ago. It might have been I think it was the last one. He hinted that he'd be open to the idea of advertising, but why bother advertising for Tesla when he can go and beat up Mark Zuckerberg and get all the free advertising he wants out of that and make some extra money streaming. But he's got X now, so I mean, of course he's open to advertising now that he's got a platform. Tesla, look, it's in that downward churn. I hope we get to, hope is the wrong word. I like that 220 level if you get down there. 220 on the higher time frame has been a good level. If you pull up, let me just throw the weekly up there so you can see what we're getting at. You look at that 220, it was a recent wick high, decent consolidation was there before, and then some good support. So I feel like that's where we're headed. You get to that price, look for a bounce until it gets there. The trend has been to the downside on Tesla. I don't think we see 241 today, so I'd be looking at the close, the 233 close. It gives you a potential false break. If we're down at 220, I will look for a long. Probably, I don't know where it bounces off a level like that. Let's just see where it does form. Candidly, I am stink bidding this stock in my personal account at $222.22 because I like it, and that's how I roll.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like all those prices on Tesla there. We keep talking about it. We put out a video today about China and some of the worries that are happening over there. I am worried a little bit, obviously, about, I mean, I'm not worried about my Tesla position, just worried about some of the Chinese names and where to start to leg into some of those. I will not be buying any more Chinese equities, period, probably the rest of my life. The only one that I own is Alibaba, and I'm just holding on to it for dear life. I don't know why. I should probably just sell it right now today. HKD, AMTD just came out with a report here where they are expected to earn more profit this year. So HKD is starting to go again. I just wanted to bring it up because you have a $7 level here. We just touched 670 right now on HKD as AMTD comes out. And remember, this was a name that did go to $2,000. So this is everybody's dream right here. That eventually VinFast and all that kind of happens here. This actually did happen. What a crazy experience that was, watching this thing go. Yeah, obviously back down to $5 right now. So we'll zoom back in and talk about more what's actually happening. This 670, 680 area for HKD, let's just watch it. It's only, I just called it up, it's only 9% short float right here. So I don't know, Brendan, if you have that story, but AMTD and HKD right there, 8% short float, not huge, but right now reporting 50% increase in profits coming for their next Q. So we'll wait to see if it can take it out. But again, this name does have the pedigree to get going again. So watch out for some HKD here today, possibly, guys.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, here's the headline, guys. AMTD, which is HKD, Digital expects to achieve over 50% increase in net profit for full year 2023. That just came in a few minutes ago. So I guess reacting to that headline.
910. So that's definitely a shock for that company as well. Let's touch on Coin here to wrap things up. At the bottom end of the board there, they came out with that NFA approval for crypto futures to be traded on Coinbase. At the same time, their SEC investigation continues. The SEC gives them approval to trade crypto futures.
Yeah, well, they only applied for this in September 2021, so it only took 2 years. No, tongue-in-cheek, of course. Tongue-in-cheek, but yeah, it's a good look here. Obviously, they are in a fight for their survival as the SEC accuses them of allowing unregulated securities to be traded on their exchange, for the exception of Bitcoin. We'll see what the rest of the year brings. We're also waiting for that spot Bitcoin ETF approval, which got kicked down the road.
Yeah, Kathy Wood's attempt at one as well, also getting delayed. Here is that HKD note, 50% increase in net profit for the full year 2023, guys, for AMTD.
Yeah, Martin has it in the chat. Meta just broke 300, so that's already heading to the downside. The market's heading, the NASDAQ's still trying to bounce, but Coinbase, we did already mention this. There's a 50 period on the daily. It has been falling right into it. You had 2 days of a kind of bounce off that level. 1 day bounce, a little bit at the open yesterday, and then it retested that bottom. You're gapping away from it. So it's a good looking structured long from the daily chart. And it's got 15% short float. I don't know if that's, again, these are estimates. When we talk about the short float, I'm pulling up my Trade Ideas account and just giving you the number that they have. So it could be 17, it could be 13, but it's a decent sized short float. I think it's a good catalyst. If you're above this previous high, you hold on to 82, then I think it's a long from there. If you somehow get up to 89, 90, that's where I would think it's worthy of the short in here today on Coinbase. I wanted to mention one thing. We talked about this in the after show in the afternoon yesterday. Actually, for the last few days, the last week, we've been talking about Palantir at 15, and that it's been a ridiculous bounce play off the open when it's been at that 15 level. And if it got there again, I think it could be the time it gives it up. So today, if Palantir breaks 15, instead of looking for the long bounce only, I'm gonna have the breakdown short. Again, with any kind of short at the bottom, I probably have a relatively tight stop with it. I want that going right away. And if it doesn't go right away, I'll try it like maybe a second time if it calms down and breaks down to that level. So, it's been great support, but it's kind of a flat bottom break when you look at the daily on Palantir. And when I see that setup, fall consolidation, if it makes the next level down, you got room clean into that $14 on PLTR.
All right, I just want to, we just tweeted that out about HKD. We'll keep that on watch here. Obviously, VFS already down to $28. That name is finished. AMD, again, we talk about this name all the time. This has been, a short that we've been pumping since 130. And there it is, man. Still some nice, oops, there's the daily chart. Got to move this. We've been talking about this short since here. It's been on the sticky note pretty much every day for a short. We were shorting this 120, and now we're breaking through 110 again. It's not like it's super great on the daily chart. We've been back and forth through here before. So I don't know if it's going to be a key level or not. What I'm looking at is a key level up here into the pre-market and see if we get back going. I've been bearish for a minute now, and there it goes, man. The market still continues to fly down. Let's watch out for 1150 if we're wrong here on AMD, but unfortunately, the market's starting to go without us, and I don't know what to tell people. We've been talking about short and raising capital for a while. Haven't bought anything in a long time. We did buy a little bit of Tesla, but nothing else, and been selling these pops, as a lot of you know if you've been watching the show. Not much on here. We have Alibaba with a sell. We've been short yesterday at forget what price it was, 92 or something like that, 93. Still some downside moves for Alibaba. I still think it goes lower. Today, Ponzi Fonzie, shout out to you, but the sticky note is out. Go to Trader TV Long, Trader TV Sean, and find some longs on there. Coinbase long, Tesla long 220, AMD short, Alibaba on here, and is T2 Biosciences as well. But that's what's going on right now. Let's wait to see. I have Baba to go short at 90. 90 and change. Let's see if we can get up there. That pre-market level is 90.50. Maybe put an order up there, but watch out for 91. I don't know where this market's going to go today, but we're here for it, and regardless.
Nvidia's
yeah, Nvidia's going down.
Up. Actually.
Okay, good. So that'll give me an opportunity to short AMD. I hope. Let's wait to see.
So I mean, the market was just going down, but Nvidia just popped up. But actually, $2.
VFS is going to halt on the open.
$2 move here up to the upside on Nvidia. Worth mentioning, 448 was the high. Yesterday, you had some pre-market action at 450, but you did resist that 448. I think that's kind of that zone. If you break 450, you just got to accept that it's a super strong stock. I'm only in for it. You said VFS is already down. Yeah, that's...
VFS is tanking.
What are you going to do? Like, if you take that breakdown trade, I don't know where you get filled because of liquidity was like a 10 to 20 cent spread when it was open yesterday, but it's like a 50 cent spread this morning in the pre-market. But that is very likely to halt to the downside. There is also that SDCSC, which is the other IPO that was pretty big mover. I could see that halting today as well.
10 seconds.
10 seconds until the bell. I don't know who's going to be on it, but I can throw something at it if you really want. Look out for a halt at the open. Meta is exactly at 300. I like a Palantir as well to the downside. Market is open. Let's go.
All right, we're going to watch out for HKD here, trying to break through $7. Obviously, we have VinFast on our mind as well. That's up to 28 and change. AMD's trying to go up, and if it does, we're going to be there to short it right now as the market is open. It doesn't look like HKD's open yet on the NYSE, so we're going to wait for that to happen and come through first. But here we go. It is AMD time. A nice little spike up. I'm still waiting near this 111. Let's see if it can go on any Nvidia strength, as Neil was mentioning before. So let's wait for that. VFS now trying to be open, and it is tanking as well. So let's see if VFS wants to continue. I mean, you know, I was talking about this earlier when Sharif was mentioning puts. It was at $32. And I said, if you're going to pay for puts, there isn't any puts available. But I was like, it's probably 100% premium. Because if you think it's going to go to $15, you probably got to pay $15. So here it goes. Let's wait to see. Not super exciting, just a little dip down. We'll see if there's any volume coming through. And then just quickly checking out on HKD because I do have a buy-in on that one. But this is making a move to the downside right now. So let's see if it breaks 7.
Yeah, Meta has given up that 300 in earnest now. It just popped off 299 and continuing to the downside. Just remember when it broke 2 days ago, it made a bottom at 298.5. So there is a local bottom down here. You can get a range bound open between that 300 and 298.5. I think that'll be a good one. I'm only still in for it. Coinbase is back above 82, but can't hold that 82.5 level for any kind of a long. And oh yeah, JD. JD, they did have, I mean, they had earnings this morning. I was in and out pre-market. I'm like, I don't know what happened on that volume spikes. We took a quick little 5-cent hit, but it's now back south side. I like 35.50, but if it cannot hold on to 34.5, I like the short underneath there as well. Tesla, oddly enough, is making a move to the upside. So here comes Tesla to the upside. I like the previous close for a short. That was up at 233. Didn't think we'd have a chance to get there the way the futures were going down. So we might get a shot at this one in a couple of minutes if it can hold on to this 230 level upside. It can get to that 32.
All right, so the first trade of the day right now, oops, hopefully it doesn't fail, is Apple right now. So we're going to see if we can take 20 cents early. Look at these charts. See if we can take 20 cents early on Apple right now. There it is. So we get the fill. We're short 177.39, 177.40 right now on Apple, and here it comes down in. Uh-oh.
Awesome.
Here we go. Nice little move to the downside right here for Apple. Let's see where it goes, man. We don't have any ideas to get this out as we're going to break through 177 now to the downside. We're doing it again right now, guys. Nice move down in for Apple here. We did it yesterday. Let's see if we could do it again. Alibaba, again, a huge move down. We had this short yesterday. Not today, unfortunately, although we do hate the Chinese names. We've talked about that over and over again. This name's already starting to go. And uh-oh, Apple right now down, breaking through 177. Of course, we have this one on, and there it is again, a nice little win for everybody here. If you're short Apple, we talked about wanting to get short that name against Chinese weakness. So let's see what happens. AMD still below that 110 area, and I don't know. I'm waiting for it to pop up a little bit here so we can get some short. But right now, Apple is the only thing that I'm in. It just touched down to 176.80. that broke yesterday's bottom or so, or close enough to it. So we'll have to wait to see maybe some strength coming into Apple at some points.
Yeah, I'm looking. NVIDIA doesn't even seem to want to get past this 445. And it's just kind of hanging out here. Wicked a couple of times. If it gets to that 48 level, I think that would be the place to go. And Tesla doesn't really want to get past that 230, so it's not really pressing in at 233. Palantir isn't breaking down just yet. A coin can't hold 82, so I only like the long there. I now have an offer at the next level on JD. I just think I want to be short every single level. The 35.50, 35, 34.5. Right now, 35 looks like the level that we can grab. AMC is making some moves. Okay, that was actually on the watch list, but $4 is the big level. If it can get through 4, I think it has a really good chance to squeeze. Local high 380. Yeah, if it gets to 4, we've been talking about that for a few days here since it made that gap fill. I think that can be an interesting play, but it's not there yet.
All right, trying to enjoy some coffee up in here, but you know
Mine's
what?
done.
What's up with coffee when you've got the bangers on again, man? Here goes Alibaba. We just shorted it at 89.40 or 34. Sorry, we talked about that. Cover it at 89, and here we go to the downside again for Alibaba. Hopefully, we can break through that 89. That 88.50 was the bottom. So let's put again. You can't get filled without orders. So let's put a bid on there. Let's go Mario Lemieux a little bit there. We'll go Lindros Lemieux on Alibaba and see if we get filled. And Apple's the one that's kind of dancing around. I do have another bid here at Roberto Alomar. What's up, Brendo?
D-Lo off the watch list as well. This D-Local. This earnings report came out before the close yesterday, so it was leaked. And that was part of the reason it made such a big move all the way to 2050. But here we are back at 2050, guys. D-Lo is starting to go again.
Ooh, I knew I forgot to do something. I forgot my X. X just continues to want to give it to you at that $30 level. It's already gone 30 to 30 and a half here. Maybe we get a dip. Remember, 29.80 to 30 is the buy zone for me on U.S. Steel. They do have that potential deal with both Cleveland-Cliffs and another firm whose name I don't remember. But D-Lo, I don't want to chase a move like this. If you look at the daily chart, D-Lo does have some room to run. Got to zoom right out there. There's some resistance at 24. There's definitely some room to run. Let's see how it responds to a 21 break. I am into JD off the 34.50. Coinbase cannot hold on to 82.
Oh, really?
So, I was looking for at the open, if it could hold on to this area here, these highs, I would have gone for the long. But now if it breaks down, this 50 period on the daily is at 79, and 80 is a nice round number where you close that. So allow it to dip in and just be patient with it, because you can like the catalyst, but the level you want isn't there. Then you don't have to trade it. There is that 34.50. Every 50 cents on JD is what I like. I was in it pre-market, had a volume spike. Just get right out. If you don't know what's happening, just don't hold on to it. Just get out. It gives you a second chance. If we get to 34, underneath 34, I think that's worthy of another profit take, because that is that pre-market double bottom. Ford, which we've been sitting in under 12, it's trying to make the press up to 12. I only want to add back into this position if I see it fail up here after the open, then we can jump back into it. It's been holding on to 12 for 3 days in a row. Did want that breakdown the second it happened. So the market is trying to, the NASDAQ's trying to go down, but the ES is going up. I'm curious what's dragging the ES to almost positive while the NASDAQ's holding on to those bottoms. We usually look at tech, so I'm sure I could find it if I went to my quote board.
I know Neil said if you don't know what's going on, don't do anything, or just try to follow some of these trades right now, because there goes Alibaba right now,
Context.
70 cents. Yeah, exactly. 70 cents in the money now for Alibaba as it's continuing to go down, man. We talked about some of this Chinese weakness. What was a great trade yesterday. Hopefully we can rinse and repeat it again here today. So this will be something right now for us coming through. We'll wait. We already took a piece out. We're still into 60% of it. Could start to get a little bit nasty if we continue to the downside there. All right, another play that we're looking at right now, of course, is this Apple trade. It's starting to rip up. It's fine. We want to get some more shares into Apple. So I'm actually waiting at 177.95. I don't want, all right, let's just punch a little bit short now to get a little bit more into this play. So, all right, so now we're short. What we were trying to do for Apple here, I don't know if I can use our charts for this because we have that wick. Yeah, I don't think I can. So hold on. Let me just go over this one right here. I was looking at Alibaba on my e-signal chart, but let me just pull this down. I'm not trying to, let's just try to slow down a little bit here because we do have this play on. What it was right into here, 178.50 is what I'm trying to show everybody. So that's going to be the pain spot for me here on Apple. So we will take many more shares if this continues to go against us around here, 178.25. So let's wait for it. Again, we could get squashed out on this one. We had some big trades short yesterday. So let's see if we can't hold out hope here that today we can also have a very similar position. So, all right, that's what we're doing right now on Apple, looking to get that short. And of course, we already have Alibaba, which we're pretty happy about. And that one continues to make lows here as well. So the only problem, again, is this Apple trade. We're up into the 80s now. I'm waiting at 90. Here, let me take a little bit more now and cancel this 95 in case we really get going on Apple. So I'm going to cancel that one and put some orders a little bit higher.
Yeah, I just got 34, just wicked the bottom on JD, so you know how I feel about those lows. Take some profit at the low of the day, and it just got underneath it, got to 33.91, and right back above. So when I do that, I'm just going to punch out, grab that 50 cents, ring the register. Chinese names have been weak. This one's been weak for a while as well. Tesla is getting up there now because the market's turning. So yesterday's close was at 233. What I don't see is a heck of a lot of weakness yet. It's making a curl at 32. That was the $2 step up, like 28, 30, 32. If you get to that 33 close, I'd look for a curl there. This is not where I was looking for the short, so I'm not really going to put it on. Oh my goodness, Kava. I knew there was something.
All right.
So Kava, it did get underneath 48. It's trying to reclaim that price now, but it's on 1.7 million shares. The spread is still like 40 cents on the stock. Yeah, that might be a no-fly zone because if it breaks back through 48, you could be paying 48.30 and then punching out on a 48 break at like 47.60 or 47.70. Like the spread is insane on that one. Don't like it. Don't have to trade it. Maybe it'll tighten up a little bit later on in the day, but that's a little bit frustrating because I thought that would be a decent level if you could hold a bid. Look for the long Meta. It's trying to bounce now. Remember, 298.50 was the bottom when we broke 300 the last time. It did make a wick, but beneath 98, but it looks like it's not running away from that 298.50. If it cannot get back above at least 999, I think it's a short from in here. Just watch out. This market is making a bottom. And if the market's making a bottom, I don't want to jam shorts if the NASDAQ is going green. Allow it to tell you that there is weakness off this level. If we reverse, fine. That's one thing, but I'm not forcing any trades here. Do have Ford still on, but that's kind of doing nothing off that 12 level for now.
All right. We got to do it, and it's just happening earlier and earlier every single day. So there it is right there. It is a Dollar Club member for you, and it is Alibaba. So, I mean, this is what we're doing, man. We talk about this every day, trying to follow it. I even put a video out there today on Twitter about wanting to go short on these Chinese names. So Alibaba, nice little downside push. Take it. I don't know if we want to take it now, but we are bidding here to wait to see what happens with Alibaba now to the downside. So far, so good here as we continue to go. I'll tweet out this position for you guys. But there it is, man. I, again, just wish we had more patience than I do have because Apple, we were sitting there and I was like, okay, we got to load this thing up, right? We have to load. There goes. Anyways, we just got to fill on Alibaba. There, we were like, okay, it's up to 178. Let's put on some more shares. I was thinking that we could get maybe on that little bit of a rally up here. We could get to that 178.25 area. If we do get to that, let's hit it. But for right now, we're going to wait on Apple here. I did bid something at the 50s here because that is where VWAP is. So if it does come back down, we're going to pay attention to that one. And again, man, you got to have the outs here on Alibaba. So there it is right there for that Dollar Club. That's why we hit the damn thing. Now it's trying to run back up. We only have 40% left. But it's Alibaba and it's Apple. Those are the only two things on my mind right now. Well, HKD's on my mind as well, but we have a $7 break. I'm actually going to cancel that right now. If it gets going, it gets going. And then the other one I had on my mind as well was VinFast, which isn't doing anything. We're waiting for a halt on that. And then Coinbase, I know I love the long, but I'm trying to be as patient as we can be with. Oh my God, that went to 80.50. Okay, we were at 80.05. It went to 80.37, so that's a missed opportunity, but that's okay. There for Coinbase. Let's see if it continues to make a move down. It's actually not trading the way I thought it would today, Coinbase. I thought it would be much more upside than this, and we wouldn't even get this opportunity. But we did come 30 cents from getting filled, so we'll sit there and see if it happens one more time.
Yeah, the Coinbase, it got close enough. I'm with you. Like, I like the long. It hasn't really set up yet for me. Pound 2 is going to get back into the low. If it does, if we continue to break down from here, the market on the way up, this is continuing to go down. So that's pretty interesting for me, that this looks relatively weak to the market. Meta just popped back into 290, almost at 289, 299. So if it holds this channel, I like the short underneath, back into the low of the day. If it breaks out from 99, then I'm going to get out with a relatively tight stop. In the 300 level, I do like it a little bit better, but like I said, I wanted a shot shorting in this range. If it wants to stair step down, then you take your shot. But if it gets up to 300, I don't want to hold a 98 into 300. Not the way I would want to play it. Let's see it get back into 300 for that short. NVIDIA still not wanting to test the highs. Tesla still not up at that 232 level. Kind of disappointing one. If everyone talking about Yell, it's Yell Q on the pink.
All right.
I'd pull it up if I could, but it's actually not on our system today. I'd be all we'd show you anything that's trading, and we'll talk about anything. It's just we can't really look at it on the system. I have no quote to show you. I'm sure it's doing decent volume. I see a couple people talking about that. And TTOO, T2 Biosystems, it was a great breakout yesterday. There's a big 65 level on the daily. It's bouncing off of that right now several times. So you got to zoom out to be able to see that level on the 65. For now, it's trying to hold it out. If it never breaks this bottom, the 70 break starts to get enticing. But I want to see it holding 65, because 65 doesn't hold. I think you could be down in the 47 to 50 range rather quickly on this particular name.
Whoopsies.
Now
Oh, shit.
Coin's
Wrong price, dog. Okay, I got to get back into Apple immediately. Right. Oh, I put in the wrong price. Oh, here we go. I put in the wrong price as a stop order right here for Apple. That's an idiot move right there. So we got in and got right back. We got out and then right back in on Apple. Oh, stupid me. I hate to do that, especially for everybody there, because my price just changed. Okay, that's okay. We're still $1 in the money on Alibaba. That's still working out for us, but let's put that stop in right now. I put in 177, but I need to put in 178. Of course, we'll get out of that one if it rips it back up. And let's just do a 75% out or so on that one. But that's okay. We're still short into Apple. Oh, that's too bad. It doesn't matter. We weren't trying to get more, so we just punched in to what we had again. So here we go. Nice downside push now for Apple on the trade. Being specific, man, Alibaba comes back in. We're going to wait for this one to hit more lows. I'm not in that yet. We're waiting for Coinbase to come. Quick check on our notes. TTOO, T2, if it comes down to 60, which it is coming in right now a little bit, that could be a key level here of 60 cents where we ended the day yesterday, 57. Look for that to possibly be on board as well for me at some point. AMD, wow. We had this yesterday at 114. It only went to 113. Then today we talked about 113, and it didn't go up at all. So unfortunately, I can start to cancel my AMD offers because they're not going to be in play for me today, as we've missed the opportunity.
Oh, we forgot to talk about Intel.
On the AMD boat as well. But right now, let's go, man. It is, start to spin this around right now. As the money's flying in now for Apple, this is exactly the trade that we talked about. Hit the sirens up. Thank you to John. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I'm glad you guys are realizing sort of a change in pace for me. And we've adjusted our trading. And that's now back-to-back days where if you rocked with it, you've been going home now. So that's going to be a good one here for us today. Let's just see if Apple can continue, man. It's not making the moves down that we thought. You were looking at Meta earlier, right?
It's still at 300 again. So if you missed it. Well, I'll get to Intel in a second. It's absolutely tanking, and there was news with TSEM, which oddly enough could be an interesting buy, but we'll get to that a little bit later when things calm down. 300 breakdown would have been good off the open, but it broke right before the open. I wanted to wait till after. Try the 99 level. Now it's at a curl spot. Like if it cannot break through it, if it doesn't get through 301, I think the short can still be good. Just watch out. The futures have bounced off of that support level. This is the trouble here. Like this is where you want to be maybe long a coin somewhere. Because if you're holding this bottom and getting back up to the next 100 points up, then coin should be breaking out. You want to be careful getting trapped, shorting something at the low of the day and taking a new position there. You want to see the weakness roll back in. I saw it hold the level once and we took that trade. I haven't seen it show weakness at 300 yet again. Speaking of Coinbase, this is a nice little wick bottom. 81's fine. It's not 80. It's not 79, which is a 50 period on the daily. But if it shows me a higher low and some strength off that 81 level, I do like that reversal wick candle off the lows. You care more about what happens after the open than pre-market levels, but hey, that also held a pre-market bottom. Chris McGinnis, thank you for the super chat. Yell Q, 1.5 billion debt wiped out in a bailout, 81% short. maybe it is. I don't know if it's flying on the
I don't know
OTC. I'm
what's
going to make the
happening. Well, I can
assumption.
check it out.
If you're saying that, then I guess it's flying maybe off on the OTC. We can't look at it. We don't have it in the system today. But the squeezes can still happen over in the OTC if you wanted to trade that name.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, here I have a chart right now for it, but again, it's not in our system. So it opened at 80 cents. Up to 129 now. I don't have volume markers, but I can double check them out for you as we go. So we'll wait. And again, in our system, just to show you guys, it is not available, right? So unfortunately, someone just didn't put it in or whatever, just wasn't alerted. So it's not in yet to our system. And when it does come in, we'll look at it for sure. Yell Q on the pinks. So all right, we did get some out. So let's take something again. Look what's happening on Apple. All these ones have reappeared again. So there is some obviously dark pools happening here. I don't know. They're just peppering the bid. The ask for liquidity, and I don't know. That's not been a good sign for it actually trading normally whenever stuff like that starts to flow through. So we'll wait for it. I'll put another bid now in the 70s. This is really strange to me again what's happening here, but look at the market. I mean, I'm not worried about it. The market's going up. It's not like it's counter trading here, but Apple's going up. We do have our out for Apple, so again, trying to make dollars on this. If it does come in, we will lose about 50 cents, and it'll be a decent. I keep trying to show this chart, but I can't. It's a decent position, 178.50. If it breaks, we'll address that. But for right now, we do have that bad wick there, so we're gonna wait on that one. What else? Waiting for AMD to pop up a little bit more right now. VinFast still $27 and actually not halted yet, I don't believe. So be it on that one. AMD just continues its move down. So if I think, Coinbase is going, okay, good. So I have some bids there on up or down.
No, it just broke 82. So it's reclaimed that 82 level. It would have been nice if it could have shown you that 80 to 79 on the daily chart, but I said if we get back into that high after the open, I'll play the breakout style trade. There's room for this to squeeze. It's a 52% short float, so if you don't like the catalyst, which that doesn't necessarily matter as a day trader. It's just sometimes a catalyst gives you something to go off of and a reason for the stock to go up. So if we hold on to this range, I do like it to the local high and then through the high of the day. I want to be able to give it to this underneath. Like local support to be down around 81.35. So you got to give it some room. Once it gets to 1-to-1, it's about 60 cents. You'll take some profit there. I'll take some profit there. I should say, not we. That's an I. JD.com, I had to get out of it. Didn't have to, but I do, because when it follows the rules, great. And if you don't, then the market's going to punish you for it. So I've been in and out off the 34.50 twice, tight stop, got down to 34, reload in here on the way back down, but it then wicked the top on me on JD. Now, it's always a chance. It just comes right back underneath here, and we see some weakness again, and I short that same level. But I want to see if that 35 can give me a fill as well on JD.com. So we want to ring the register when it gives you the chance for profits. Coin wasn't the perfect long. X is going, but you can't just because I like it at 30, it doesn't mean I like it at 30.90. Yesterday, this was it was a great trade off the 30 level today. I should have had it again. That's on me. I'll also have to fail on myself for that. I kind of thought it would go underneath 30 like it did at the open yesterday, and it never did. Now up at $31. I'm not shorting it at this level. If it gets to 32, 33, yeah, I'd short those levels, but not here. It has to pop down in the bid for me to get along, unfortunately.
So a new position for me was short NVIDIA. It did go $1 in the money, but we didn't take it right there. So we shorted right here at 442.30, and there it is. Okay. Now it's $1.50 in the damn money right now for NVIDIA as it's going to the downside right now. I'm not bidding anything till 440 right now. Let's see if it can break that day's low and continue to go. I'm literally at the day's low, 440.10, something like that on NVIDIA. So let's see if it does come into that level. I'm going to put a bid rate. Well, I was actually at 440.05. Let's put a bid at 440.11. I don't think it's going to matter if we can get that. But right now, there's another one for you. Oh, yeah, let's do this. You know,
another one.
It's another one.
Another one.
Right there. So it's $1 in the money now. You guys take it if you want. I'm waiting for lower. Did we say $1, DJ? No, we did not, man. We got $1.50 right now in the money on this play as we are continuing once again to watch this market hopefully fall back in. Let's take a little bit of pressure off of. Let's go, bud. Let's go, bud. Now we're getting going here. Now we're $2 in the money on NVIDIA here on a downside push. So let's go. Let's see what happens. Are we going to bounce off 440 again, or are we going to crack lower? Remember, our stop order for this was 444, so we could take right now $1.50 on it and at least grab something on this, or do we just wait for that 440 clean to come through on NVIDIA? Well, I'm just kind of changing my mind right now. Let's just put a bid out here in the 50s, see if it can get filled. We'll put $2 in our pocket right now, join that club again, and see if it continues. But there's the bounce, man. I guess we should have been a little more aggressive on our out rate there. This dollar club could turn out to be a $2 loser right quick. What's up, Brendo?
We saw that really strong move in the futures, S&P specifically back to the upside. Some of these leading right now. The banks, Morgan Stanley, notably strong. Barely a red candle so far, guys, for MS.
So coin did not hold on to that support level, that 81.35. We got in, we got out. I keep meaning to go over Intel because they had news. The nuts and bolts of it is a deal that nobody thought was going to go through, didn't go through, and they got pulled. So no one was betting the TSEM deal was actually going to happen, so it's not that big of a deal. But the short was pretty decent when it broke down yesterday. And really? I just had my line in the sand there. Just lost my line in the chart. That's fine. 34.65 was a breakdown at that open. And if you look at the bottom of the range, 34.20 has been it. I am fading this. It showed weakness in the afternoon. I think it's headed for a break or at least a test of the 50 period down at 34 even on the daily chart. It's kind of like the same flat bottom break idea as yesterday. And again, TSM, I don't think that's a gigantic story. The deal was not going to happen anyways. If it gets back above that flat bottom break, I get out. If it gets down to 34.20, I think you got to take profit on the way down to it because that's how Intel works. I said JD.com would be a story of one level for me. If I never get a chance at 35 again or 35.50, then I guess I will only be playing this 34.5 level. It wicked me out. I jump right back in on weakness, and it comes right back into the downside. So the thing about having a stop is if it breaks and goes all the way to 35, I don't have to hold it to 35, and you can just jump right back in. That's the advantage of being a day trader. Here at Day Trade the World, we can make 1 million trades. We don't have any PDT or anything, so you can stop out for 5-10 cents, and then you can get in 40 cents higher if you still like the short there, or you can jump right back in if you get wicked out. That's my favorite sometimes setup, is when stops get run, it's a good entry point because you relieve some pressure. Sometimes it sucks if it's your stops that got run, but hey, if you can make the profit on the way back in, then you got to go ahead and do so. If we get to 34, respect it. It bounced at 34 once already. It could definitely do it again. Ford is back underneath $12. So I said I would not do anything until it showed me weakness at the 12 level. Got up, couldn't break the pre-market high, so I just jumped right in there at 12 even. My average price is now 98 because I still had some left over from our pre-market trade in Ford. So Ford has been battling a $12 level for, I don't know, like at least 3 days in a row. Today could be the day.
Yeah, today could be the day for Ford. All right, so we did take it out, man. Let's do it because we did take $1.50 on only a third of our trade here. We missed that 440.50. We'll take 441 right there. There's the out right there on the way back through 441. So we will take a little bit out there. Again, could be a losing trade coming on board here for us on NVIDIA. So let's just wait to see if it takes down 440. I am going to get more short if we come back up near VWAP, but I don't know if that's going to happen. But here we go, possible collapse in here for this name. We've been taking some, I don't know what's up with Apple. We could be completely wrong on this trade today. I was thinking more downside pressure. It's almost 10 o'clock. I thought we would sort of seen this get to the downside now, but that is not happening. So as the market tries to retrace back in, I'm in the 60s right now. Currently right now, we are raising the trophy up here. So only on 3 trades today, we're able to do that, right? And so yesterday was a great day for us. We only basically had those 2 trades all morning. Right now, we're more specific and trying to get focused, man, as we go and just trying to find the best trades and not be too, not over trade, which we've done in the past. So I'm going to wait. Coinbase here, and I think this is a good example of what I'm trying to get at, is that Coinbase down to $80 again, looking for some dip buy opportunities. I'm actually going to give this a little bit lower now. I do like 80, but maybe something in the 79 area here, as it hasn't been great today. So it's kind of going in another direction, not where I thought it would go. So, and of course, just because we're we're leading the office now doesn't mean that these stocks can't go against us pretty hard. This Apple is very, very worrisome to me. I'm kind of getting those feels again about where Apple's going to go from here. So I don't know. I thought it would be downside more than this. We may have to bail on this trade. Let's just wait to see what's happening on Apple, but may take some off soon as the market is under VWAP and Apple is well over VWAP. So we could be wrong on this one here, guys.
So what goes up must come down. If you're looking at that SPGC, which was that halt stock from yesterday, the other halt stock from yesterday, it's halted 1, 2, 3, 4 times, all of them to the downside. It's pretty much right back, okay, not really there yet, but almost right back into that $10 level where yesterday it had some consolidation. I told you the only way that I was going to trade this stock is if it stopped doing this, like all of that nonsense, and gives you that consolidation level. Now, if it can do that, then you can risk a reasonable, like you have an entry point, you can find yourself an entry point, you can find yourself an out, and then there's at least a trade there. So when it stops halting, ideally, it would be right back at $8 where you had that great consolidation. Still a double up from where it opened yesterday, and then you go for it from there. But outside of that, I don't think you want to fight it. Just allow this thing to calm down. VFS, probably the same story. So 34.20 on JD is now turned into a higher low. So I will not go back to this level. There'll be no reload here if we get back to 34.5 in VWAP. Not when you're making higher lows. The first profit take was always at that quarter 50s to quarters to evens. If it cannot continue the trend down, decent chance it wants to break up on me there. And surprised you aren't trading the greatest EV company of all time today. Gave nice moves, Saad Mahmood. So, like, I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about Tesla, but tongue-in-cheek, maybe you are talking about VFS. I don't really know. It's hard to tell because we were joking about that yesterday. So if you were talking about VFS and I pull up Tesla, that's my bad. I assume you're talking about Tesla. There was a little bit of a pullback here on VFS when I was grabbing, now you made me say VFS. Damn it. On Tesla at 233 while I was trading and getting into JD.com again. So there was that one shot at the previous close. It pulled back $1. Now it's breaking out. So I wouldn't have been in this one a second time. Usually you go for that one pullback trade, and when it shows you the higher low, you get out of dodge. It is now trending above that 233 and looks relatively strong. Ford's still at 98, so that's really not okay. It's not really doing much of anything Ford. Intel still holding that same level underneath the breakdown. Needs to pop through VWAP. This pops through VWAP, it looks a heck of a lot better. Palantir is, I don't know.
Let's go.
Palantir's coming to the downside, not really flushing just yet. So 3 shorts are all doing okay. Can't really complain about them. Palantir has to be a 15 break for me. I know it's trending to the downside, but that 15 level is monstrous. I have a stop order to go short the second it breaks 15 even.
All right, so we're doing as we preach here, and the thing is that I was getting a little bit nervous about Apple. Why are we getting nervous about Apple, Sean? You know, this is the thing, like, sometimes we're right when we're anxious, and sometimes we're wrong when we are anxious as well. But let's put another bid at, okay, we just got an 82 fill there. I did take some out at 99 there. I was just like, you know what, I can't sit here and talk about being nervous about the stocks and then don't do anything about it when it does come through. But right now, let's go, man. We are barbecuing it up. That was a good idea. Joining the Dollar Club is now NVIDIA. It's already joined it, but now it's $3 in the money and starting to go to the downside again here for us on this play. So it's a nice mover for now, downside on NVIDIA. So we talked about, what was sort of leading the pack here. Sure, Apple's going, yes, sir, Apple's going to give us that, the move that we need now, but it's NVIDIA that is coming back down to the downside. Now $4 in the money right now. Let's go, man. We are riding that bear. If you guys are on it, welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games as there goes NVIDIA, downside push right there, man. Yes, sir. I am loving the new style of trading, man. Be patient, pick the best names, be on them, hold them. $4 now. Where does NVIDIA go? This might be the day that we've all been waiting for. So, hey, NVIDIA downside? Yes, please. Right there, we talked about getting out on some Mario Lemieux action, so you too can go into the gates of hell right now. Back and forth, man. You know what? Working longer hours, still same results, baby. Let's go. We love this stock market. And there it comes to the downside. $4 in the money now on this NVIDIA trade. Let's see. NVIDIA moved $40 last time. Yeah, it can move a lot right here on NVIDIA. So let's wait to see. It could have a $10 move. Yesterday's bottom on NVDA. 37, so we're almost there. Yeah, we're going lower than that, man. I don't want to get out of this NVIDIA trade. Let's see if this is the day, man.
Maybe it is the day because, well, I think earnings is going to be the day. If I had to put money on it, if you're going to talk about a move that big, it's a cop out to say earnings, but I believe any kind of disappointment, and disappointment means not gigantic earnings, that's going to be trouble for them. We'll see what happens. I think the same thing of Marvell, but until it happens, we'll see. That's next week, not today. As everything starts to roll over, I'm going to go to the futures and then we can celebrate, because the future just did not even, this is actually more bearish. You bounce off that bottom. What we've been doing lately is you bounce off a support level and the NASDAQ wants to get to the next level up and then turn over. This time, we want to put in, well, not we, you know what I mean when I say we, sorry guys. It's putting in a lower high. And if you're going to go right back into that low, 15,000 does stand there. It is much more bearish looking off of that reversal than when we make some other highs. I grabbed Intel. Again, it has nothing to do with the Tower Semi deal falling apart. The Tower Semi deal was never going to happen. Anybody that says otherwise has been completely ignoring the fact that that stock has been an absolute free fall. Like if anybody thought that this deal was happening on Tower Semi, I am stink bidding in case something crazy happens. Forget about it. When the deal got announced, the stock, it was at 30. And it's right back into 30 even. I do like 26 for a long. If something ridiculous absolutely happens today. Ford is starting to print. This is where we started off today. This is where I hope we're holding on to this all day long. I just got the 93s. I'm going to get a bit out in front of the pre-market low and opening range bottom as well here on Ford. So patience is a virtue. There was that pop. I said if it got above 12, allow it to show you weakness, and then jump in on the back end of the trade. It was the same sort of setup to get into Intel, which I was mentioning, let it get back into that pre-market low, shows you weakness, get into the trade on the weakness, and then work it into low of the day. JD pretty much in the same range. Tilray is moving today, says Daniel Adams. Yeah, the thing about Tilray is $3. Like that's a stock where if it's a squeeze name, when the market's going down, I think you want to look for squeeze names long because that can be the only place. If you can only go long, then you got to try an inverse ETF, or then maybe you're looking for a squeeze play to go long in. But Tilray needs to break $3. And sign me up for it. Like I actually had the break of $3 last time. I lost on it. Well, I probably flat. It worked for a few pennies there. But I signed me up for that. When a name like this squeezes to a level like this, I'm all for it. Just needs to get there. Let's get to the bridge, or the deck bridge, I guess we've been calling it now.
Yeah.
Because it's already 10:05. Got to get to Brendo here.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Overall market kind of muted here to kick things off. We are dealing with a little bit of a pullback as far as the major indexes are concerned right now, but nice move back to positive territory for the S&P and the NASDAQ. We're talking a little bit about why we could see a little bit more movement into the next Fed meeting. We get CPI before that, and then Fed meeting coming up the 18th and 19th of this month. This note essentially giving all kinds of reasons as to why that could lead to a pause as far as the Fed is concerned and the market rally in addition to that. Also in the pre-market, if you were with us, we were touching on a few individual names. Target, one of them, earnings coming in better than expected, but they did cut their forecast overall as digital sales slipped ever so slightly. VFS day 2, Tesla more. China cuts coming through, price cuts coming through, down 22% here so far for VFS versus yesterday. Tesla, meanwhile, got green there for a second, but you can see very, very high volume today for Tesla, guys.
Yeah, Tesla had a beautiful move back up. Those of you asking still about YLQ, I don't think we're going to be able to get it today into our system, but I can call it up here just real quickly here. YLQ, it's not doing anything actually. It did have a nice move up. I do see it's up 13%. This is yellow, so if your shares aren't there yet, YLQ, type in that code, and hopefully your broker will have something about YLQ. All right, so. at least we were right about Apple not being, this weak name that we thought potentially it was. So when we came back in, now we have less than half of our position left in Apple as the market is getting stronger here today. I don't know, where the key levels are going to be, but it looks like we bounced again off of those lows. So we had that 15.04 low. It basically came right in to the lows of 2 days ago. Like that should have been a cover, right? So if you don't think it's going to break, you got to cover that, or you go long against that bottom of 15.040. So, those are some pretty easy futures trades there. I missed them, so I guess they weren't that easy, but those were good trades. Obviously, as a trader, you look at stuff in hindsight sometimes and say, like, why didn't I cover down there? Why didn't I, take the long or anything like that? So we're going to have to still continue to deal with that, which was a $4 winner, is now back to only $1 as NVIDIA bottoms out at that 438. And again, like, we're trying to look at things with rose-colored glasses maybe, but that 438 was right there, yesterday's bottom. So again, that could have been an out. Right down there as well. So, a couple mistakes there by not capturing all the profit. But again, like if I knew it was going to come back up and give us a reload spot, then of course we would have covered it. But, you can't predict those kind of things. So let's wait to see what does happen with NVIDIA. Any possible reloads. I still like this 444 area from the pre-market or from early trading. The pre-market's all the way up here at 446. But I'm just going to be patient with it. And honestly, if I get run over on this one, man, we talked about being first. We could go worst coming up if these trades don't work out for us. So that's what we're in right now. Trying to find out about Alibaba as well, as that's really not doing anything right now.
Yeah, they're sideways.
Yeah, we're above VWAP now. So I don't know, man. Still kind of just holding out hope that the market wants to do something other than kind of barcode right now. You know who's going to give us something to trade? Hopefully it's Brendo. What's up?
Wheels up, guys. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday. Remember in their earnings report, they talked a little bit about going concerns and was actually halted for a period initially yesterday, halted again on the way down back to where it was the prior session. Trying to bounce here anyways, up 25%. Full warning, there's not a lot of liquidity on this thing or volume for that matter for Wheels up.
So Wheels up is going up, you're saying? Laziest pun of all time there.
That was a good one at least.
No, it's
maybe lazy, but it's okay.
I'll come up with a better one for Wheels up. I probably won't even trade it, so maybe I don't come up with a better one. I did not reload JD. It is trending to the upside. I will not let it get past that 60 level. If it wants to hold underneath VWAP and show me the weakness that it had right at the open, great. We can jump into it a third time. I got some more out of Intel there, so what I like about this is on the NASDAQ on my 15-minute, like you're all green, bouncing back up toward that local high that you were just at. Intel's not really getting a VWAP here, so it's still holding relative weakness, nowhere near the entry price. It got all the way to the bottom, and so it pulls in actually that's like a 1% move almost, as it goes right down to that bottom and then pulls back. So if it holds VWAP, I like this short even more because it's going to be counter trend to the market, and then if the market rolls over, we're fine. As I mentioned in JD, not going to fight you at this price. I like it under, not over. If you're making higher lows, that's a bullish setup. So I'm not going to fight a bullish setup. And if I'm going to short a bullish stock, it's going to be at a key level. That'll have to be back at that 35. Ford is still holding on as well. So as the market goes up, it's still underneath VWAP. That's working out, but I do want to take some more out here. Do not need this bouncing off me. And then I don't take profit where it's showing some support levels. So 92, maybe some 93s on Ford. Palantir, I'm going to cancel my 15 breakdown because obviously you guys know what's going up if you're watching this chart. Once you get like a $0.50 away, I'm not going to leave that order sitting out there because it's not worth it. If a stock goes from bottom to top to bottom, really, really quickly, and then you end up punching the bottom or getting in at that low, it can be a very dangerous trade because you're essentially getting trapped. You're taking an entry on a big wick, and I never want that to happen to me. So I've canceled my stop short at 15 even temporarily as Palantir is showing too much strength off of this level. So we're down to 2. Tesla, what are you doing? You're chilling out. That VFS, by the way, VinFast, it actually caught a bid. Did it? Yeah, down to $25 here. It's oddly calm, which is weird. It's not going to be this calm for very long. But $30 to $28, I don't see a great trade in there for the stock at the current moment. Like, to me, if you're looking for a short, it's either breaking down through a huge level, which would have been like, can it get through 23.5 here? Or you're waiting for it to go way too crazy to the upside, give you some kind of like reversal, halt down short where it's gone $10, $15 up. If I don't see that, then I don't want to fight it. I got to check what's going on in chip land. Still lower highs there on NVIDIA, which is generally like the chip futures, so Intel looks pretty good. And yeah, I wanted to check out TTOO. That was a small cap penny stock name. My fear was if it couldn't hold on to, I should have been maybe just short this. If it couldn't hold on to 65, said it a couple times in chat. If it doesn't hold on to 65, I thought the bid would have been 47 to 50. The bid was at 42. So that stock got absolutely rugged. I should have just shorted the 65 breakdown. That sucks. But at this point, this relief rally, if it doesn't get back through 60, I'd almost be fading this at the 60 level. It's giving you 20% back on a day where it flushed. It feels like faded in front of 60. Let's go to Brendo.
JD.com, guys, just popping back up on some volume here. 34.75 was the top end or the support initially before it flushed through it. Back above it now, but still down 3% after earnings here for JD.
Why didn't that halt?
Yeah, he's looking at TTOO here because there's that 60 level broke. Neil, I can call it up here, TTOO right now. So there, it broke the 60 level. I mean, this is a 1 minute chart, so maybe the halt rules are different for sub dollar rules, right? And so, you know, obviously a big move down there. Now down 8%. We were up, obviously, earlier at one point. So, yeah, nice move downside right there on TTOO. This is why we tweeted out 60 cents, man. I mean, that was going to be a key level when it broke, man. The floodgates did open all the way down to 40. So a great opportunity to go long there at 40 cents if you found that area. And look at that, right there on the daily chart, 40 cents. Looks about as good
That's the whole thing.
as you can be. Downside right there.
I'm just going to, for a quick second, because someone asked me this the other day, and Brankles was good enough to send this to me. I just want to add for reference the next time. Key parameters for the circuit breakers: if it's a penny, if it is a stock priced less than 75 cents, then the lesser of 75% or a 15-cent move. I believe that's within a couple of minutes. So
perfect.
If you look at Sean's 1 minute chart, that was about a 13-cent move to the downside. So it did bounce technically kind of off a halt band there. So good luck. The rules are different based on the price of stock. Now, if we're mostly trading stocks that are well above $1 for most of the time when we see these halts, it is different on the pennies, as it should be.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's a much different move on a penny stock. If it's going 25, 30 cents, they do that all the time, or percent I should say, they do that all the time. Whereas 25 to 30% on a stock like Tesla would freak everybody the heck out. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth as we get back down into the local bottom of Intel. One shot in. All it has to do now is break the low, and I think we can head to 34. Probably futures dependent at this point. Ford still looks okay. Palantir is absolutely ripping.
Is it?
It does not want. Palantir doesn't want that 15. They don't want that smoke. Like you can sit here all day long saying that's a good flat bottom break with huge potential, but truth be told, man, like the long in front of the 15 has been just paying you. Yesterday you had no chance, but two days before that you were getting great gains. Look at it just bounce off those levels. If it can get through 1580, I think it's got a breakout coming. But you can see, like, on to the next, right? 1580 is a triple top here. Once, twice, thrice, because that's what we say now, because of OB thrice. So once, twice, thrice, 1580. I think that's where the short would be in Palantir if there is one today at all. D-low is just, it's not on the down low anymore, D-local. It's continuing to break out. There hasn't been a red candle on the 15-minute. I said I don't want to chase it. It's been stair-stepping up. So when something is stair-stepping up, then you just kind of take the next step. It's in the habit of making these. It looks like every single dollar. That's 21. That's 22. It broke out from 20. If it ends up being that simple, then that kind of sets up like not a break of 23, but a consolidation at 23, and then try and play the next buck.
Okay, so I don't. Like, I'm dug into Apple here. Shout out to anybody named Doug out there. But the thing is like, it's not, there's all these freaking ones just keep on happening here. And I don't know, like, it's all dark pools. Well, I mean, it does hit lit markets as well. But I don't, it's not it seems just to be going upside. Like any kind of a push down, these ones just they're all green, like they're all just hitting the bid over and over and over and over, or sorry, I keep saying the bid, the ask over and over and over again. So every time the market tries to go down, there are these buys that just come in and just push this name back to the upside. So we will get stopped out at 178.50, and then I'm going to try to keep my eye on this, because if that program stops at some point, I still think that Apple could fall down. But right now, it's still happening. Like all these green, I almost feel like this should be investigated at some point. Like I guess Apple has so much liquidity, they're just going to say that, these ones aren't going to do anything. But I can see the way this market works, and it is keeping this stock up right now. The market's up, so I mean, it's not like I'm trying to say that's why Apple's up. It's just every time there's a downtick, we're not able to get anything out because it's just going down like 2 pennies, and then these ones are just hitting again, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And see how they're all green? They're just all green. If there's ever any red ones, it's because it ticks down and then they hit it again and it's in the middle, and it might be actually off the bid. But yeah, there it goes. We're going to need a pretty strict turnaround here pretty soon, within 10 pennies before we get stopped out, because maybe this program doesn't turn off. And then it just keeps on going upside. So we're going to have to stay there to watch it. So we talked about being in first. Now we're going to go to worst if this kind of breaks to the high side as well. One name that did come back in is NVIDIA. I was going to say, I thought we reshorted at the same price, so we did. We do have another offer here. I thought we didn't, but we do not now all of a sudden. I'm going to have to go over and see what I'm doing here, because I thought I was going to get out possibly on this 444.60 break, which is that local high right there. I didn't want to use this as a high because I'm giving up dollars more. So I feel like right into here, 445 basically, I think could be our out here. We had this name $4 in the money, so now we're out $1. So risk to reward is fine on it. It's just right now the reward and the risk seems to be to the long side here on the reward, and the risk upside. Remember the other day we got run over trying to continue to play short. So let's just stick with our rules here. And actually, if this breaks out through 440, which it is right there, we're going to get out. So we just take a piece out right there, and let's just regroup now, because the market's going back up to the upside and these names are starting to crack. So we'll go right here on NVIDIA, 445 now, but let's see if we can get a better short on that one.
So I'm into this TTOO. I'm going to show you guys something on Mullen because it bears mentioning, and there is possibly a trade there. There's 100% a trade at the close after what I saw yesterday. But when you mentioned manipulation, I have to show you guys Mullen because that's what it is. So TTOO here just kind of popped up into that 55 range. So if you look at that late resistance, 55 in the afternoon, if it can't get to 60, that's the first level I'm short. I ended up getting 52.5 here. When you trade penny stocks, I'll give you guys the round number because that's what's going to show. It's going to round it up. You trade in the hundreds. I have bids 50, 48, 46 for now. If it gets to 42, that was the bottom, mostly because of a halt band more than anything else. Mullen, if I see this again at the close, there's no chance I'm going to ignore it. I got out of a short because of it, and I should have gone into a long. But this is what the level 2 is going to look like on Mullen. This is exactly what happened yesterday. They have to hold above it. There's a close above $1 for 10 days in a row. They've done it for 3 days. But there are these bids. Why is it not? There it is. There's bids that have been stacking up, and they showed up right at the close yesterday. They started at 97.5 for 500,000 shares. And the second it bounced off that level, and this is right here, right at the close, then they put 1 million shares at 98, it went higher, and then someone put 1 million shares at 98.5 and it went higher, and it got it to close above $1. It's flushing back underneath. So the new play for me is going to be looking for that late day rally on big size and then hold it into that dollar level. At some point, it's going to give up this level and absolutely flush. That's just my guess, but I've been wrong in the past about that. I just want to notice, if you see 1 million shares just propping that one up, it's a lot of liquidity to take advantage of. The market's screaming higher. At some point, Intel's likely to follow, and I'll have to accept it. It's still under VWAP, so I like it. It's not the flush I'm looking for, but it is a relatively weak name. As the market's getting into the high, if it rejects the high, Intel would be rejecting a lower high at the same time. That's a good look, but it doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. If we take out the top, I have a chance to get out of Intel without losing, so I'll go ahead and do that, but I got to be trusting this while the NASDAQ is at that resistance level. It's the same thing for Ford. Ford is still holding on as well. NVIDIA, D-Lo shorts coming in, someone just said. Well, I wanted this breaking 23 and then holding 23 like it did at 22 and 21. it did not hold that break of 23 even. So I have no trade in deal until I see that set up. Let's go to the small cap recap with Brendo.
Most of these ones that were moving around in the pre-market when we discussed them early on this morning back to the downside, including this one right now, OCTO gave it all up and then some, 160 right back down. HKD as well, right back down right off the open. HE, that Hawaiian Energy, trying to bounce, notable name anyways, trying to move higher. Anyway, ACO Holdings up on a revenue guidance increase initially this morning, but as I mentioned, right back to the downside for OCTO. Yeah, AMC and APE both active again today. AMC downside, APE was higher, but right back down now as well. Another class action lawsuit launched after their latest conversion plan gets the go-ahead from the court earlier in the week. August 24th, remember, AMC going to go ahead with that reverse split as well. This wheels up. There was this note I was just reading through as well that came out. This Nighthead going to come up with $500 million. It looks like new funding possibly for Wheels Up. Just testing $2 again, guys.
Wheels up.
Wheels up, baby.
Oh,
it's not wheels up for TTOO. This is why you take profit when you get the chance on, I mean, anything in general, but penny stocks are generally penny stocks for a reason. And when you see something that makes a move like this, you want to make sure you're grabbing your profit. This is the reason I was talking about 65 cents. And then the other day, literally yesterday, that 50 cent level where you had that congestion. If it does fail from here, the recent high was at 45. I know it bounced off 42. That was more of a halt band. I got a 48, like I said, 50, 48, 46. If it breaks 45, 44 into the low of the day, but we're ringing the registers, that's starting to flush to the downside. Just like when the market was going down, if you're looking for, like either we're looking for a long, it's in those squeeze names, I'll be thinking the same thing. As the market's going up, either hold on to something that's weak or find a trend trade that makes sense to you. Once that gave up that 60 level, 65 first, the big one on the daily, it gave it up here at the open, couldn't hold on to 60. Just look for that rubber band trade. It is working for now, but guess what else is getting back into the downside? All I need is forward breaking the bottom, because if the market is strong and this is failing 12 and breaking lows, this could be, like I said, a hold all day type of trade. Tesla's not really setting up for much of anything. That yellow Q, I kind of wish we could be calling that one up for you guys. I know it's making a good move, but like I said, we can't really trade it. Sometimes those squeezes through $1 are spectacular. I'm assuming that's what's happening. Sweetie pie, so much for a 10 consolidation on SPGC. I know, right? Like it did what you would look for. It halts down at 10, so there's the setup. It opens back up at 950, so that's kind of within the band of where you'd want it to open up. All it has to do then is break back above 10, go long with a 950 stop, and then you're just looking for like one halt up, and that's your trade. You get a couple of dollars there. It opens at 950, plunges, and goes downside. That's why it has to set up. Like if it doesn't break back and show you strength, you don't have to go long. I'm not catching a falling knife in a name like this. I'm looking to join a bounce. I will let somebody else be a whale and take this to the upside, and then you just go long and ride the wave. To me, that's what trading momentum is about. Ride the wave. If you try to create it, good for you. Like if you can do it, congrats to anybody that can. It's just that's really risky on something like an SPCG, which I don't know. Like should it be up there in the first place? Maybe it's going to bounce off that $8 area here. As a matter of fact, it looks like it's going to. I got to get back over to TTOO because it's now getting a little bit spicy to the downside. That just took out 46. So maybe I'm still holding on to 40% of it. So for that low of the day, 45 is a big level. I should get something on the bid because there's buyers right now stepping up at that 46 level again. So 45 is a big level on TTOO. That's T2 Biosystems. Don't get it mixed up with any of the other two that have very similar names. So this could get right down into 42. It hasn't halted and won't for a move like this because the bands are much, much different when you talk about a penny stock. So it's like 15 cents in a couple of minutes or 75%. 75% is very unlikely to happen. If it does, yikes.
All right. We could do this because we're back in the money on NVIDIA there. Get stopped out, push the shares back in. You know, it's just like we're net positive today. Everything is all good. But it's like I'm holding things into the brink, and then when they get stopped out, like if I just waited for 444, which was my stop, in order to get more short and then just upped it a little bit. But again, that's all hindsight, right? So right now, $2 in the money on NVIDIA as it continues to fly down. We've only got out of 20% of our position right there. So hopefully now we can try to respect some of these bottoms where we got up before. Let's put it in right now. Well, we're already at 441. Maybe this is the day where we just continue to just scream lower, lower, lower on this name. Let's put a bid like 440 half, something like that. And again, this is like rose-colored glasses, but the other way around. What is it called when they're like negative on a stock? But we'll just do this. Hopefully this will happen to the whole market right now. And the same thing happened on Apple. I mean, so I'm not even, like, we're just positive now because we got stopped out, then we put this trade right back on. So it's like, the frustrations continue to mount here as I don't have, okay, well, now we're really positive. There's a move down. We got to bid something out here at 95 if we can get it. Yes, sir. There it is. Now we'll spin it. Damn you. Again, the level that we gave for me to get out was 178.50 on Apple. You know, those ones are still happening, so that theory might be through the wash right now. But there's some good takes there. It's too bad. We literally got stopped. You want to know the price we got punched out at, guys? We got punched out at 52 right there on Apple. Then we got back in right now at 46. The high, you don't see a tick higher than where I got punched out at. So again, we'll slap a fail on that out, but trust when I tell you, we ain't failing right now. We're 57 cents in the money now on Apple and $2.50 in the money right now on NVIDIA. So, yeah, got to do better on that. And that's, you know what, like we're live trading here. So, you know, unfortunately, I consider like, you know, being a risk manager when you're trying to do this. And the other day on Monday, we didn't manage risk very well. So I did have to have my outs and try to adhere to them. So unfortunately, there's the stop out. So when it comes back in, like NVIDIA is a different story. We're making money. We're up a lot on NVIDIA now. It's fine. But it's Apple that we're just flat on despite wanting the short the whole way. Getting stopped out there sucks. But we still have half of our position on now of Apple because, again, not convinced. Let's see what happens here as the market's trying to drip down. Rate to view up again. Now let's see if we can hold it to the downside now that we've broken it back in. So I think you want to look at this. We're going to throw to Brendan, but this 15.075, if we get anywhere down near there and I'm not starting to cover, then that's a problem. So I'm going to start to layer out some bids. We've talked about where we like it on NVIDIA. Down there it is bouncing off this 441 area. I'm going to stick a bid there. I mean, why am I bidding 50 cents lower if I can see that there might be a shelf here? So we'll put a bid at 441 on NVIDIA and go over to Brendan for crypto.
A little more negativity once again today coming off what happened yesterday. A bit of a wild move yesterday, up initially and then back down. If you missed it this morning on Coinbase, nice gap to the upside. We've given pretty much all of it back now for Coinbase. But the NFA, which is the National Futures Association, granting Coinbase approval to operate Futures Commission and offer the trading of crypto futures on their platform, which is positive for them, obviously. But downside, as I mentioned, 29,130 downside for BTC, downside for everything on here right now, including Ethereum, 1% as well, back to 1824, giving up on that 1850, it looks like now for past couple of days anyways, guys. Just getting crude oil inventories here. Looks like a draw on inventories, guys, for oil.
Win, lose, or draw was a good game. But I got shout out Nita Stonk. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships in there. If you're in the chat, that means you're a subscriber. If you're not in the chat, that means you need to become a subscriber so that you can take advantage of this. So thank you, Nita Stonk, valued member of the community. Everybody is, and we just love everybody that contributes there. So my T Money in there was gifted a membership. So you have to enable it. I think when you log in and go into the chat, you can enable receiving that gifted membership. Shout out to you. You know, I like for squeeze plays 2 things to happen. Either you're failing a bottom and then regaining it, so trapping shorts, which could have happened underneath 80 into 79 on coin, or just look for the first sign of strength. I'll go to the 3-minute to show you my trade on it, which was just taking the local breakout and giving it to recent support, right? So if it makes that break, I'm going to go for the long. If you were doing the traditional, like you just take an 82 scalp and give it like at no room whatsoever, then yeah, I'd probably take a quarter out there and risk 5 cents or 10 cents or whatever it might be. This is a different trade. I'm thinking squeeze to the high. Like today, today I was like, if this squeezes, I'm shorting 90s because that's a potential that Coinbase would have had. Still up 2%, but it does not make either the break of 80, does not hold that 82 breakout to the upside. Just going back over to one other name for you here because TTOO is starting to bounce. You got to ring the register when you get a chance. That fly is still here. It got back down into 45. Well, remember we said 45 was a big key level. Forget about when it went off the band on the pullback. Let's see if it holds 45. I took a couple of legs out when it held the 45 level, and now I'm trailing it just above that 50. So if it can hold on to 50 downside, great. I think we can get to the low of the day, but if it can't hold that 50 level, I do not want to be stubborn about it. Lock in that profit. It'll make a higher low off of that flush, and then I don't want it retesting that high. So good trade, at least for now. I would not be entering it here. I suppose it could always break the bottom. I don't know if I like that kind of a notion for TTOO. Ford's still doing some Ford things, and it's kind of holding out and looking pretty solid. I do want to go back over to VFS. For those of you that want to, I know I said it wasn't gonna hold that consolidation for too long. That's just now because I said that it's gonna go nowhere all day and go sideways, which I don't think makes a lot of sense given the volatility yesterday. But it is still doing a heck of a lot of nothing. Like the runner today, oddly enough, was a good old-fashioned earnings play. D-Lo was on the watch list as an earnings play. It literally broke the pre-market high, and then broke out the aftermarket high, and then held the aftermarket high, then broke out the top and is stair-stepping to the upside. I'm looking for a 23 break on this. Sometimes you only have to look at the normal catalyst. You don't need to be a low float name to get going. Not that I know the float of D-Lo, but it's obviously bigger than VFS.
Every time I was saying to Neil, every time I hear D-Lo, I think of Nation of Domination.
Yes.
So shout out to Farouk and The Rock and
Nation.
Everybody else that was a member of the Nation of Domination.
I love how Sharif's a wrestling fan
right there.
too.
Yes,
like,
man. Sharif's
it
been a
used to
wrestling
only
fan.
be like if you made a reference, it's like I'll
You
get
and I,
it,
that's
and
it.
nobody else on the floor will get
I think
it.
Brendan watched. Brendan, you watch a little bit of WWE back in your day? No? Who is this guy?
You knew damn well he didn't watch.
No, I
any wrestling.
thought honestly, I would have lost that bet. Not even once.
Brendan?
Yeah, but do you know how hot WWE was?
I know how hot it was, man.
Like,
I watched the
literally-
cartoon as a kid.
Like they created pay-per-view.
Yes.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
I used to have
come
maybe
on, son.
mute my mic, but I used to have that illegal cable box.
Oh, you have one of those?
Come on, man. You know I'm Italian. You know I got one of those.
We were at your house all the time. I
Come
don't
on,
I don't
man.
remember this.
Well, no, but the pay-per-views were, remember they used to, it was Sunday nights and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that's
I
true.
mean, I did have some kind of parties, more with my cousin and stuff like that.
That's fair.
Yeah. And
We used to hang out at Sean's pool back in the day.
Legal satellite dish. You remember those things that used to be like, 30 feet in circumference? They were absolutely huge, and they were huge, these huge black ones, and they used to go like that.
You're just gonna out George like this, eh? Okay.
Yeah. No, but we had a real satellite dish back. Now you can get, whatever. Streaming is what it's all about. The WWE Network now is only like $10 a month.
I gotta call this one out for
all
a
the
second.
pay-per-view.
For anyone that doesn't know, like Sean and I went to high school together, so we'll tell some stories
Black
back in the day.
box.
But it's not all the great technology that you guys had, because I distinctly remember, and I'm calling you out for this.
Me?
We were going to a Buffalo Bills game, and you guys were getting a new TV,
Yeah.
and we had to haul out the old TV.
Yeah,
now
in
I'm
the
talking
new
about,
house.
like, when someone has a big screen TV back when they weighed 2,000 pounds?
I think we wind up dropping that in
George was like, yo, can you help us move this TV from the basement to upstairs? And I almost broke I already have a bad, you know what, as a matter of fact, I have a bad back probably because of this.
Yeah, and I
We're
think
trying
we
to
did a
get
bad
this
job, too.
2,000-pound TV out of his basement, and we had to go to the game so we could tailgate all day long. Thank goodness we're drinking beers all day, because that was absolute nonsense. Shout out to you, George. We ate up all your food, and you were very gracious
sir.
for that. But anybody that knows about that, then you're a wrestling fan. If you know about TVs that weigh
I just
more
would
than
have
a car,
lost that bet. That's
then you're a
all.
wrestling fan. But there's no chance Brendan would ever know about wrestling. Brendan
Wow,
is
like I said, I would have lost that bet, man.
no
I would have
0% chance.
I see that there's 0% chance
0.00000.
Yeah. Well, now there's zero. He has
Less than
confirmed
zero.
that wrestling is a no-go.
Oh, good for this stock.
But I'm sure he knows who Hulk Hogan is.
Everybody knows Hulk Hogan.
Okay. All right. Let's just talk
for
about. I
he.
just want to talk about a new position because it's just an added to position, not necessarily a new one, and we are in trouble with it. It is our friendly demise, the biggest and the baddest of them all. It is Alibaba right now. So, you know, I keep talking down the Chinese economy here. So right now, Alibaba's going to stick it to me and tell you to go the other way here on this trade. I am going to take a little bit, now that we've broken above, I mean, I don't have that many, well, I do have, you know, whatever, it's not that
What
many
the
shares.
hell?
But let's just wait to see what happens here. I'm going to take a piece out, like 15%, I think I just put out there at 90 for a 15-cent hit right now, because we are pretty close to getting stopped out on this trade right now. And there we go. We take a piece out. We got real close there, man. 90.25. I just see visions of Apple dancing in my head where I get punched out there and then I'm like, what have I done? What have I done? And then I get back in. So let's take out a little bit just in case we do get that stop run for that 15-cent hit. And then if it comes back down, it's a celebration. We're still up on Alibaba here today, obviously, but not as much. We wouldn't be up if it broke, sorry, that, okay. Wow, why do I do that? See, again, man, that spidey sense there not working today. My wife is taking my kid finally and her friend to Barbie today, and my son wants to see that Spider-Man, although even though it's a little bit old. I think they're going to see that. Or if they can't get, if he doesn't like that, there's Indiana Jones. I don't know.
Spider-Man is fine for Barry.
Oh, I'm not worried about the contents.
Yeah, that's fine
it's
for
PG,
Barry.
it's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
There's the new Indiana Jones, which I don't think
You're
that's
watching
very
Spider-Man.
good.
You're watching Spider-Man.
Okay, here we go, Alibaba to the downside. Or there's that Disney one that's really shit the bed
You're
too.
watching Spider-Man.
Haunted. Well, I'm not watching it. They're going right now.
Oh, they're going. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Well,
they're
you
going
should watch
at
it too.
noon right there. But okay,
Haunted House is.
Haunted
I haven't
Mansion,
seen it.
I think
I
it's
don't know
called.
what it's called.
Apparently,
but
it is not. Awesome. But we'll wait for that. Okay, so all we had to do was trash talk Alibaba a little bit, and then it started to come downside there. So here we go, Alibaba. Let's go, man. Let's ring that Reggie a little bit. Now that we're in the money on it, we did take some out here at 80, looking for lower take on Alibaba. We just went all the way down into VWAP again. Oh, no, sorry, not VWAP. That's the 200 period. VWAP's all the way down here. So we did take some out into this support area. The only red mark I have is getting out for 15-cent hit. So when it did go into the money 10, we did take some, but here it comes back upside. Let's just try to respect this level right here, 60. So if it does come back into 60, we do have to watch that. $2 club member, but can't get any out. I'm bidding NVIDIA at 441 flat. Let's scratch that itch, man, and get rid of that one and go down to right where we keep on dancing off of, man, 441.50. That'll still give us $3. So let's just take that 441.50-ish. I won't tell you the exact price of it, but it's 5 less than Yarmer Yager.
Well, I mean, they just told everybody exactly what it is.
Then they got to do their research first.
Well, Yager's a legend. I saw a thing. He's easily top 10.
Watch this. Brendan, what number is Yarmer Yager?
No.
Brendan?
Crickets?
No. I mean,
See?
but you know the answer is no. Like, it's interesting that you even asking that question.
I'm trying.
No, it's just Brendan.
trying.
But it's fine.
You said
He's
there you
not-
go, everybody knows, and then I was like,
Well, I meant everybody in the chat. I mean, everybody in the chat's gonna get that. Like, the chat's all over it right now.
yeah,
like,
but
you see,
I
like
mean,
you guys.
I
mean, all the hockey fans are going to be
I am
able.
relatively
there's
speechless
some,
still
there's
from that
some,
wrestling comment,
There's
to
some
be
wrong
honest with
answers
you.
in there.
Paul Coffey.
Obviously, JD moved up on that move, but you guys know where I was getting out 34.60. I actually didn't realize that it made that big of a push, but this would be that other zone. So this is at 35.50, the previous flat bottom break on JD.com. It's not a huge flat bottom break, but it's a decent one after those earnings. This would be where I look for the curl. So wait for it. You either trade the key level or you wait for another key one in here, push into that 36, or not getting to 36 and failing the 35.50 looks good to me. I'm going to be on that one as soon as I see enough weakness there. It's a strong move to the upside, but that's why I have it out. I said I'm going to get out of TTOO if it could hold. If it held that 45 and then could break and then broke the 50, that's exactly what I did. So I held on to a piece for the dream, took a little bit more out there when it couldn't break that 45-cent level. So 52 to 45 is good enough for me, especially when you can get some out there. It's kind of sniff out that it was kind of strong. If you can short it off VWAP, I'd probably do it again. But the way I see it, Intel's about to get to the low of the day. Looks like that's going to be an all-day hold. For it, I think is going to be a similar one. It just needs to break that low. Why am I on the bid there again? Oops, that was close. So I want to get some more out there because it wicked the bottom and couldn't get to the low of the day. So take some more out there at 92. I still think this one can absolutely flush for the rest of the day. I want to get to another big cap name that's been completely ignored, but we're going to go to Brendan for Sector Watch, and then come back and talk about Obi's favorite stock.
All right, kind of flat overall for the market as we've seen. Back to positive territory, but a mixed board to see here. Everything gray is basically a little up, a little down, or not doing much of anything. You can see Microsoft up to 0.3 to the upside, reversing an early decline. Meta, however, 0.5% downside. Adobe, nice day, almost a full percent at the highs there. Apple up 0.5%. NVIDIA, Broadcom continued to do chip type things outside of AMD, pretty positive for semiconductors. Once again, remember Piper Sandler and I forget who the other one was, but there was two positive notes once again on NVIDIA today. Look at the healthcare group. Lilly, J&J, Merck, AbbVie, all nicely higher, 0.6 up to about 0.8 right now to the upside. I was mentioning early on there was strength in banks. They've given some back, but still seeing for the most part most of the strength for the market coming from that group. MasterCard having a nice day, 0.7 over as far as the payment processors are concerned. Again, if you missed that at 10:30, there was a drawdown last week in the crude oil inventory. So oil with a little tiny move to the upside helps some of these. The energy stocks positive once again overall. FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. could be the big move today, guys.
Love that sector watch. And wow, the healthcare stocks have been great if you're long those healthcare stocks. If you're laughing. I promise you guys know exactly the stock I'm going to talk about next because I said it was Obi's favorite. Amazon, 37. I'll go to the 15 and show you first. 37 has been an absolute brick wall. It's been holding up pretty nicely there on the daily, kind of nasty wicks in there, but you can see 137 previous high, broke it on earnings, and has been support ever since. You look at this morning, right at the open, it wicked and failed 37 once, wicked and failed 37 twice, got down that dollar. It is now failing 37. Not a huge fail, but underneath that 37 again. So as the market gets back up to the top, if we take out the top, take out resistance and break through the overnight high, then I think Amazon's along, breaking out of that local high and giving it to 137. If we fail this level, then to me, Amazon's a short underneath 137. And then that range in between 37 and 137.40 is a no-fly zone. So it's either short underneath on a failure or it's a breakout long if we take out the high of the day. I'm going to have Amazon up for that very, very specifically. I like that setup. It's that time of day where you want to put those types of trades on. And just to go back over and do some housekeeping, Intel bounced off the low again. So it got to 34.25 and made the bounce off the low. It's fine. It's holding the bottom as the market's getting to the high. I do like that look. I don't need that bid in here. Now, if you take out the low, I think you should see 34, 34.10, but it made sense to get some out there. So still holding forward, still holding Intel. Both of those have only been trend down. But my goodness, if the market takes out the high, is Amazon ever set up for a breakout here? It's just wick bottom underneath the key resistance level. Fail it multiple times, trapping shorts. Now if the next move is to take out that local high, then sign me up for it on Amazon. Let's see if that market can do it. It is the big cap that's setting up for me. SE Neil, the noob investor, says, well, I wouldn't invest in stocks like C if you're a noob investor. That was an SSR bounce play, but I guess it wanted to do it today. 40 was the level I like. It is really coming back. HE, by the way, is also making a big move. You guys know the story there. There's no story there. Just both SSR bounces. 41 was a brick wall. I know because I was long 40 into it, and it could not go any further. That was a disappointment. Thought we had $2, not $1. But yeah, if it gets through 41, let's see it consolidate. Maybe get a bit of a day two play bounce here. I'm not chasing the move. You either buy dips into what was support yesterday, which is 40, or you look for the long off the 41 level, which is only setting up just now.
All right, we can't talk about our winners without discussing when we get run over a little bit there. Alibaba, we'll try it again now, but it just broke that pre-market high, so we got out and not averaging in, just respecting some of the levels that we had marked down there on Alibaba. So oops, that's still, what? My chart is PayPal, but this is Alibaba. Okay, so anyways, out of Alibaba there. What I wanted to look at, we're back into Alibaba, just at 37, giving it to that high of 60 that was just made there. Hold on, let me just refresh this so you can see. Yeah, so again, took some out. We talked about it being strong there into that move. And there's the break of the pre-market high right there. 30s. So that's where we got out, but then it stopped at 50. Let's see if it pulls back down a little bit. And again, we should have averaged more into Apple, but I was more focused on, there's NVIDIA, by the way. That's come back in. The NASDAQ went to the highs again of its range and then faded back out. So that's what made me put the Alibaba short back on. Could possibly not work, that is for damn sure. But there goes NVIDIA. Like, I don't know, makes a high. NVIDIA rips right back up to that level and then comes right back in again. So we will take that. That's 250 in the money there on NVIDIA. So that's going to turn out to be a decent opportunity for us one more time. And here comes PayPal. So this is what I wanted to discuss a little bit. Would love for this market, obviously, to go to the downside as we have more on the downside. But kind of barcoded there on PayPal. I don't know what day is going to be the day that this goes back up. It's probably not going to be today, but we are near some of these bottoms of PayPal. I would like to see if it can go, especially if this market can get going. But then again, like, we're short NVIDIA now, $3 in the money. We're short 50 cents in the money on Apple, and we're back into BABA. I don't know if we're going to be cheering for the market one way or the other right now, because if the market goes up, we know PayPal is a good stock. We're long right now at 02s, so we're long right here. I was really just going to give this into basically down here 70s, like right where VWAP is. I do like this. Since it's broken up, we don't have to wait for VWAP anymore. We can put some more bids right now at 59.80, but I think this is worth holding. At least for these levels. Yesterday, before we took down 60, remember we were long. I don't want to be double out of this one. We got long here yesterday off that bottom of 59.80, but then when it broke, we got out, right? And so we don't need this to break again. That bottom was 59.30. I don't know if it has $1 in it or not, but right there, PayPal tried to break through 60.20, didn't happen. My target for this out is like $60.70, so like about 70 cents worth of a trade here for it. But I don't know, man, Apple's really going to the downside now. As is, and by the way, NVIDIA right now is almost $4 in the money and going lower. And here goes Apple sucks because you can't see it, but there's the Apple wick higher right there. I was waiting at 40s. It went to 33. Apple coming all the way back in. This is a good bid spot here for Apple. We'll take some 91s. Yes, sir. Spin it on Apple. But right now, the problem is not NVIDIA, as that's going down. The problem is PayPal. So, all right, let's just wait for 59.80 here on PayPal to average in on this one.
So I'm back into JD. It did get to that lower high. So it got up here to the pre-market levels. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say pre-market levels. That's like 6:30 in the morning. So for most of you, that doesn't even matter. But if you look at the afternoon yesterday, this was support at 35.8. It closed at 36. And then if you were really early this morning, it broke down at that same price. So it's not really a big pre-market level or anything. But once it got there, I was looking for confirmation of weakness, hold a consolidation, make a run at that high, fail the high, get in the short, give to the high, and then work it back down. Now, I think an out in front of 34.50 makes sense. This is where the resistance had turned into support, and then back into resistance, and then a breakout. So if it gets down into VWAP, I want 1-to-1, then I want out in front of 35, then I want 34.50. Those are the targets. That's a setup I like. I've only played the shorts at these key levels. I'm going to continue doing that. Intel continues to flush to the downside. Relative weakness again. As the market's making highs, Intel was making lower highs. So the trend was pretty solid here on Intel. It just broke the low of the day. We got 34.10 as this one continues to flush. The news actually, so nobody expected the Tower Semi deal to go through because it was certainly priced. It was nowhere near where the deal price was and was only going down. But they did have a very niche market that Intel could have gotten into with that acquisition going through. So it's not as if it's not a horribly bad thing for Intel, but it is a slight negative for them. The breakup fee was very minimal, so that wasn't much of a hit, priced over the fact that it was never going to get Chinese approval. This is another thing. With what's going on between the US and China, you got to watch out, because any deal that requires the Chinese authorities to approve it to get done, you might not want to be as optimistic about it as you would have like 3 or 4 years ago. And the market had been telling you this for that Tower Semi deal for a while. Now 34, this is where it's getting to now, is a 50 period on the daily. I want to respect that. So I'm going to get another bid out there and have basically nothing if it gets to 34 even. And if it wants to break that, fair enough. I think that's a separate trade. It's been holding and hugging that 50 period on the daily. So it's not to say that it can't get through it, but if I see it do that, I'm going to have a target out if I like that short, and that's where it's going to be. So we do have this one to the downside. I see DWAC is moving, going higher than GameStop. So let's go over to Brendan for Money Talks and come back and see what's going up with DWAC.
Had data from the UK or Bank of England coming out early on this morning. Still seeing very, very high inflation in the UK, 6.9% in their latest reading, in fact, on CPI coming out this morning. So they're talking more interest rates still needed over in England as far as getting inflation under control there. The pound back to the upside as a result, the dollar back to the upside this morning as well. That is a one-day chart. We did test below 103 early on, right back through to almost 103.4 right now for the DXY as this V bottom on the daily chart continues to form up nicely. If we get above that 103.5, 104.5, possibly the next stop back to the upside, as Frank Caberna was saying yesterday. Not much going to stand in its way in the immediate future here, guys, for the dollar.
No, it's on a tear. When some things, when they trend, right? You don't want to ignore it. You're not really seeing the same level of, hey, the dollar goes up, we automatically go down, but we are grinding to the downside in the market if you look at the last few days. I know sometimes we'll be rallying when the market opens up, but if you look at the trend, it has been to the downside. So here's the thing with DWAC. I'm not saying it's not moving because this is what the chart looks like. Anybody will look at this chart and say, that's great on DWAC. Breaks out at 17, heading toward 18. You pop up the daily chart here on DWAC, 18's a good level. You could break out 18 and get to 20. If we can come to my chart for a second. So you could break out 18. No worries. So you could break 18 and maybe get to 20. I know that setup looks fantastic. Here's the problem why I would not touch this with a 10-foot pole to the long side. It's done 200,000 in volume. It's got a consistent 10-cent spread. As you can very plainly see, most of the liquidity that you can see in here, I'd say like 80% of it, is probably not going to be there if you go to hit the level. I think that's rather obvious just from looking at it and then looking at the tape. So you need that to be there if you're going to take a breakout trade, if something's going to really squeeze to the upside. And I'm not really seeing that on DWAC. So it doesn't mean an automatic fade either, because I don't know how you manage risk when the stock is on 200,000 shares. If a trade isn't scalable, don't practice doing it because you want to practice how you play. Kobe Bryant always said that. He seemed to know what he was talking about. So look, DWAC, great move to the upside. I would not be chasing this. I won't even pay for shorts. If it gets to 1 million shares and starts getting better liquidity, that's when it becomes a better day trade for something like this. JD was the newest entry for me just now. Looked like it was going to pull down with the rest of the market. Now it's just slowing down here. So still stair-stepping in, but what I want to have happen is for it to flush this level, get down into VWAP, and get back to where it was at the open. Big recovery in some of these Chinese ADRs. Speaking of which, none better than, well, I shouldn't say none better than. NEO had a pretty decent one as well. I actually said under my breath, I don't think you guys caught it, that we're 1 day away from going long NEO at $10, which I'm going to do it. If we get down to $10, I'll be at like 10.01, 10.02, looking to risk 3 or 4 cents. I thought that was happening on a break of 11 today, which is a 50 period, but NEO held on to 11. It's been doing pretty decently at these dollar levels. So maybe I should have respected 11 the way I would have looked for the 10 break, or a 10 hold, I should say.
All right, so we've been taking some more out of Alibaba now that it's 20 cents in the money. You know, lose 20 cents, breaks higher. We just played off that 50 level there, and now it's going back to the downside. So it's so far so good on that reloaded up their position. Apple did do its dance again. It's going to look ridiculous, but like shorting again and just getting out right here at VWAP every time it falls down. We got an 89 fill, then we got an 80 fill, and that's been the best that we've been able to get. So I am thinking about pushing short more if we can get below this level, but for right now, I feel like we just got to sit up here at 178.50 and see if it breaks that level again. So I am waiting for some more shares and then see if we take out 178.60. If it does make a jaunt to the upside there, we will be all over that one. NVIDIA keeps on bouncing at 440, so check out that level. And in 5 minutes, we're going over to the midday show with Sharif and Max, so I'm sure they'll be talking about a little bit of NVIDIA anyways. 440 has been the drop spot there that it hasn't been able to take out. It took it out once, went down to 338. We thought we were in for a big day there. And when we did have $5 in the money, and right there again, we just had
Gotcha.
$3 again there, but did not drop out. I'm going to wait to see if it does drop down on that one. Alibaba, we talked about it. It's just, again, 3 out. These are just each 10%. I'm now waiting for this level to come into play. 80s on Alibaba. Hopefully that will come in. And then PayPal is still right here, right now. It's, what? Oh, I did have a bid at 80, didn't I? Yes, we did. We had a bid at 81. It went down to 83, or else we'd have an average price right here, right now. So, all right. Yeah, so far so good here. We have to wait for some things to happen. We could check out AMD again, but I'm already short NVIDIA, so I do like that one as well. Sure, yeah, I'll mention it, Fabian. Yeah, after the close, join us as we will discuss some of the earnings plays. Do we have the earnings board? We haven't gone through that yet, but we will discuss some of the earnings plays today after the close. Thank you for the support as we go. Ooh, one of the oldie but goodies there. Cisco probably won't trade that tomorrow, but it'll be on the board. We'll talk about it. And then, of course, as I said, we probably wouldn't even look at Target. It's now 11 o'clock. Walmart, though, tomorrow. Tapestry, Capri got that buyout, so we can find out.
Billy, maybe.
Yeah, Billy there. Ooh, MSG. We'll have to find out what's going on with that one. Not the food. What MSG is a...
Oh, boy. Well, I mean...
You know, we're talking about Madison Square Gardens.
Oh, you know what? I don't have the short flow for Billy. I was just going to look it up. I was curious what Billy was, but I don't have it on my trade ideas.
Come on, NVIDIA.
That could be one. Off the top of my head, I don't know the short flow, but it is down 1%. There was an imbalance on Cisco yesterday that held to the close. It'll be interesting to see if there was going into earnings. But this has been stair-stepping to the downside. I guess I'm not telling you guys anything. But we like flat bottom breaks. I'm not saying Billy is going to flat bottom break. I'm just saying that if it happens, I like the short.
Okay.
Well, that's 14.5 here underneath 15. You can see the trend into the downside. I do like it. Let's respect the trend when you see something like that. Again, it could go to the upside. I have absolutely no idea. But if it breaks that 14.5, just wanted to point it out. I don't know the short float. You have to watch out for that. We got back in. We've only traded 2 prices on JD. We traded the first one 3 times. We traded this one once. Now looking for that breakdown into VWAP, hopefully, for this name. Speaking of VWAP, I will respect it on forward. It just held above VWAP, so I took some more out there. If it gets back under, I don't know about adding just yet unless it's a break at the low of the day. So we've had 2 good entry points, but it's not really flushing, I think, unless the market flushes. It's not pulling an intel, but it hasn't really gone against us. And Havana Woody says, if abort the short, must go long.
No.
I don't think you... I get the saying, and it's a fun one. I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, you don't have to go long just because you're getting out of a short trade. I think, if the momentum's against you, you certainly want to get out, but it doesn't automatically punch in long, because what can happen is then you're just reversing out of something that you believed at a key level, and maybe it ends up being a revenge trade because you just flip for no reason. You flip because it's like, whatever, I'm just going to join it. If it gives you a good reason, then fine. Like, if I had been shorting Amazon underneath that 37 level, and I saw the same setup and the futures take the high, I'd flip long breaking out 137.40. But that's because of the read on Amazon and not just because it would have stopped working out for me. I understand the sentiment, but I wouldn't automatically go into the long. But I assume you're talking about TTOO anyways.
Yeah, so I think so. Yeah, Havana Woody always wants those shout-outs for TTOO. Okay, I just want to talk about it because Alibaba's now 50 cents in the money. Obviously, we did get stopped out there at 30, but re-engaged it at 37, I guess. So again, just a little bit bad on the stop, but here it comes back in. We've only taken out 40%. We talked about where it's coming down in. I was like, hey, if we can get a 75 or an 80, we'll take that. So let's put a bid one more time, then we'll hold half of it, hopefully, for a little bit of a lower push on that one. But yeah, man, it's 10:59 right now. Thank you so much. I don't know if we've done this yet today.
Like and subscribe today.
Actually, I know we haven't done that, so please hit the like and the subscribe. Not for me, but for Kat right there behind us. So there she goes. Yeah, she agrees, right?
Always.
Hold on. Oh, got the thumbs up and the Ola there as I throw my pen. So far so good, man. It's been a great show. Thank you so much for watching and supporting it. But you got to support this show as well. So make sure you hit the like button, not for us, but for these 2 guys coming up next. It is Sharif and Max. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you to everybody.
Right
and
there.
And we do have the Bears.
No, I'm pointing at that. There's a pastry on her desk. She's got something delicious, but you guys are going to get something tasty. It's I do see them locked and loaded. Max, love the shirt, brother. Go get him. Max and the Profess.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Max wearing his red shirt today, golf shirt, because they're golfing.
There's a whole bunch of golf clubs back there.
Oh, yes. Big day on the golf course today. 12 golfers, $10 a man.
Whoa, okay.
I'm paired up with Obi, so good luck to me. I had to wear the Tiger Woods Sunday shirt.
I like it, brother. You're looking sharp. All right, guys, we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. And don't forget the August trading contest here for Surge. 7 days, 12 hours, and 58 minutes, Max, to be very specific. So, yeah, give them a look there, Search Trader. Max and I talking about D-Low off camera, D-Local earnings winner. And it just keeps pumping to the high side like an NY. I know you didn't trade it that well. Maybe you don't want to talk about it, but...
I'll talk about it.
Let's go.
Well, Sharif, I shorted D-Low, trading at $13. NASDAQ? Yeah, all right. Trading at $13 yesterday before that earnings leak. Now at almost $24. Can you explain to me why a $10 million earnings beat
I don't know.
makes a stock move like this? I have no idea. 10% short float, maybe the reason, but I don't know. I mean, we've seen so many of these stocks with these short floats that don't do anything. This is like not a great earnings report. No. Maybe there's something in that report that's kind of scaring people out of the short. I have no idea. I figured I was gold on some of these shorts. Like this breakdown right here looked amazing. Luckily, none of them burned me too bad individually, but as a whole, kind of smoked on this name. I had this little one in here that I thought was about to flush back down, but no, this name is not stopping. 25, I would try to short. I think that's like one of those key psychological levels. And then there's 24 on the daily chart, if it'll load up, that I was looking at. It's just maybe too close right now. I'm not sure. 20, yeah. Let's wait till 25, I think, on this one. But 24 is looking pretty pretty decent really in here for a potential reversal. We have this reversal right here off 24, almost gets to 25 on this day. So maybe that's what we're seeing. Maybe we're shorting into 25. I'm not sure. I'll take one more shot at this name, and that's it. Imagine Sharif just going long something that's squeezing.
That would have been, well, yeah, I mean, shoulda, coulda, woulda. It is just pumping to the high side here, Max. 23.71 continues to make newer highs as we talk about it. Susquehanna coming out today with a positive note on it, raising their price target to $24. Max just alluding to that level right now. So a nice confluence there between the PT and the price action. Let's go to the screen. D-Local shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q2 financial results. That's what Max was talking about. And reaffirmed its full year 2023 revenue guide.
They didn't even guide better.
I didn't even guide.
I don't understand, Sharif.
Nothing makes sense, Max. My friend, the Katina man, would say the market is rigged. And, well, it is the way it is. But we got some levels to work with there. That 24 level, going to have my eye on that, no question. And we're not that far away from it. 20 pennies removed off the high. 23.80 now. The HOD on this bad boy. I am going to go ahead and put an alert here on my friend D-Lo at 23.99. We'll see how that one
I don't think you have to put the alert in there, Sharif.
It's coming right now.
right now, man.
But I want to talk about this level on the future, Max. You and I also talking about this level off camera. I talked about it in the morning when we looked at the future. Look how many times we were bouncing off this 44.70 area. It takes us back all the way to the 11th. The 14th, we get a couple of touches. We danced with that level yesterday. Finally, we break below it later in the afternoon. We close at 44.54. And then this morning in the pre at around 4:30 a.m., we make that test of that 70 level again, 44.67 and a quarter, the HOD. We're coming back into that level now. What do we get? Do we get support? Do we get resistance here like we encountered support earlier on? Or are we going to, just kind of dance in between yesterday's close, 44.54, and that 44.70 and just become an inside day and then get cut up and lose all our money? So it's going to be questions to be asked here. One thing I definitely will be looking for are sellers stepping in at that level to overwhelm buyers. You'll be able to see it. We've talked about this. These quick wicking candles that go through the level that are immediately sold into and that end up closing below. That's the kind of thing we're looking. We're not looking for one or two. We're looking for multiple candles here on the 5-minute chart. So eyes plastered here on the future as we make that move up. This is now the 5-minute on the future, baby. What do you
Fonzie's
got?
asking you what the lamb trade is
The
because he's
lamb.
getting
Hit the
getting
Lambo
hungry.
trade. I don't have the animation. You don't have it either.
No, not Lambo, lamb.
The lamb. He means lamb.
No, he says he's getting hungry. He put a lamb in the chat.
Oh my goodness.
Or
Okay.
she. I don't know if.
I think Ponzi's a dude.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, shout out to Ponzi. Fonzie, good friend
is the
and
lamb
avid
trade
chatter.
the trade that gets slaughtered? I don't know.
That's actually
what is,
a good observation there. Yeah, I just figured he was talking about
the
the
lamb.
Lambo
I guess
trade.
like a sheep.
Yeah, I
A
just figured it
sheep
was-
gets
Yeah, sheep get slaughtered.
slaughtered.
Sadly,
Yeah.
they get eaten.
What's the sheep
don't tell any
trade?
of the
I
vegans
guess
that. They get upset.
shorting D'Lo all the way up is probably a sheep trade.
Be kind to yourself, bro. Let's talk about some other movers. There is some gappers, let's call them that, on the day. We had this weird stock,
Whoa.
JXJT. We'll have a look at that one super quick before we get on to the next one. The other one's a halter. So this is the, let's go here, 5-minute JXJT. Trading below VWAP now. Not interesting to me in terms of a long until it gets its rear end above that $2.30. It looks to be testing 2 now. Not interesting to me. WETG. Now, this is a multiple halter. We got to go to the 1 minute. This one is called We Trade Group.
Oh, I saw that one earlier. Yeah.
Interesting look there on this one. Here we go. Let's just put in the ticker. WETG. This one kind of got going real late. I mean, 10:45, you get the initial spike of volume, and you have a jump from 922 into that halt level at 995, just a smidge below 10. And then lo and behold, baby, we gap up big boy. 1053 the opening price. We get all the way up to 1150, but it's been one symphony, cacophony of red candles on the way down here on the 1 minute chart. We broke that halt level at 996, that 10 level, and now we are trending down 9 2/3 of where we're at right now. I don't have a trade on this. Didn't even look to see whether shorts were available or how much they cost, but thought we would mention that because, yeah, it's a gapper, baby. But D'Lo, back up.
Another earnings name today, Target, doing some interesting things around this 129.5 kind of level. A little bit of bottoming action here, it kind of feels like. I don't know if this one's necessarily pegged to the market because market's at high, Target's kind of trending down. But, you know, we hold this 130 twice, basically, and then give it up. But now we're just kind of trading around it. We keep making these lower lows, but bouncing kind of aggressively off of them. So interesting here, maybe taking 131 back to the upside, trying to get into VWAP on Target. Obviously, great earnings today. Huge move down into earnings. And, I mean, we're basically just at the bottom of the range. So can Target, you know, turn around and start to trend back to the upside, back into some of these levels that it was consolidating at like a week ago?
Right.
I think potentially, yeah, it can. We'll see on this one. I think, I mean, I got Target on a chart. I'm not quite sure what I want to do with it. I would have liked to be in on this
I don't even know why it's up.
kind of 129.50 hold here. So if we go back down there and there's some size on the bid, maybe that's something something that we could get long off of, as that D'Lo is going for 24 now. So we're gonna have to pull that one up and see what this one wants to do at 24. I think waiting for 25 is probably the way to go for the short. I think the long is not gonna happen for me today. I just don't see the I don't see the case for the long, and we're up 53%. So like, I'm not going to do it.
That always makes fun of me. I love it. Jason, though, alerting me to SPGC. I remember you were on this bad boy yesterday. The Gulf IPO, Sachs Parent Gulf. Down today, Max. Taking it absolutely on the chin. Some left hooks, some right crosses. 76.5% down. Eek. Yeah, we closed out yesterday, Max, right at that $29 range. I mean, we were right at 29. In the aftermarket, we sold off. We kind of 8 p.m. came and we basically closed at 20 bucks. So gave out about $9 in the aftermarket there. We kind of danced with that $20 range in the pre, and then right at that opening bell, we went green to red, baby. 21.90 was the high, and then Hua Dunk City. This one, let's go to the 1 because the 5 is not doing it justice, baby. Look at the amount of red halts on the way down. Don't know how much the shorts cost on P Pro 8 or if they were free, but there we go. First halt level, 1780. Second halt level, 1602. Third, 1250. Fourth, $10. Fifth, just a smidge below 8, 7 3/4. And now we're kind of still stair-stepping down, still making lows, $6. Shout out to Jason for alerting me to that. Now, let's zoom out a little bit and have a look at yesterday's price action, because I wanted to say, dang near that $5 open. Now, we opened up at 441, the first 1 minute candle, then we halted 491. We're almost there, man. We're dancing with 6. And as I say that, I get an alert on the screen. D-Lo just made that $24 high a day. It is absolutely pumping to the high side. Something tells me there's some positioning in this stock. 141 million share float, by the way, Max. Anyway.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy. I mean, it's like a $2 billion company, which is now, I guess, a $3 billion company.
Yeah, with the price action today.
Yeah, almost $4 billion market cap now after being just 2.2 at yesterday's close. So
it's an interesting.
Obviously, can't be too stubborn. Market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent.
Certainly.
All that, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, here we go through 24. Not really making any kind of moves off of 24. So maybe this is the reversal price, but consolidation breakout at the highs. We are getting kind of extended off the moving averages. Maybe it's time to pull back. I think I want to see this kind of accelerate super fast into 25, and then you can take that reversal back down.
Yep.
Just see. I mean, if you can imagine in 2 minutes if we're at 25, how high we'll be off of these moving averages, then it's probably due a reversal. But kind of failing 24 for now. So let's see. It keeps doing this action. Oh, losing the mic. The shirt's too weak.
Man down. Yeah, we'll get to that. No worries. We'll get the mic taken care of. Don't worry, guys. All right, Dan Emmons. Can't forget Microsoft. High a day, Sharif. Let me pull up the big boy tech chart over here. Let's see what we got. I need to move this thing up here, and that was a lot better.
Should be good.
Yeah, man. Microsoft, guys. We just touched 324. Microsoft, a bit of a counter trend move here.
Don't forget how strong that 325 was as a reversal yesterday.
325 on Microsoft?
Yeah, yesterday Sean had that banger short. I was looking to potentially take the long break if the market wanted to break out, which I thought it looked like it wanted to, but no. Sean had the trade there on the double or triple or quadruple top or whatever it was.
Yeah, I see that there, yeah.
So, I mean, is that a breakout price if the market wants to go? I would say yes. Does the market want to go? I'm going to say no, because we have those FOMC minutes later today, and it's the market, and it's the summer market. So, probably we don't have the juice to make some huge move to the upside today. But, if on those FOMC minutes we are rallying, that could be something to the north side there as a breakout price. I will throw that one down.
Yeah.
On my notes. On that SPGC, I left yesterday after the show. I had to sign my dad out of a medical appointment.
Oh.
Nothing crazy. It was like a standard thing, but for some reason they don't let you leave, even though they didn't
Sedation?
No.
Possibly? No.
No. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It was only a block away.
That's cool.
Come back. SPGC is halted up at 11.60. It opens up at like $13, and I wanted the 10 break into the 11 break for that halt. And ends up going to, what was it, 27 or whatever?
Some odd, yeah. I got it right here, yeah.
Yeah, that was an expensive walk. I'm owed something out of that one, for sure.
That's the way it is, man. I mean, like, look at that top wick there, 32 and change. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was after hours. All right. It halted with like 3 minutes left, and then as they do, open right at 4 o'clock, and then the high of day ended up being that 32 right after hours.
Okay.
I also tried to take a 25 break right into the close, but 25-cent cross wasn't enough. I guess that makes sense.
This one's still headed down, man. I mean, it just broke. But do we find support at 5? And I think that's what Jason was saying. I mean, that was a level we opened up.
We opened up at 420, I believe.
420.
Yeah.
Oh, love that.
Yeah. Or 480, I think.
We'll have a look. And now, this was a direct listing or an IPO? This was definitely
that was an IPO yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we had the opening levels there. All right, definitely going to keep it on my watch here. I also want to talk about IonQ, because Max and I talked about this yesterday. IonQ, really interesting mover. on the day. Look at this. We'll bring in the side chart over here. Here's a 5-minute. We had a good day on this one yesterday. Got up to 1680. Remember, I danced with this one at VWAP, thinking, yeah, that 16 hold was gonna be a good long. There was all sorts of bamboozlement, as you can see here. It held, popped up, and then Quadunk came in. 1588, exactly where we closed out at. We actually gap up open. We gap up higher on the 4 a.m. open, break above 16, but it has been one stair step at a time to the downside. We are talking about a 14 hold right now, 1401 the low. Let's zoom out and find out where the support levels lie. Well, yesterday's support levels they've come and gone. That was at 1475. We held it on the 14th. We held it on the 15th. We don't hold it today. So let's look for more. Second on my support list is 14. Look at that. On the 9th, we get into that 14 level, and then we dip below it on the 10th. But look at the immediate buy up. This is the 15-minute chart on IONQ. So you don't even spend that much time below 14. So we're looking here, possibly 14 might be interesting. If 14 doesn't hold, lowest here, we got to look at 13 or 13 and a quarter. That's the low of the day on the 10th. Shout out to my cousin, that's his birthday. Every time I look at August 10th, I just remember him. But yeah, anyway, so we're interested here for a possible bounce on IONQ. It was an earnings winner, 9%, almost 10% south today, Max, as we break through yesterday's support levels.
Mud in the chat asking if there's any opportunity on Carvana today. As I've said many times, although this is a nice uptrend, I only want Carvana breaking out on the daily chart. So that level is pretty much 42.50, 42.60 at this point. Maybe you can take yesterday's high of like 41.75, but I want this breaking out at daily level. This is a nice reversal. Attempted breakdown there through 38. Low of day 38.90 or 37.90-ish, and then we bounce from there. So that's a great look on the daily chart if that's what you were looking for, that failed breakdown. But I want to see this breaking out on the daily and making new highs and squeezing people out. I don't want to be involved anywhere where people are comfortable. So Apple is collapsing.
Apple's
Sean.
dropping. So is the overall market, really. Look at the NQ now. 15.1 again on the NQ. That's 15.106 is where we closed out yesterday. Again, this is what I want to talk about in the future. Sorry to interrupt, Bex, but look, the level here, this is very range bound, okay? Because the close on the ES, 44.54. So right here, let's put a horizontal trend line to denote that 44.54. And lo and behold, we've been bouncing off that level multiple times. And then the level we talked about, that 44.70, 44.65-ish, that's been the top on the ES. No question about that. So I do not want to be involved whatsoever with the future if we're going to continue to trade in this range. Because remember last week when we were range bound, what happened? And I don't want to repeat it that day. So look at this, up, down, all within that range. Man, that is some summer trading right there, my friend. But anyway, we'll see if we break.
Let's get good at trading ranges.
Dude, I suck in general. Let me just get good trading first, and then we'll talk about ranges.
What if we just we're on here in the middle of the day.
No, man, but
The market likes to range in the middle of the day.
it does, doesn't it?
I think that we need to become expert range traders.
That'd be nice.
That would be good.
The
I don't know how to
algos
do it.
Seem to know how to range trade real well.
Yeah. Maybe just like less size, you give it some space. I don't know.
The Katina man is short NVIDIA at 443. Yeah, he says that's a good range area because he's $2 in the money now. 441.19, 41.14. We know how NVIDIA rolls. It had a good couple of days. I think yesterday it closed red. Did it close red yesterday? Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it did close red. It had a fantastic day the day prior because of the Morgan Stanley note. But yeah, to build on your point, Max, what I really want, and what I desire, what's that word that Kramer used on Seinfeld? Do you ever yearn? Yearn. There we go. We're using that. Let's go.
Word of the day is yearn.
For a breakout or breakdown between the levels that we talked about here and to stay above that level. I don't want to see bamboozlement, but it looks like we're going to stay within the range at least for now on the ES and the NQ. I will have no part in those bad boys if we stay in that level. But Max, did you look at D-Lo?
Yeah, it did wick that 24. It wasn't clean. I don't know. I mean, I got to see like some kind of extension move out of that stock before I really go crazy trying to short it again. I want like a real banger short that I'm actually, you know, risking something and trying to make something. I don't want to, you know, these kind of ticky-tacky trades.
Yeah. I feel you.
Speaking of ranges, though,
is a nice level. When you showed the half an hour there,
it was.
I like that, yeah.
But it wasn't extended enough off of its
look
moving
at that
averages.
flush. There it is, Max.
Yeah. Fair enough. You're risking 20 cents there. That's
there it is.
60 cents in the money. It's okay.
Yeah.
But if you get down to VWAP, that's like 22, 21.50.
We should find support at 23. There was a bit of a 23 top there earlier on. Let's say at around 10.15.
Yeah, 23 was definitely a level earlier. I think taking out 23 could be like a breakdown trade, but I've tried those a number of times on this one today, and they just haven't worked. So
yeah, I know.
And look at that. I mean, it's not quite doing it, but like it soaks up these dips very aggressively. I think that there is definitely a buyer on this stock.
A bigger buyer.
There's a big buyer who's maybe offside on this one.
Interesting.
I don't know what the volume is at the moment.
My friend, I will tell you in a
22 million?
Yeah, 22 million on the dot, actually. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, if there's 12 million shares short or 13 million shares short, probably not that easy to cover on the day. Anyway, on the range perspective, AMD, which does like to range in the middle of the day and then reverse, is putting in a nice range here between 108.80 and 107.80, let's call it. I'd like to see this attempt to get back through 107.80 and maybe double bottom here on 107.60 and then try to get it back into VWAP. I always love it when AMD is doing this because I find that it does like to bounce in the middle of the day. I've had success quite a few times on this particular name, taking it at the lows in the middle of the day. So AMD's on a chart for me for sure. I want it to get down into here though. I don't want to be paying up like 108s and trying to get 108.60 when my risk is 40 cents and my reward is only 60 cents. I want to get real tight on the risk down here at 60s, maybe 10 cents of risk, and then reversing it for almost $1 on that one.
Let me talk a little bit about Coinbase. Very important levels I have to note here. Now, they got a catalyst. We'll talk about that in a second. But look, the price action, the 14th, 79 comes in, bought up. Yesterday, the 15th, 79, essentially where we end up closing out at 8 o'clock. We end up closing out there. In fact, that's the actual close on Coinbase, the official 4 p.m. close. I was about to say some weird word. And there we go. 79 on the dot, low of day. All of a sudden, we're 40. No, I'm not in it, but whoever took that $79, the Katina man is in it. Lo and behold, are you long? Long off 79. The Katina man is long off 79. There it is, bouncing 25, 40 pennies in the money. This is a key level. This is a key level. It's a multi-day level. Now, it's selling off. Fine. But it has a positive catalyst. They are going to be allowed to offer future contracts for both Bitcoin and Ethereum on their exchange. Not that that wasn't already available, because BITO is an equity of the future of Bitcoin. So this is an actual futures contract now, right? The National Futures Association, the NFA, giving the green light after having waited 2 years. Yes, the application went in September 21st, September 20th, 2021. Not a minute too soon, NFA there. And we know that Coinbase engaged in a legal battle with the SEC essentially for their existence at this point, because they want them to take everything off except for BTC. So calling them unregistered securities. So there we go. We have an interesting level here on Bitcoin. Now Coinbase. So I'm gonna have to pop this bad boy up here, Max, because this is an interesting level. The Katina man is already long. What's the look here? So if I get in here, I'm gonna have to give it to 70. I'm 79. There's no way, no two bones about it. Now I have to realize that this is a counter trend trade. It is down. Well, it's flat on the day now, but this is obviously a downtrend going from 83.5 essentially, now breaking down to that $79 level. That's $4 to the south side there. So I don't know what to do here. I think that I really need some confirmation. I don't know how you feel about that. I know Max is looking at Microsoft, so I'll send it over to him.
Yeah, Coinbase, I don't know. I thought maybe you could get the long today off that one, but clearly, I don't know, kind of giving it all up.
It's a tricky one.
Yeah, people in the chat talking a lot about Microsoft. Just broke that 324 level, gets to 50s, and now kind of reversing off of it, interestingly enough. I figured we could reverse off of 325, so I was kind of waiting for that to potentially take a short on Microsoft. Renata says, was there news on Microsoft? I am thinking the same thing. Why are we up so much today? Well, not so much. I mean, 1%, but market not particularly strong today, and Microsoft not really having an individual catalyst on this one. All I'm seeing is
I don't see anything from Microsoft.
maybe they reported something about their LinkedIn earnings, but I think that could just be a. I don't know. I don't think they reported anything. So whatever. Microsoft just independently strong. Really liking that 325 level. I don't know. I mean, I like the short off 325. Now that we just reversed off 324.5, I don't necessarily like that short off of off 325. So maybe just try to join the trend here. I mean, basically you're looking at, I don't know, you're basically at the trend right now. If you drew a trend line on the day, right at that 50-period moving average at 323.5. Maybe you're looking for 323 to hold somehow, or just waiting for VWAP, which has been supportive all day. I think that the market is unlikely to kind of trend down today. I think that we don't have like a big move in the market today. Maybe I'm wrong on that one, but I feel like we're just going to chop around until these FOMC minutes come out, even though they're not that big of a deal, I don't think. Traders are waiting for any kind of news, especially to do with what the Fed is planning on doing in the next couple months and years. So
I just want to see
I don't think that there's going to be a lot of money positioning right now. So I feel like bounce, which is why I'm still looking at AMD.
Yeah. Well, what I really want from the Fed minutes is I want to see if they're going to tip their hand at all about how long they are thinking rates need to stay higher. Because now we really don't have much of a discussion in terms of rate hikes. It's going to be one more, if that. Now, there's a 33% chance we get one in, I believe, November or December. I forget which one. Essentially, by the end of the year, about a third of a percent, or 33% chance that we get another hike. So we're only talking about 25 more bips here. The question is going to be, how long do we stay at this 4.5-ish range? I think that that's where reasonable people can disagree, and that's what I really want to see them throw more color onto. Like, as the analysts on the calls like to say, can you give me more color on this? Can you give me more color? They seem to love that little term, eh? Give me more color on that. Anyway, so by the way here, we're eyes fixated on coin as we do the dance with no pants with 79 here. And I want to see confirmation that 79 is going to hold. And right now, all the dips south of that 79.10, 79 teens are getting bought up for now. So I want to see what is going to resolve. We know this to be a key level, a multi-day level. That makes it more important. The more touches, the more important in my books. So here we go. Eyes fixated on coin, looking for that indication that we're going to hold this level. Now, it may get away from us here. Coin is kind of known to move here, Max. What's the short float on this bad boy?
It was 20% at one point.
The Katina man says 15, and it is 14.47, essentially 15. It's not negligible. It's not the biggest I've seen by any stretch of the imagination there, but we're going to keep here looking at coin because I'm not in any trades, nor have I gotten into any. I'm not really willing to jump into anything rando. But as I say that, I look at D-Lo, Max, and I shake my head because that's $1, almost $2 in the money off. But no, sorry, $1 in the money. 24.22 HOD, 23 incoming here, possibly on our friend D-Lo. still up 50% on the day.
I think on that one, you probably look for that 23 to hold, whether that's by getting into 2280 and holding from there, or just holding on the bid. AMD, I feel like I might have missed that little scalp trade. Gets below 108, gets right back above, prints 20s. Now I guess we're trending back into it. Where does the market go from here? We are kind of breaking the trend on NASDAQ, but we've done that before today and then just bounced straight from there. So I don't know. I'm not going to get into AMD here. I'll get in if we're kind of fail breaking these 107.80s in there. Also, where did Microsoft go? So Microsoft is at 323. So nice reversal there on Microsoft. If you kind of had the idea, why is this thing up more than the market? Let me short this fail break. You short 324, you're getting 323 with maybe 50 cents of risk. I don't know that you need to hold it all the way back up to the top in that scenario. Maybe you do. But yeah, that's a decent little opportunity there. Let's see if VWAP holds 322.55. If you're looking for a bounce, you want to look for the stronger names, and Microsoft would definitely be categorized as that. And speaking of the stronger names, where is our friend Apple at the moment? I really wanted this 176.50 price this morning. It didn't get there, but like 177, you can just go long there. You got
Look how many 15 cents of risk. Uncle Warren's buying here. I know it.
It goes $1.50.
Uncle Warren's buying. No, we're kidding, guys, when we say that kind of stuff. Like, we don't know.
You never
obviously.
know.
Yeah, he may or may not be. But what I know for a fact is that the daily chart reflects a level of support on our friend Apple. And yes, it is my friend because I am now officially, Max, invested in this name, much to my current chagrin, but we'll see how this ends up happening. Look at this.
You are invested in this? As of today?
No. I've been in a while now, going on 2 weeks, trying to get this.
Oh, and then you wanted the 175 dip to add to
I didn't get the 75, so I added yesterday on the dip in the low 77s. But here, I mean, this could be a flat bottom break, except it's not a small cap gapper, right? We know that there's a lot of institutions that are buying hand over fist in this name this entire year because it broke all-time highs. We know that. We know that for a fact. Now, does this level here give me comfort or give me stress? The fact that we are basing out at this 177 on what can unquestionably be called as bad earnings. They missed. They missed on handsets. The only saving grace for Apple was services was up markedly. I think 50-something% year over year. Services includes Apple Plus, the television, it includes Apple Music, anything that you have to pay recurring, what do you call it? Not recurring revenue, any recurring subscriptions, that's a service, and that's what seems to be doing well for them at the moment. We know September is their month. That's when they drop all the new gizmos. We're going to see about how many iPhones I think they're going to have this year, like 5. They're apparently going back to their SE model. Max and I talking about that yesterday. So we'll see how that transpires, but definitely that 177 seems to be interesting on Apple. All right, IonQ, we're holding 14 here. I'm in a position, small position, trying to hold 14. The out is a break of the trough, which means a 1390 break. It's 10 pennies. I know I'm going against the trend here, but 14 seems to be an interesting multi-day level. We'll take this one and we'll find out what happens. 10 penny risk, not so bad. Also, Coinbase is 79, still holding for now. Let's see how it does.
Renato was talking about a Tesla double bottom. I did kind of miss that. I don't necessarily like buying into this trend down. I mean, we are down pretty nicely off the highs. I did try to short 233. I wanted to get back in here on a 234 fail break, but it didn't quite get there, and I didn't have the, the aggressiveness to punch below this 234 level that I thought we would kind of fly through and then smash back down. But, if you are looking for a reversal level, we're basically at the opening price. What's the opening price on this one? 228. So yeah, we basically get to the opening price on Tesla. I don't know, wick down below. We, a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of a wick lower. 228, 20, 33. So that was legit. And now we're pushing up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for things for a market bounce, maybe this makes sense. It's just particularly weak, especially lately, relative to some of the other names. So, I have in my notes this morning, I'm either going short on Tesla at 233 or I'm going long at 223, and I'm not really doing anything else. Except apparently a short at 232. I don't even remember doing that. That must have been a small one. But yeah, in the middle of the range, I don't know if I love it. I think there's some more downside in Tesla. You look at the daily chart, and as sad as it is, because I love when Tesla's going up, we really don't have any levels until we get back down into like 215. 223 was a level back here. Oh, that's 232. Where's that 223 level? Somewhere in here. Is that 223? No, I don't know where it is, but I have it on my other platform for sure. 223 was where I wanted to test. I think we're probably getting into 215, maybe 210 the next couple of weeks before we get some kind of good news out of Tesla and we start moving back up again. Looking really bearish right now. Can't really sustain any kind of up move in the last couple of weeks. Look at the 30-minute chart. This is pretty nasty. I guess just looking at this 50 period on the 30-minute, you could just get short of off that the last couple days. I don't know if anybody uses that metric there, but yeah, nasty move on Tesla. If we get to the pre-market lows at 227, and then we're fail breaking that and moving back up, that makes more sense for a long for me. But yeah, we'll see. Off of that one. That D-Lo is still holding $23. I said I wasn't going to go long. Sure. And I'm still not going to go long. But if we were to wick below at 22.80 and then right back through 23, I feel like that could be a decent long back up to the high of day in 24 perfect. Right now.
I just got into this ION Q position for a test. I'm going to get out of it quickly, just to make sure the position board was working. As I say that, though, VFS is making a move here. VFS is making a series of higher lows and this flat top. It's a bit of a wedge, an upward wedge that usually resolves in the direction of the trend, even though we are 19% down. Look at this move here on VFS. This $30 level has been hard to break all day. We just printed at 30.32. There's volume to support the move. Neil says, look at level 2. Let me just look at the level. I don't have it up. I got to pull it up. What did you say? There's 100,000 shares at 30.50. Yes, I see it. There it is. It's big boy size on the level 2. Look at the book right there.
And at 32 as well. There's 1,500 lots.
30.50. This is really, and here we go, Max, accumulating. We're definitely breaking out. There's no question about that. But there is big size right there.
Is this a breakout price?
Yeah, well, look, to be honest with you, $30 was the multiple rejections off $30. $9.55 rejection, 10 o'clock, 10.05. Then again, you get back up there, 10.40. And then finally, we break through that level. Here we go. We're a couple of shekels south of the 50 level here. Let's see how this resolves. There is a size. Here we go.
Two more.
And there's more size at 31. Look at 31, bro. Jeez.
Yeah, I was potentially going to take that breakout. But there's size at 31, and there was size 1,500 lots at 32 as well. So interesting action on this one for sure. I think you take that offer out. If there wasn't that offer at 31 right away, I mean, that would look like a pretty awesome potential breakout. That's like high of day. We have this consolidation down. We get down to the prices that we were at yesterday afternoon that I was actually short into. Right here, make a higher low, and now pushing into pre-market lows. I mean, it looks pretty good for a breakout. It's just terrifying. You know that there's 3,500 lots that are trying to sell, which is 350,000 shares.
Sir.
So,
yes, sir.
Yeah, what's the volume's only 2 million on the day.
Yeah, people talking in the chat about being overvalued. I could not agree more.
Yeah,
we were making all sorts of fun of this this stock in the morning. They're a big rejection right now. Valued more than Ford, BMW, GM, all Volkswagen. It makes no sense. But the market doesn't have to make sense. We trade the price action, right? And by the way, the outstanding shares here only account for 1% of the company. The owner, the Vietnamese billionaire, he owns 99% of it. So make of that what you will. We're not trading fundamentals here, guys. There's nothing fundamentally correct about the price of VFS right now. I just want to put that out there. This is a day trading show. We trade price action. So with that having said, now we look at that 30-50 for the break. Big boy size there. I submit to you that there's more big boy size at 31, even bigger. The Katina man, what are you spinning over there? What's going on? He likes what I said, I submit to you. Yeah, so here we go.
Interesting.
Bro, it comes out back. Say that again. Sean is short VFS at $30.40. He's secured shorts. We know that they're pricey. Good for him. Here we go. Here we go. Let's find out what's going to happen here. The spread, surprise, surprise, Max, 30 pennies.
I took my first long on the day on this on this DLO.
Yep.
We did exactly what I said we might do. So yeah, we're long. Let's see if we can get back to high of day on this one. I'm long 23.15. Wish I was long 23 even. Whatever. Looking for this kind of downtrend to break and then get through to 24, and then I'll short it at 25, or maybe add there. Who knows what happens? But finally have a long on this probably strongest stock in the market today. We'll see if this one can actually work out. The shorts did not. Likewise. I guess you don't want to be schlonging and losing on both sides, but we'll see. We'll see on this one. It looks like we're definitely bidding up off of this 23 level.
The Katina man is celebrating his long on coin because, where are you long again? 79.20. He's got a better price than me. I'm long 37s. Here we go. We're going to wet our beak at 60s. I've got a resting orders because old man can't hang. Let's see if we get that continuation. We're coming into the 50 period on the one. The spread is not to my liking here on Coinbase, especially the fact that it is very liquid. On the day, a lot of orange showing up on my tape over the bid, over the ask, excuse me. So we'll see if we get the fill there. But beautiful move there. Good trade, Sean. On Coinbase, a 79 hold intact. It's a 3-day level, guys. It's not out of nowhere. All right, there we go. 75 showing up now on my book. We're going to hang out at 85s because what's life without whimsy?
What is life without whimsy?
Right? Let's see if we get that continuation. Otherwise, the stop, it's very simple. It's below the 79, okay? Now, it's not immediately below the 79 because we got to give it some breathing room. It is a very volatile name with a wide spread. So you're going to have to give this one some room. Good trade on that D-Low, Max. I see it pumping up into 23.50.
Yeah, starting to move here on D-Low. That 23.50 was a high, or 23.40 was a high before. Kind of dancing around that price, looking for 60s to break. You know, don't want this to go back below 23 particularly. So we'll see. Although if we just hold that 22.80 again, that would actually be pretty decent. So yeah, looking pretty solid on this one. Lots of buying going on. There we are in the 50s again. Reserve on 50. Interesting reserve bid there. People selling into it. It's not breaking. Let's see if we pump higher off of this. All right, so they break the bid. That happened once before, and then we just got right back up to here. So let's see on this one. Maybe
BFS
take a little
30.50
profit there.
again. Yeah, so I just want to let
again?
everybody know. Yeah, no, focus on your trade, but VFS is 30.50 at the moment, 48s, 49s. You get the drift. It's knocking on the door of that level where we know size is hanging out. But look at this. Look at every whole dollar. 33, monster size. 32, monster size. 31, monster size. 30.50. I submit to you that we may find 50 like size at half dollar as well.
32 and 33 there. Too.
Exactly.
This is looking more like the size that you would have expected yesterday on the IPO Open, or whatever it was, not IPO, but DSPAC Open.
Yeah. Yep.
On every even dollar, you're getting size. Yesterday there was nothing. Now we have all this size there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we start breaking those levels, then it could get kind of crazy.
It could get real crazy. We'll see. We will trade the price action, no question about that. But I just want to let you know that VFS is doing that. Here we go again. 30.50 on my ask, showing up 80. Now the size is getting eaten up a little bit here. Was 900.
Are they slapping that ask?
Oh my God.
Come on, don't tell me there was no innuendo there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Plausible deniability. I like it. I like it. Good trade, Max. I see D-Low in the corner of my eye there because I'm keeping my eye on it. There we go. popping up. What's my friend Coinbase doing? A little bit of a retracement here. We wet our beak at 60s. We're hanging out at 85s. We'll see if we get that fill. But right now, a pullback. Definitely looking for that 79 to hold. Keeping my eye on VFS, no question about it. I want to see what this one resolves into. We know the Catena-Min is short, and right now, that level is holding out.
Yeah, this weird reserve keeps popping up. It was at 40 and 41, and then goes up to 50-51, back to 40-41, now back to 50-51, breaks again. So this is looking pretty solid, but there's definitely some people selling this DLO at the moment. All right, here we go. There's some inverse people trying to get filled. Now we got some bids going. This looks pretty solid. I don't know, the liquidity on this name's pretty brutal. It is. The slippage has been pretty bad when I've been trying to short it. So really? Hopefully that means we accelerate pretty hard on the long here. I'm going to be looking for 24 to make a decision on this position. If 24 fails, I'll bail. If 24 holds, maybe I add to it into that 25 price that I thought we could get to. Nice double bottom on Tesla, actually.
Oh.
Right there at that 228.20 price. The market's kind of crashing down, though, and Tesla's screaming
wow, look
right
at the
back
market.
in. Wow.
The ES is at break even. We're a quarter point south now on the NQ. Broke 15.1 like nobody's business. And here we go. 50, oh my goodness, 15.051. Low a day, we're at 15.064. So we're moving quite aggressively here on the future. Let's go back to our coin position. Something tells me the stop may be coming in on this one as the market really turns here. 79 incoming on coin. I got to keep my eyes posted on this one because the market is turning. Now we'll see if 79 holds. If it does, fantastic. Otherwise, that's the end of the trade there. I want to mention quickly, though, WETG, wet G. Okay.
Wet G. Well, yeah. All right.
Yeah, right. Double top, 13.45, the high a day. That was done at around 11.21. We got back up to 13.33, and then Huadunk goes the dynamite. Here comes 11.50, where VWAP is, but that's a nice double top looking so far. If you took that, good on you. But this one, we were talking about it earlier on as a multiple halter. The Catena-Min, I guess, short NVIDIA still. This one holding right now, that VWAP area, 1150. We'll see if this one ends up holding that level or we're going to break down below 1125. Now, 1125 was definitely a top earlier on. Couldn't break through that level. Finally, you get the eventual break in the halt. And then all the dips into that area, 1125, have been bought up. So right now, it's holding its own. We'll see if it can actually hold VWAP, or that's going to be the end of the trade there. Back to coin. Coin still holding above 79 for now, but for how long? We got a big move down the market. We just got a lower print into 50. Where do we get there? Into almost 55. So we'll see if there's going to be any support around here. Quickly looking at VFS again. Still, that 50 level has not broken. The size is still there, Max.
Yeah, I bailed on this DLO. It's not going. Kind of flushed off of that attempted breakout there, and I'm so bearish on this name today. It's hard to hold it. If we break through that 24 again, maybe I'll get in long, but I'm going to be thinking short, I think, at the top here. I really wanted an explosive move off of 23. We really didn't get it. I mean, 50 cents is nice, but the slippage on this name is like 20 cents. So yeah, just kind of bailing on that. I feel like we can really flush off of this and get like a bigger down move into VWAP. If we hold VWAP off this 22 level that was holding before, I feel like that would be a potential good trade to kind of reverse back up. But yeah, I want to be in at the extremes, and we got the NASDAQ flushing.
Oh, yeah.
As much as this is a smaller cap, it is still a NASDAQ name. So, you don't want to be long at the highs into a flushing market that looks like it wants to get through
new lows?
that
New lows?
15K.
Yeah, new lows. We just made
new lows on the market. We'll see if we get the bounce off of this.
On the NQ, not the ES. We made a 15.046. Wow, the NQ is in a full state of Huadunk right now. A third to the south side here, 0.37 down. I'm flipping between monitor and monitor. I'm sorry. My head's moving like this because, we have the side charts on. Dan saying, do not be long below the IB low. I could not agree more on that. Wait for the buying to come in. And it looks like it's coming in now. Oh, wow, what a pop-up. But we'll see if this holds or not, or there's more bamboozlement. The NQ finding a little bit of support at these lows, but who knows what will happen. Not involved in that. In this Coinbase 79 holding for now, but for how long? Still 12, 15 pennies north of that level, the 79 level on coin. D-low I see is Huadunking here, back into that 23 area. Does 23 hold? We know it did last time around. Sure, the wick got into 2380s, but look how quickly that was bought up. So this, and we talked about 23. Max pointed out that that was the crest area here where we found resistance. Does former area of resistance become support on this level? It looks good. So far, we'll see what it ends up materializing into. I got to go back to coin because we're like 3 shekels above 79, and there it is, and I'm out of the trade there for a loser on coin. It breaks down below 79. Fail, fail, fail for me. 0 for 1.
Watching AMD here for the potential bounce. It looks like the market is bouncing. AMD doesn't want to quite get to the low yet. So if we see that, I'm going to get long, try to get back up to 108, and then see if we do get a reversal here. Market definitely looks like it's bouncing. I'm not going to hold AMD through the low here, but I'll give it, a couple pennies below this 70 price to see if we can get that kind of double bottom action and then rip back up. Some size just getting filled on the offer there, so looking okay for now. But we are buying a weak stock at the lows here, so have to be cognizant of that fact and not stubborn with this at all. This is supposed to be, a quick reversal trade into this 108.20 and then maybe VWAP if we can get that. I think that if we go back above 108 here or 107.90, that's where shorts are going to be definitely feeling it on AMD, but market really looking sketchy around this 15,050 price, and we just put in a decent move towards there, so maybe the bounce is decent, but
ES, by the way, yesterday, it closed below the 50-day for the first time in a long time.
Interesting.
So, make of that what you will, trend traders.
Very interesting.
Yep, the 50 period is important for me, and I think a lot of other technical traders, technicians look at that level. Even fundamental investors, they incorporate elements of technical analysis, no question about that, especially for entries and exits, but not maybe for investment decisions. But yeah, the 50 period got breached yesterday. We were looking for a healthy pullback, and I have to submit to you from like a statistical perspective. Sorry, I say that accidentally. I don't actually think about it. Statistically, look back at September and October of 2022 and 2021. They were not good years. They were not good years. Good months, excuse me. September seems to be, for whatever reason, you could talk about the quarter, or you're ending the Q3 or whatever it is, but there seems to be sell-offs in the market. Some people say it's even tax harvesting, but we usually know tax harvesting as being the end of the year thing, but some people say that other money positions earlier with respect to taking tax losses off the table. In any event, you only need to look at the chart, the daily, the weekly, whatever you want to look at, to know that September is a weak month. So, and a little bit of October too, no question about that. So we'll keep an eye and see what is going on, as we have interviews going on here right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. All
I
right.
think Max is interesting.
This AMD is probably going to come out in a second here. We print below 69. I will bail, but you know what? I can't even say anything nice about this trade. The only thing that's helping would be that the market is kind of looking like a bounce, but AMD ain't bouncing. So we get back above 80 or else I'm gone from this one. Not looking the greatest at the moment. Needs to see some buying above 70 right now. Give it a couple seconds and we're done. Yeah, AMD coming out there. Probably should have waited for the actual low, but I liked this 80 price as the consolidation level. So we'll see. Maybe we go and wick the low and we can get back into this one, losing whatever that was, 14 cents on AMD. No big deal when you're looking for whatever that was, 60, 70. But yeah, we'll see. AMD definitely particularly weak on this one, as that D-Lo also kind of wicking the
Yeah, the buying
wicking
again.
the wick.
The buying again, coming in at like just sub
They're
23.
wicking the wick for sure here, Sharif.
Ooh,
This,
interesting. Here, look, Max, 23 is interesting.
yeah, the 2270 price is definitely a price of interest on the day for this name. Yeah, I don't know, little strange action around here. Definitely didn't want to print above, and then once we do get above, we don't want to go below there.
Here we go again, VFS.
VFS is going again?
Right at 30.50. I mean, I really want to get long this name, man. I feel like
kinda
this is
do, yeah.
a flat top breakout if I've ever seen one, but the bamboozlement is fast, it's real, it's furious on this name, and it's also quite spready. 25 pennies at times, sometimes even more. So, you know, hard to manage risk unless I'm going to take baby size. You take baby size, you print baby money. So that's the problem with that right there. But there is a lot. The Katina man is pumped about his NVIDIA short because he's printing on it, and it's a good day for the Katina man. But my eyes fixated here on VFS as we continually knock on the door of that 30.50 level. Now the size is not getting eaten up, right? I mean, it's still there. It's not 900-ish like it was before. It's 8 something now, but this is a flat top breakout. We know that if it gets through there, it may go. Now, here's the thing. Oftentimes with these, you know, slow floaters, small cap gappers, what we end up seeing is the break of the level and an immediate retracement down. What's up? The Katina man is $5 in the money,
That's a banger.
money. The 443, I said that. Yeah, I say a lot of stuff on the show. Yeah. The Katina man is short 443 on NVDA, so keep your eye on that one. Let me look at NVIDIA here. It's now negative on the day, 0.2%, having done 24.1 million shares. Just a measly 200% though on the year up. But we know that a lot of positioning in this name by big money.
Tesla holding that 228 low as well. So everything's holding for now. I think we got to kind of sit on our hands here and wait for this market to decide whether it's going to bounce or whether we're going to flush. I've been kind of expecting a 15K touch for who knows how long now, a few days. Yeah, since whenever this was, 15? I don't know. I've been expecting this 15K touch.
Look at the
we
flush,
haven't gotten
though.
it since the run up. I think that we touch 15K and then decide where to go from there. So I'm waiting for that. I'm not going to go long on anything for sure. I don't think the shorting at the lows makes any sense either. So I think we got to be hands off unless there's something independently moving like a D-Lo or a VFS, or who knows if there's some small caps that are going. I know TTOO was going, but that one flushed today. Yeah, I was actually looking for the 75 break. Isn't TT? Oh, I need another T here. All right.
WLDS? Sure, why not?
There we go. All right, TTOO. I was looking for the 75 breakout here from these pre-market kind of highs. I think these are dark pool wicks, but I would have taken it at 75, looking for it to get into that $1 price and then potential add on the $1 breakout. Obviously, a lot of other people were disappointed when this one absolutely flushed today off the open. When these penny stocks give it up, I mean, the flush down can be pretty epic. And I don't know, just taking maybe a pre-market low break, that wouldn't have really worked. Maybe you just take this consolidation breakdown after the open, kind of opening range breakdown, 60 cents. Yeah, 60 cents gets you down into 40 cents. That's like a 35% or 30% move. That's pretty solid today. But we did rebid. We got right back to that 60. If we break 60 cents later on in the day, maybe we do get that move into 70 and 75. And, I'll be here for that for sure.
I am just dying to punch long into this VFS thing, man. Look how many times we are dancing.
Do you want to take the breakout?
I don't want to take the breakout. I want to front run it, which is kind of my modus operandi, and then I get blown out. That's just the way. Here we go again. Look, I got to tell you, the volume is really not supporting the move up right now. The volume is a little suspect, but the price action, the fact that every time we dip in to the 30 and a third, 30 and a quarter, we're getting bought up.
Yep.
And there is definitely, well, we know that there's a flat top because 30.50 has not been breached on the day. Well, earlier it got breached, but right now, no. So I don't know. Maybe a dip trade, really, if we to get a better cost basis. So if I get blown out, it's not by that much. Decisions here, but I really do like it.
It's tough on this one because where's your out if you're taking a dip trade? If you're taking the breakout, your out is the breakout failing.
Literally, it has to be 29.
Yeah.
Because really, there's no other support level north of 29, in my opinion.
Yeah, even 29. I mean, I'm looking at 27 here.
Yeah, like I can't give it $3. That's not $2.50, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you can't give it that. I think the only way to execute this one would be the breakout, and then your risk is probably 40 cents if it fails.
But the Huadunk comes in fast and furious, right?
It does.
On the breakout. That's the thing for me. I probably have resting orders, to be honest with you, north of that 50. If I was to get in it, I'd want to get out
right
chunk
away.
Immediately. You know what I mean?
And it should go directly to 31 to test that other size.
Something like that, yeah.
Something just like that. You can see that there's size at 32 now, which keeps appearing and then disappearing. The size at 32 is bigger. It's 1,500 lots. So you got 350,000 shares trying to sell. If they all get filled, and they all get filled, and you're short this name, I think you're probably feeling it.
Bought up.
Yeah.
Katina Man, are you still short? BFS? The Katina Man is still short. He's exactly. He's short in front of the 50. He's taking the opposite trade of me. The idea here is exactly the opposite of what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a break. He's looking at a rejection. Who knows how it ends up turning out, but real interesting. At least for now, the sellers are winning. The downside is way bigger than he thinks because he's going to risk like 10 pennies or what? How much are you risking? 10 pennies? Yeah, exactly. Here we go. The size at 50 is definitely being reduced. Now, that does not take into consideration, obviously, iceberg orders. Iceberg, for those who don't know, and just new traders, are hidden orders. Hidden orders, you should know, go to the back of the line. They don't get filled first, but in exchange, they are hidden from view, meaning you don't really know what's there. Now, there are some ways to be able to tell that there is an iceberg. Mainly, when you don't see size on the book, yet the level doesn't break, is an indication that there's an iceberg. So that's why it's important to have level 2. You have to pay extra for that for most brokerages. Some brokerages don't even offer it. If you're looking at one of those retail programs like Robinhood, does Robinhood even have level 2? I don't even know.
I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't trade Robinhood. We don't have it in Canada, so we have Wealth Simple.
I think that Wealth Simple does not have level 2.
No, I don't think so either. I've never used it, but anyway, interesting look here on VFS. My eyes really focused on this one.
Yeah, I'm watching that too. I think it makes sense to try to take the breakout. I think if this gets down to like 100 lots, I'm going to try to punch the 30-50 and hope that it goes right away and takes those 1,000 lot or those 100 lots. But we'll see for sure on this one. NVIDIA is absolutely tanking off of that.
Wow. NVIDIA, low of day. It's continuing to print lows here. 437.40. It continues to head south. We're not seeing that big move south, though, on the NQ. It's a bit of a base here at 15.050, just a smidge below. We know 15.0 and a third, the LOD on the day. I'm talking about the NQ September contract. And here comes again, baby. That 30.50, the spread tightening up and the size is getting eaten up here. 577. Let's see how this one resolves. More selling coming in. We move a smidge below. The spread widens up. Instead of 2 pennies, it's 15 now. So that gives you an idea about the liquidity issues with this. It tightens up, opens up, tightens up, opens up. Very, very bamboozling. What you do see, though, is a series of higher lows on the name. Think of that what you will. This is the one I'm looking at. Call me crazy, call me nuts, but yeah, I'll keep my eye on this one. Somebody asked earlier, Max, WLDS, and I didn't get a chance to look at it, so let me have a look now. WLDS, wearable devices. What's the float, you ask? Nobody asked, but I'll tell you anyway. One moment. The float, 7.1 million shares. I like it. Low float, dangerous stock, my type of thing. Let's see if there's a short float here on it. WLDS, wearable devices. Short float, negligible, 1.73%. Not much. The Katina man's out a little bit at 30. Where are you out? At 30s, 437 30s on NVIDIA. WLDS on VFS. VFS, okay, sorry. He took some out in the 30s on VFS. So now, WLDS, interesting here because it's not much of volume today. It's a dollar name. It's only done 855,000 shares, but what you see is a continuous higher low here, which is interesting. Let's go to the half an hour. Find out. We have a good day yesterday supported by volume. We did over 4 million shares there in the opening range. Yeah. And we are definitely at the highs yesterday. Now, technically on the opening range, we got to 148, but that 145, the better level, a couple of rejections subsequent to the opening range on there. If we can break above 145, where do we go? Well, surprise, surprise. The Katina man is $10 in the money. Hit the dollar club, man. Oh, okay.
That's where we're going, you guys. I was taking a look at NVIDIA because I feel like eventually we bounce. Maybe we have to get $10 first, but like 435 maybe, fail breaking there makes sense. But
who's talking about
I don't
HE?
know.
What is this HE stock
H
everybody's talking about, bro?
Hawaiian Electric.
What is this?
It's getting smoked because they might have started the fire or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? That's them? Class action lawsuit? That quick, eh? Well, I'm not surprised, bro, because I seen destruction on that island. I just came back from Hawaii, guys. I wasn't on Maui, right? I was in Honolulu and Waikiki. But it breaks my heart seeing that kind of stuff, bro. It broke my heart. And, like, apparently they didn't even have any notice. They were saying that the, like, emergency management system was absolute trash. Like, we got 5-10 minutes worth of notice with respect to a wildfire. Look, we need, like, at least a few hours here.
I don't know.
I don't want to say anything mean.
Yeah, I have no idea about any of this, but
that's what I'm hearing, obviously.
How did did the fire just start really close to the city? It must have. I don't know. Yeah. That's pretty brutal.
All right. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Look at VFS. Dude, cover. You're printing here. 29.50. Thank God I didn't go long, bro. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Look at that flush. Look at that flush. Look at Tina man. Wow. I think we find some support here. No. Wow. Look at the spread opening up. 65 pennies? What's happening here, man? Look at this, dude. Oh my goodness, this is very bamboozling. Okay.
That's the problem with this name. I was shorting it yesterday after I got off the show.
VFS?
Yeah. It would go down. You'd look like you're like banger in the money, and then instantly the spread opens up. And now, like, the spread's $1.50. You're like, I don't know where we're going.
Unreal.
You just have to punch out. So.
Unreal.
Yeah, but now we're kind of tightening down, moving down. That's a nice trade.
Good trade, Sean.
Out of the boys over there. I don't know if Neil's short too.
He's.
Yeah.
The Neil is short as well. Look at the level 2. We've been talking about the level 2. He's asking, why is nobody offering in the 30s?
True.
It doesn't make any sense, he says. Well, it's a good point. There's no question about that. All right, we'll see what this one does, but yeah, it's a mad one. I think I'm going to stay away from this one because clearly, if I had gotten into that one, I would have been off the show. And Apple is headed to the south side. Everything heading south today, guys. 15,000 incoming today.
15K touch.
15K is coming in, baby.
Incoming. I would say find a stock to play the bounce. I think 15K bounces at least once before we actually flush through it. But wow, NVIDIA absolutely getting smoked. I'm watching potentially 435, but I mean, we're up so much in the last couple days on NVIDIA. Like maybe we get down to
Low a day on the ES.
432, I think would be kind of a banger reversal trade on NVIDIA.
We're about to print newer lows on the ES. We haven't printed newer lows.
Oh yeah, there we
since
go.
earlier. Here it comes. The ES 4444. Exactly the low of day today. No, correction. 4443.5 now. Make a long story short, 15,000 incoming. Do we go long at 15,000?
I think we bounce at least once. I don't know how hard we bounce, but I think you could probably find a decent opportunity on a large cap.
Yeah.
Take a bounce off of 15K.
I'd like to see 15K today.
I wouldn't be hanging on to that for any period of time. Like
Holding, yeah.
scalp,
Yeah.
bounce $1, take the profit, get
Dan
out.
says no. He said you don't
No
go
bounce.
long 15K.
I don't think you're going long 15K as like a positional trade on the futures. I think if you're talking scalp, yeah, you could probably find something, but we'll see.
$7 in the money on NVIDIA.
Yeah, that's wild. That is a certified banger there on NVIDIA.
Okay. Well, I have nothing on at the moment, and one losing trade on coin. We don't really get smoked. A very small loss. I mean, I haven't been in anything. I mean, obviously, I should have been short whatever and whoever today, but there we go. Covered something on NVIDIA. The Katina man saying, I'm keeping my eye here on 15,000. Like, let's see. Do we get buyers at 15,000? Let's look at the indexes, man. Bring the indexes in here and have a look at where we are macro-wise. Indexes. Let's go to the chart, guys. Here we are. This is the NDX. This is the index. Okay. So now this is a little confusing because it's not the same level as the ES. So this peak over here that we made in March was the high on the ES that we rejected off. I'll show you that the SPX in a second. But because the NQ has been markedly stronger than the SPX, the NDX has been markedly stronger than the SPX, we almost touched 16,000 there. You'll recall 15.9 and change. So we did break that March high, and we're definitely dancing with that January 2022 high that we made. Nice rejection there. For support, where do we find support? Literally, it's got to be at 14,250. I mean, this is a bit of a top over here. Otherwise, you really have to go to the August high. You'll recall this August high was Jackson Hole when Papa Powell tanked the market. Jackson Hole, by the way, very soon. When is the next one? Jackson Hole. Let's go. When is it? Fed. I'm just looking here, guys. Fed meeting 2023. It is August 24th to 26th, 3 days. We'll see what Papa says at the time. I'm talking about Papa Powell because that's what he did to the market last time. Higher for longer, he said. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's
maybe this time he does the opposite.
I'd like that, Max, because I'm
Who
long.
wouldn't like that? Who wouldn't like that? Everybody likes a market that's going up.
Yeah.
These
Constantly go up.
choppy downward leading markets are not really the easiest ones to trade. Choppy up is easier. Choppy down I find to be
Not so much.
a bit harder for sure, because there's less
By the way,
aggression in those up moves.
29,000 just got breached on our friend Bitcoin.
Were we offline when we were talking about
We
Bitcoin?
were. Max and I were talking to. I'm like, hey Max, I'm gonna get long some Bitcoin. It's
And I
hell
said, hey,
29.
Sharif, that sounds like a great idea.
All right, guys, we're kidding. We're kidding here.
We are not kidding.
No, like we're joking about like how we're doing it. But yeah, we were talking about the futures that getting Coinbase getting approval for 2 futures contracts for ETH and Bitcoin. We're talking about the ARK, Fidelity, BlackRock, all waiting for their spot Bitcoin ETFs to get approved. They may have to go to court for that. But anyway, 28,945.75 now, Max, a low day on BTC as things continue to flush, baby. It is a seller's paradise at the moment. There's no question about that. Keeping my eye here, no question about it at 15,000, looking for a possible dip.
Yeah, like what are we going to take the bounce on is the question. Microsoft at 321. I do like we've been kind of bouncing in that range. 321 up to 325 recently. Pull up the 30-minute. Thank you for these Wix P Pro 8. Where Where's yesterday's action? Oh, there we go. All right. 321 is where we base out a couple times yesterday. We base out at 321 a couple times the day before. If we are bouncing at 15K and Microsoft is wicking 321, I think that that makes sense for me. It looks like I may have to log off here because my software just froze. I said something bad about it and it froze.
About Softy?
About P-Pro.
It crashed?
I said.
That's hilarious. Go to it. It's okay. It's all good. That's hilarious. Neil says that's what you get, baby.
That is what I get. I said thank you for this wick P-Pro, and it crashed on me. Like that. So, right, just like that. That is hilarious, actually.
That's funny. All right, guys. Neil
It never crashes on my computer back there. Only this computer. And Obi and Prad used to have so much problems with this one.
Well, Luca as well. Luca would fume every time he changed the look from the 1 minute to the 5 to the 15. It tanked on him. Anyway, everything is red. Look at ION Q. I was talking about a 14 defend on that boy. It's now at 13 and 2/3. So ION Q continuing to print down. Likewise with Coinbase, that 79 level got breached. It's gone as well. We're just waiting for some support to come in here if we find some support, to be honest. Apple is now flat on the day, 177.46. It's not break even. It's just a smidge above. Microsoft as well, 0.2%. What's all this money? Oh, the Katina man hit it. Oh, he's printing. I was like, what the hell's going on? Let's see what else is moving here. I'm not in any trades. Nothing to my liking at the moment. Keeping an eye on my scanner. Nothing moving on the scanners here. We'll keep an eye out. What else is the chat up to? Let's see. Day trader cut. Just because it's consolidating doesn't mean it's time to go long. Wait for confirmation. Sure, absolutely. You need to see the buyers overwhelm sellers. At that point, look for wicks below key levels that keep getting bought up. That's typically what I do. Not doing into anything at the moment. Hanging Man, digital warfare, baby. Let's go. Serdar, do you also experience the sound goes off sometimes? No. Dan Emmons, people catching every knife are always the people that miss the opening range breakout every time. Dangerous to do every day. Couldn't agree more. Serdar says sound goes off sometimes. I don't know. Do you guys experience that? I mean, if you are, tell us so we can tell the production team to have a look at it. Ralph, we still haven't seen a serious market connection in tech. Good point. 2022. Well, it was a correction year, you know that. But you're talking about 2023, I'm assuming. No, we haven't. And I submit to you, we will. We will. And September's not a good year, a good month for the market in general. Let's see what else is being said here.
We are continuing here, Sharif. That is a
15,011. Low a day on the NQ.
Here we go.
15,000.
Here we go. There's NVIDIA at 435.
I think we find some support at 15,000. I got to tell you the truth. Just like from a technical sense, 15,000 is going to be on everybody and their mother's cousin's radar.
Their mother's cousin.
Yeah, first cousin too. $9 in the money. The Katina man is very active today. Where are we here on NVIDIA? 434.46. It continues to head south. Yeah, very weak.
Tesla at 227 now. Breaking that pre-market low. That was the wrong stock. I said Tesla. I typed NVIDIA. Wow. All right. So Tesla wicking 227. Does that help the market? For now, it looks like yes. We just did a little 10-point bounce on the market. I ain't going long into this. Maybe going long back above 228 if the market does actually bounce. NVIDIA as well. We looked at that 435. Even if I wanted to take the 435 fail, it never even came in. It just went directly to 434. Now we're back above 435. So I don't know. Maybe that is the bottom on the market. Maybe that's the touch that we needed. Here we go on the bounce. I would say, to confirm a bounce. I don't even know if you can confirm a bounce on the market at this point. It would have to get back up to like 15,051 to be really any kind of substantial bounce, as ES is just continuing down. Now we sell that
Goodness.
pump off. All right,
Yeah.
here we go.
Yeah, I'm not punching long here until I see confirmation that the buyers are stepping up, and I want to see a 15,000 touch, no question. I'm not even going to get in at 15,000. Nuh-uh. We need to see a dance here between buyers and sellers. We need to see the buyers overwhelm. We haven't seen that at all today. And whatever stock you're looking at, I mean, we definitely have not seen buyers step up in any measurable amount. Zion Lala, Sharif, can the production team increase levels on their end? We have to put it on full volume. Sure, they're working on it right now. I just spoke with Fabian and Ramin. They're on it. Jay Lee Sharif, SQQ about to break 20, and UVXY is over 18. Absolutely. I'm going to actually just keep my eye on the MNQ. The levels for me on there are the ones that I'm keeping my eye on, but I couldn't agree with you more. You know, I got to tell you, does the tail wag the dog or the dog wag the tail? Is it the future moving the equity, or is it the equity moving the future, or is it the option moving the future? Or, yeah, the option moving the equity. I mean, there's so many variables here to consider. You just don't kind of know where to look sometimes, but right now they all seem to be in harmony because they're all headed south. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what else is going on. I don't have any trades.
Bounce on Apple and a bit of a bounce on Microsoft too, and Nvidia's back above that 435. So my eyes are on Tesla at this 227 overnight kind of level. Wondering if you can get a quick scalp into 227.5 if it goes over. It's just kind of a sketchy trade that I don't know. I mean, I think that you could get directly to low of day on a failure of that potential bounce. And we haven't actually touched 15,000 yet. We just got down to 15,009, I guess. But maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough to get the bounce. Here we go on Tesla. I'm not long. But actually looking pretty decent for that potential bounce move. Maybe should have taken that one. I don't know. I mean, we had to go and wick the actual number before bouncing. Oh, that 4440, was that not a level on ES previously? Let me bring this 60-minute up on the ES. I think 4440 was a level, if I recall correctly. Maybe it was 4444.
Yeah, production. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
It's tough with the soft shirt.
Trust me, bro. I deal with that all the time. Golf shirt blues, polo blues, whatever you want to call it.
Like nice, thick, stiff dress shirts for this.
Oh, goodness. Are people having interesting discussion in the chat here? Like, no, Sharif, it's not the future that moves. It's not the options that move. It's the bond market. Look, I've been hearing a lot about the fight going on between equity hedge funds essentially, and the bond market, and those dealing with treasuries. And apparently, you know, there's a lot of offloading right now by hedge funds of their treasuries. And guess who's buying? The bond people. So we'll see who wins out. Now, the old adage is smart money is in bonds and treasuries, and the less, we won't call it dumb money, but the less intelligent money is in equities. I happen to believe that that's not exactly a fair characterization, but yeah, definitely there is something to be said about that. Now let's look at here what we're doing here on the 2-year, because the 2-year is important. The 2-year, 10-year comparison is important for me anyway. 2-year August continuous contract. Let's look at the daily. I was talking to Brendo about this not that long ago. Look at the highs that we're making. Continue to make highs. We haven't breached that 5% mark quite yet. We got wicked up to 4.9, I believe. Yeah, we got up to 4.955. That was yesterday. We gapped down lower today. High a day 4.88. We're green on the day, but barely 0.18%. Let's look at the 10-year. 10Y futures contract. I go continuous so we can chart properly. Here we go. Let's see what we've been up to with the 10-year. The 10-year on the day, man, this is so slow, bro. Why do I have to wait like this? It really annoys me. I mean, it's not that hard to load up data on a chart. So we'll wait for a second there as it loads up. So we'll have a look at what else is moving. Yeah, still haven't breached the 15,000 on the NQ, so eyes plastered there. 15,009 is the low of day. Bro, come on. There we go. This
All
morning,
right.
Max, we
All
got up to
right.
4.25 yesterday. Right now, we are at days high on the 10-year. So yes, you know that yields move inversely to bond price. When the bond price goes down, yields have to go up, and typically bonds and equities move in the same direction, therefore yields go up when equities go down. And there we go again, speaking of equities, the future coming back down again, Max, into low a day on the NQ now, 2/3% south. We got as high as 15,166. We are now 15,008 on the NQ.
Oh yeah, and we are cruising down for sure. I'm looking at NVIDIA. This 435.40 price is interesting. If I don't know, the market hasn't gotten to 15K, which is my problem on this one yet. Right now, like we need to get all the way down there. ES kind of just hanging out at the bottom, looking like actually it's making new lows as the Nasdaq's bouncing a bit. So I think I'm gonna wait, but this 435.40 looking like maybe you get a quick like reversal up to 436.5 off of that one. I just don't want to take that as it does break. Nothing happening yet. Kind of mixed tape above it. Maybe looking like it wants to go. No bids, no size, nothing happening. I think everybody's waiting on the market to see what it wants to do at this 15K. So we wait. If we take out 434, instantly rebid, that's a trade that I can take. And that's a trade that I would normally take. So we'll see on that if we can get that one in for the potential market reversal. And hopefully we are bouncing off of 15K for that one. As far as shorts are concerned, like we're at the lows, we're at like very key market support. You can't really just be going short. I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Sure.
I cannot really do that for my trading rules and strategies, so I will not be doing that. But maybe the market has a 2% down day in it, and we're just missing out, and this is the actual breakdown price. You know, if that's the case and we're going to trend, some names will give you spots to get back in on the trend on the way down. So we'll wait for that. If this is the bounce and we missed it, such is life. And maybe we got something else in VFS or DLO.
Patina, man. All right, guys. Well, I mean, I don't know if we miss it, Max, because like maybe we wait for confirmation, right? That 15,000 is going to hold.
Yeah.
At least I'm not going to just get in randomly just because it's at 15, especially on a day like today. My goodness. The Katina man is now long AMD, looking for that 15,000 hold. By the way, put that in the chat, so keep your eye on that. I'm not going to get into any trades, quite frankly. I don't like anything, and yeah, call me crazy, but I'm not getting into anything at the moment. Max's hair looks fantastic, somebody said there, and I have to agree.
Really? This is
bro.
not looking so good. I think I need a haircut.
People like it, bro. People like it. You give the people what they want.
Oh, this is reversed. I can't.
Oh
I don't
my
know what
God.
I'm doing there.
Hit the Lambo, guys. I don't have it. We need to put the Lambo on thing on here. Anyway, keeping my eye on 15,000. We're still hanging on, but we're not printing newer highs. There's no question about that. So we're just not breaking lows. So for me, no longs at the moment. Keeping my eye on what's what. Let me look at ADRs. Oh, okay. ADRs are actually holding up while the rest of the market is huadunking. Because they're not all, the majority of them are actually green after the bell. Not green on the day, green since the bell. I have two columns, change percentage from 4 a.m. and change percentage since open, 9:30. I like to have both and to see what's up. So they're mostly green after multiple day sell-off. Now we know that more data came out of China. Somebody tagged me in the chat earlier and was letting me know about this. Another Chinese, I want to call it real estate developer. I don't remember the name. Missed another bond payment.
Oh yeah, I was gonna take a look at that on the OTC if that. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna figure
continue
out.
your thought there because we've heard about that. Remember what were they called? Evergreen. Yeah. No. Evergreen, I know that another one missed a payment last year. I forget the name. Tag me in the chat for the correct name. I don't like to have that boo-boo on my record, so let me know. Evergrande, thank you, Trader CL. Evergrande, they missed a bond payment last year or earlier this year. Lots of stress in the Chinese housing market. Loan demand is markedly down. People are not taking loans, and you saw a surprise rate cut coming from the Chinese central bank to spur demand for loans. We'll see if that has an effect. Some people saying too little, too late. The stimulus should have come in earlier. You know, we saw targeted stimulus by the Chinese government. They tried to stimulate EVs and other things by giving incentives, much in the same way that you get that $7,500 tax credit on the Model Y, but obviously applicable to Chinese EVs. Some people said that was too narrow of a measure. They wanted more broad-based measures for the overall economy. We know the Chinese economy is really, the Katina man mentioning to me this morning, the youth unemployment rate in China continues to really be at historical lows, and that's a problem. We know that they have a population crisis. Contrary to what you may think, they actually are shrinking in size rather than growing, so they need to grow. And there's a whole bunch of macroeconomic situations here that lead to the position we are now. But with respect to the matter at hand, 15,000 still holding, 15,006, a new low though on the NQ.
Yeah, we're really just chopping around there. And I was looking, I tried to look up that Country Garden. Is what it's called.
Garden, that's right. That's the one it was.
There was
today.
no
Thank you
volume
for that.
on the pink sheets today, so no opportunity missed there, thankfully. I imagine their Hong Kong listing might have gone a little nuts. I don't have Hong Kong entitlements on this,
Neither do
so I don't know what happened. I guess I could look that up on my other platform here. Wow, AMD off the bottom. Sean, do you have like an uncle or something that's calling you right now, telling you what to do? This is crazy. This guy's just printing on everything. Uncle Boggy is letting Sean know what to do today. Apparently, that's nuts. That's like the biggest green. Where's AMD? You're not in, bro? No. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. AMD. That's like the biggest move up on the day on AMD on this one. That's what a banger off that 107 bottom. See, this is exactly what you wanted to see. Double bottom at 107, wicks the low. You get in 107, 01, 02, 05, blast right up 50 cents. That's all you need out of that trade. And then maybe you hold a piece on for the potential reversal back to VWAP. You know, if you're going to say that 15K is going to hold, maybe, you know, we're blasting back off to 15,050 and maybe back to VWAP on the market. And then maybe AMD's at, you know, 108.60, which was my target when I was getting along at 107.80 earlier. So, yeah, great trade there. A lot of interesting bottoms showing up right now. That NVIDIA did end up working out if you went long off of the bottom, but I mean, if you're risking this move at 435.40s all the way down, I guess that's 50 cents. You get $1. That's not great. That's not great. You're not really looking for that. Maybe you're saying, you know, it couldn't break these lows, and then you're long somewhere in the high 434s. That's a better trade for sure, and you're only risking down to 50s there. That's like 40 cents to get $1.50. But yeah, a lot of names making the moves off the bottom. I'm not convinced yet, but maybe the bottom's in right now. We had to go and touch that 15K. You look at a 15-minute chart though on NASDAQ. We haven't even taken out the high yet of that 15.025. So we'll see if we get that continuation later on into the show here and get through that 15,000. You know, bears would say that this is the opportunity to get short for that 15,000 retest. I don't know that I necessarily agree, but I think something like a 437.50 on
Neil X.
on NVIDIA. Is X going?
Yeah, they got another bid. I don't know how to say this name, but here it is. Exclusive. Arsol. Oh man, come on, man. What is this? ArcelorMittal SA discussing possible. Pardon me? ArcelorMittal.
Do we know what the price is?
Discussing possible bid for U.S. Steel with financial advisors. Discussing. Okay, no, I'm looking here to see what the price is. No, I don't see anything here with respect to price max.
Okay.
But no doubt about it, X is moving, and we know that they received multiple unsolicited offers from different institutions. I know Cleveland Cliffs was one of them. There was another as well. Here is X, big boy move up from 30.50. You touch 32, and then you come right back down into that 31.5. Interesting look on X. It's now up 3 1/3% on the day. 11.1 million shares of volume done on this bad boy. Do we get a retracement? Is this a short the news type event? I mean, I don't know. I don't know
I
here.
think unless there was a price attached to it, it's probably a short.
No, look at BFS.
I was looking to go long.
BFS is
cratered, cratered through 29 there. So, you know, low volume, massive orders on the ask. Makes a lot more sense to go short than thinking long like Sharif and I. But, you know, that's why Sean and Neil have been in the business for 20 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And
We stayed out of it.
We're just minnows over here. Trying to eat the dead skin off of people's feet.
Oh, my goodness. I don't like dead skin. Neil says minnows don't eat dead skin.
What are those like things in the Asian spa treatment where you stick your feet in? Aren't those minnows? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, is that not a minnow? What kind of fish is that? I don't think they're sticking piranhas in there.
They better not. All right, 31 here on X. As quickly as we got up to 32, guys, as quickly as we get down into 31, do we find support now? I submit to you that we have a nice little level earlier on at that 30.70. Multiple rejections off 30.70 before the eventual breakout. Sure, we broke above it in the opening range, but that means less to me than all these rejections here off that 30.75. I correct myself, 30.70, 30.75. That was a level. Pop right back up off 31, right into 31 1/3. Do we hold 31? Was 31 the dip buy? Well, it touched my 7 period here and big boyed right back up. A lot of volatility, the volume coming in on this one in spades now. Look at the tape go here. I love X. We did very well on X a couple of days ago, and it looks like we missed out a little bit of a trade here off 31 max as it big boys right back up. As I say that, I see D-Lo breaking VWAP, breaking 22 on my side chart. This one is huadunking as well. And as I say that as well, Max, the NQ has found its base. Look at that, 15.032.
Yep. We missed the bottom, Sharif. We missed the bottom.
Missed everything today, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
435. I said 435. I said 435 a long time ago.
No, I have no positions. 0 positions.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching this this X. Some people in the chat saying it's $35, but that was the one yesterday. I think that's old. But if we're, I don't know, if we're getting another bid, it's probably higher than the old one.
You think, otherwise, why would they not take? Well, they didn't like the Cleveland Cliffs bid because it didn't allow them to do due diligence and other things. But there was another offer from another bidder that they didn't disclose the name of. They didn't. I think Cleveland Cliffs is the one that came out and said that we did put an offer. That's why it was known. I don't think X is the one that released it. But anyway, I don't have data on the price here. My blotter's updating, and I keep getting different news items. As soon as we find out the bid.
All right, I'm long.
All right, I like it.
We're holding 50s. There's reserves on 50s, so I'm long initial size on 54. Let's see if we can get through 32 right now. Yeah, not looking for this one to quadrunk on me, but you know, based on where we are trading right now, I'm willing to kind of hold this into, because the smaller size, maybe into 31, 20, and then see if we can add to it. I think this has the juice to get through 32. We got to 32.
Thank you.
32.50 on the last offer. So let's see here if we can hold this 50 price and then keep moving. On X, the short float is still 8.5% according to Trade Ideas. So, multiple offers, hopefully scaring some shorts out, and we can maybe finally get a winner on the board here today.
Dan's saying a really good point. He's like, the rally is facing pressure from sellers at the IB low. Well, the IB low is around that 15.055, 15.050, in and around there. So let's put a trend line there and then go back to the current price action. Yeah, so right there we're going to find probably some resistance here. We'll see. It's a nice move up off that level, but it's still against the trend, no question about it. So let's not celebrate too much. Just touch the 50 period here on the 1. Which I don't put too much stock into, but it should be noted at that level. Yeah, definitely some resistance coming in at this point. Let's see what's up. VFS, not even going to look at that, but good trade on X there, Max. I know you're involved in that one. By the way, the production team is working on fixing the position board. Max is long. VFS at 31.54. So let's see how that one does, guys. It's a good look here. Sorry, not VFS. My mistake. X. Yeah, U.S. Steel.
I am long U.S. Steel on this this new bid. Let's see. We are definitely seeing a lot of buying. Volume kind of basing out a little bit here. So we'll see if we can get through this 31.75 high. We're definitely kind of curling up here, but we need to get through that high of 32. I think, adding up there seems a little high, but if the offer is 35 or higher, 30, let's say the bid is like 37 this time, we're pretty far off of that. And if the bids keep going up, then, this stock is just going to keep going up. So here we go. Let's see if we can blast through this high of 32. I think a 32 break into 32.50 might make sense. 32.50 where we topped out 2 days ago in the afternoon here, 32.55. Oops, whatever. So yeah, let's see if this will hold. I don't want this getting below 40s anymore, so probably punch out on a 39 price. Or if we wick this high again, I guess like that just got to 80s and then kind of came down. But the buying continues. Buyers not stopping on this name, so feeling not so bad about X right now. Wondering if I should. I don't know. I want more size, but I want it to be down here where it really should have been before. However, we are definitely holding this trend up and still looking good. So let's see what happens on this one. I think we can hold $31 and then keep going. This pre-market, or no, the opening range high 30.95. So if we get below 30.95, that's obviously an out. The market obviously doesn't care, but maybe we pull back to the teal here and then bounce and then keep going on U.S. Steel. There's definitely buyers in the market for this one. I guess the question is, how real are these offers that they're getting? And, the market not getting super excited and pushing us all the way up into like 33, 34 off these offers quite yet. And speaking of the market,
Day Trader cut asking about which one was it? OSTK. Yeah, I did see that earlier, but it wasn't on my radar, so I didn't put too much stock into it. OSTK. Have a look. Overstock.
They're pretty shorted, I think.
Well, it's retail week, right? Retail earnings week. I don't have anything with respect to them on my blotter at the moment. But what is the short float on that bad boy?
12%. It's not as much as I thought.
Good. I don't have a reason.
Apparently that's enough to send a stock up like 50% on the day. I'm still salty about that.
So sarcastically. Right, but yeah.
And the fact that my price was actually the high of day, and then I wasn't short that one time. Yeah, we really talked ourselves out of that 24 short. Should have been in that one for sure. But maybe U.S. Steel pays.
This is an interesting look here on Overstock, though. You had multiple days around that 31.5, and then yesterday you flunk off that 31.75 all the way to 30. You kind of hold 30, and this morning 30 was as good as you could do. Now 27.5. I don't see a reason, and I don't see a news item yesterday either, to be quite honest with you. And I'm going back on my blotter here. I keep going. 11. I'm talking about August 11th, August 9th. Nothing showing them up on my blotter with respect to Overstock. Maybe this is kind of a retail weakness play. We
Here
know
we go,
that.
X. Sorry.
Go for it.
We're going for 32, new high. Well, not new high, but I mean, I didn't necessarily see 32 print, so it might not have actually printed there. Here we go, 232, breaking 32, 02s. All right, fail break. Let's see if this continues down or if we bid right back up. The bidders have stepped up on every dip so far. I'm going to take half out there just in case. And we will see, maybe add over 32. If it continues, I think that 32.50 high from the other day may just stop a lot of people out of any shorts.
Good trade, bro.
If they are in them, at 32.50 right here from 2 days ago, but now back into the 80s. So if we print 59 at this point, I'll be out of this one.
Gotcha. Yeah, overstock. I was basically saying that we know that retail has been weak, especially for discretionary items, right? We know that consumer doesn't want to spend as much on discretionary items as previously. They had been, all the COVID savings that they had, staying at home, we buy goods because we can't really go out. Now it's concerts, it's travel. That's where the money is. Experiences, in other words, that's where the discretionary money is being spent. Obviously, you have to continue to spend on staples. I submit to you, I don't think that Overstock is that, kind of thing. Overstock.com is an online retailer. The company, through its online business, offers a range of products, including furniture, decor, area rugs, bedding, bath, home improvement, outdoor and kitchen, dining items. So, yeah, some of them are consumer staples, like kitchen stuff. But other stuff, you don't really need to be buying furniture. A lot of that stuff was done during COVID, right? People upgraded their homes. They did all that kind of stuff during the COVID times, the lockdown times. So we'll see how that goes up there. I woke up in a new Bugatti, Nita Stonk says. Brother, bring that over here, because we want that Bugatti over here. Yeah, bring that Bugatti over here, baby.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
A lot of ones. He's got a lot.
A lot of ones, just like the tape on Apple this morning, I was hearing.
Yeah, the Katina man was saying that. He's like, what are all these bamboozling ones? What is all this? But yeah, let's look at Apple. Good segue there, Max, because I will not be convinced that there is not a huge buyer here at 177. Let's go. 30 minutes. Look at this, bro. On a day where the market is in a full state of huadunk, look at Apple.
A full state of quadunk.
Look at this. Apple is holding up. There is definitely a buyer. Somebody big is adding at this position. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I don't need to be convinced. I'm convinced.
Pre-run-up, 136.50 is where we held up. So, or not, sorry, 176.50 is where we held up prior to the big run-up into, did we get to 200 on Apple? Not quite, right?
Not
quite.
Hold on.
Yeah, we got to like 198 or something. And,
yeah, 198 and a quarter.
So yeah, we held up right at that same price that we held up yesterday on that 176.5, and then we're holding these levels. We can't even get down to 177.
And on a day where the market's very weak.
Yeah, market super weak. Apple holding up. What else is new? But on the run up on the market, Apple was pretty muted on the way up. So I think a lot of that.
The position board is wrong there, by the way. I'm not short at 137, by the way. At 15.037. Position board going crazy. Going crazy. All right, let's see what the...
You're making too much money.
Yeah, right. Kind of the opposite. Okay.
Here we go for 32 again on X. So let's see if this 32 break works for the second time. 32.02, the high. No real prints above 32 is all right.
Okay, they got it. Yeah.
All right, here we go. New high on X. Flying. Why didn't I take more size?
Nice,
Why didn't I reload?
Good job,
Let's go, baby. If we take out 32.50, that's gonna be a serious banger. I guess I should have the news blotter open here, just in case there is some there are some new details that come out. 12:44, so 5 minutes ago, there were some new details. It looks like. Weighing possible bid. So it's not even an actual bid. I should probably know this before jumping into a trade, but whatever. YOLO, what's life without whimsy? As Shuri says.
All right, guys. Let's see what else. Say it again. VFS. Let's go back to that bad boy. It isn't a full state of Khwadunk. There we go. Right back into 28.25. Bit of lows there. Look at last time we got into 28. It got right back up into 29. Then there was obviously a seller here at 29, and there they go right back down again. 28.25. The spread opening up 28.50 or 28.49 on the ask, 28.25 on the bid. Right, definitely the volume is going down, but it is also headed down. Eek. Definitely happy to take that 30 break there, Max. That would have been bad. But keeping an eye on that. What else we got going on here? X you've got. I'll leave that one to you. Somebody telling me Nat Gas at lows 259.60. UNG holding up at 6.99. I'm going to add here, honestly, on UNG with my out being the break of 6. So I got in at 7.10, so I'm 10 pennies out of the money. I'm talking about my long-term account on Nat Gas. Yeah, I'm like, why don't I buy the lows? I mean, what does it cost me? $1? I didn't really care, right? And so interesting look here, 6.99 again on UNG. Nat Gas, the futures contract, 259.2. That's after breaking 3. It's pulled back quite a bit, several negative days on UNG. But buying the bottom, to me, I know exactly where I'm going to go. So interesting look there. Let's see what else. Position board over here. Not much happening for me on Lee. Lee's flat. Okay, now Lee is also interesting in that it seems to hold that 40 level, much in the same way that Apple is holding that 177. Let me look at Lee Auto here. Yeah, this is an interesting look for Lee. It was a sell the news event, no question about that. They had amazing earnings, but we know that the China weakness has been coming and plaguing these Chinese names. But look at this 40 hold here. This takes us back to about August 8th. This 40 hold happening over and over. The dips, somebody's buying this below 40. We did get into 39 on the 14th, and it was bought. That was in the pre-market. It was bought up again immediately below that 40. How long does 40 hold, though? The more the Chinese government seems to speak, really, the more these ADRs keep selling off because it's not good news coming out of there. Quite frankly, let's be real about it. But yeah, that 40 level is very intriguing on our friend Lee. John Del Sengo. Take a look at UNG Island top at 8. Have a look at that. Let's go instead of Lee here, UNG. I was kind of looking at the bottoms, to be honest with you, because I was trying to figure out where my stop was going to be on that rather than really looking at the tops. But yeah, Island top, he says. Where is the $8 level? Yeah, no question about it. You had that pop in, and I was like doing the dance when I was in the money on this one, like about 75 pennies or 90 pennies. Now I'm out of the money 10 pennies, no big deal for me. But yeah, no question about it. What I do like though on UNG is you have higher lows and higher highs. And that takes us back to late May. It hasn't made lower lows, pardon me, and it's been making higher highs. So last time around when we got into the top there, June 26th, we topped out at 783. Last time we got into 810. Not much. I know we're talking pennies here, but trend is my friend.
Trend is your friend.
Keep an eye on that.
100%. X kind of volume tapering off, so my stop is trailed now in the money, and I got a couple outs ahead of high of day. We'll see if this gets back up. If not, I mean, it's still an okay little scalp action. I figured maybe we take out that 32.50 and trend a bit higher. I think the news is a little bit muted. Worse news, not worse, but like not as good news as I thought it would be. So no big deal on this one. Probably should have taken some out above 32, but you're looking for the bigger trade on the second half, and that is what that is. We'll see if we get stopped out right here. Yes, we do. So winner on the board, not as big as it could have been. Maybe we find support again at 31. I mean, I think that this is still bullish news for U.S. Steel, that they have offers constantly kind of coming in, despite canceling their prior agreement. Yeah, it was U.S. Steel. I am now out of that. What else is going on? The market's kind of turning back around. Where is NVIDIA?
We'll see. I'm definitely interested in this NQ, but I need to see higher lows and higher highs here. Yeah, let's jump into it
I
here
feel like we're
quickly.
turning back down on the market is what I mean. Like
Down, eh?
kind of bounce off of that like we don't even get to 15,050 and now we're right back down off of that little bounce. Might as
point.
well
Good
bring
point.
it up. That 15,050 was the kind of key spot on the day. Dan's IB low. 15,051, I guess, is that price, and we bounce off 15, can't even get to there, and now we're heading right back down. So I think possibly finding a spot to get short on something makes a whole lot of sense for me. I just have to find the right name, and I think NVIDIA fail breaking 438 makes sense. Load.
Here we go.
Yeah, if we get back up to this 438, wake up, slam back down, maybe we can get back into that 435 level, and maybe we bounce again off there. This could be the new kind of the new range today. I mean, NVIDIA basically looks exactly like the market chart today on ES. If we put these guys side by side, makes a low, bounces, and then just chops around all day. So. Yeah, I mean, if the market's going through the low, I would suggest that NVIDIA may be doing the same. Also, D-Low is at an interesting spot at the moment. This is kind of where we consolidated below before, this 22-ish level, 2175. We consolidated here just now. We're breaking back below. That would have been a pretty sick short off of $24, Sharif. That's got to be the miss of the day for the two of us, at least, on this show.
Man, this NQ, bro, we're going to go right back to lows.
Yeah, I think we're going straight back down.
This is a short here. I think I missed my opportunity to get in the 30s. Ooh.
Yeah,
There
I'm
we
just
go
not
again.
seeing anything
This
that's
was a
like
miss
at a
by
good
me.
level for me to short it. Like NVIDIA didn't get there. We're kind of flying back in. Just take
Sparky
like a
Trader,
momentum
he's talking
short.
about the IB low, not IV low.
Yeah, IB. Imbalance low? Yeah, imbalance low. Is Dan's always talking about that. That's what futures
Dan will explain
traders
that to you.
like to use. The first hour of trading, high and low, is the imbalance high and low, I guess. I've never used that. Opening range is what we sometimes.
Yeah, you
use.
can call it that. I mean, in
Opening
equities,
range.
yeah.
I mean,
agree.
opening range on equities is typically 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
But obviously, yeah, I mean, you can define
Initial
that however
balance,
you
yeah.
feel.
Oil apparently is
Initial
in a full
balance,
state of huadum.
not imbalance. Initial balance.
Oil is down 1 1/4. Sure, I'm going to celebrate that. I got to tell you the truth, man. Every morning when I walk from my condo to the subway station, and there's a gas station right there, I get annoyed, right? Because it's like I'm just getting rinsed here on gas. Let's look at the CL, the light sweet crude on the NYMEX. Let's go to the continuous. Yes. Oil headed south. Let's put WTI here for everybody. We didn't talk about Oxy or any of these other names. The closing print yesterday was 80.99, essentially 81 on the West Texas Intermediate. Let's zoom out here. That's a 5-minute chart. Let's go to the half. And yeah, so we did top out there 84, 85. I would suggest a lot of these red days on oil is probably continued Chinese weakness. We know that they are a big user of oil, no question about it. And the weaker their economy is, the less likely they are to use oil, whether for products or gasoline or what have you. Now, where are we going to find some support? Well, here is August 8th. We got right into that 80 level, and then it was a big boy bounce right up to that 83 level. So we are at that level right now, 79.82 with a 79.74 low. Do we find support around this $80 level? I mean, we're a smidge below it now. Do we get bought up? I don't know. This was a fantastic flat bottom break. We danced with 80.50 yesterday, couldn't break it. We danced with it again this morning, early on at 2:30. You know, obviously this is a commodity. It's traded all over the world. We get up to 81.43, nuh-uh. And then we flat bottom break through that 850. A good look there for whoever's trading commodities. I've never traded commodities except for nat gas, and I'm in the ETF, not in the actual commodity itself. But there we go. Weekday on oil, 1.5 now. Ooh, it's in a full state of drop here. I was saying 1.25. It's 1.5 now. 1.44 with a new low, 79.74. Whew. Not full state of Huadu. Yeah, they're on oil. So there we go. Full state, baby. Where else?
State, yeah.
Let's see what we're talking about here. It's 1 o'clock in New York. Yes, sir. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Dan, I'm aligned with the market. I will act in tune with what the market is attempting to do. I remain short below the RTH. OR, this framework protects us and rewards us, NQ. There you go.
All right.
Hey, what do you got over there, Max?
I tried a D-low long. That did not work at all. It looked like it was holding 50 for a second. Probably hung on for 10 seconds too long on that one. I think if we pop back through 50, or is that where that topped out at? No, I think it was 50. Oh, it was 60. If we pop back through 60, that would make sense for a long. I guess they were just waiting for me to get out before popping it back up. But yeah, we'll see. It popped to 55s-ish, so we'll see if we can get through 55s, and then maybe that's the kind of reversal move here on D-low. Back up to VWAP, and maybe there's something else in this. But to be fair, this kind of looks like that Christmas tree that Randy talks about.
He loves that Christmas tree pattern.
So maybe we forget about this one.
I don't really
It's
have
gone.
anything here.
It's gone. Hands off. No more D-low. I convinced myself, I wanted this thing short all day, and now I'm going long for a reversal on a move that I thought would continue. So makes no sense. We cancel that one. But yeah, U.S. steel still kind of consolidating high. I want to see it back down to 31 and holding in this range, and then just giving it to that kind of, let's call it an 30-89 break. For that potential move back into 32 or continuation or whatever. But yeah, I'm not going to pay these prices again. I think on that initial volume, you can pay these prices because there's that natural kind of buying coming in. Once the volume dies down and you're buying pretty high, you're opening yourself up to a bit too much risk, in my opinion. So I'm going to wait for VWAP, wait for 31, and we'll see what happens there. Nothing wanting to quite get to that 15K, so higher low on the 5-minute.
Yeah, you saw that? I'm looking at that too.
If we take out 15...
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
050, I guess, is the price
To
that
me,
I really want to see us take out.
It's 15.037, 15.04, like that top of the crest
like this,
right there.
This top right here. Yeah, if we take that out, that looks pretty good for maybe a bounce move. Apple leading the charge at the moment.
Yeah, man. Apple,
we sit
somebody's
here talking
buying
about
here, man.
how somebody's buying Apple,
yeah,
and we're also not getting long Apple.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about it more from the long term because the 177 is where I added. But yeah, absolutely.
I mean, double bottom
I like this here,
at
man.
the low there. Pretty easy way to get involved.
I'll try my hand here at this. Let's see if we get some continuation. We'll see. Bit of a dangerous trade.
Yeah, I mean, this consolidation, you can take the breakout or you can take the retest of those consolidation highs at 177.50, and now you're already 40 cents in the money, which on Apple is not actually a bad trade at all. No. This one doesn't move like a Tesla or something or an NVIDIA. So, yeah, that's a pretty good look. We were talking about it kind of all day, about how somebody's buying it, and just higher lows trend up.
D-low is just headed
smoked.
south. 21 incoming. My goodness, the weakness continues in spades on that. VFS found a bit of a bottom. I want to see at 28, back into 29. We know that there was a seller last time at 29, no question about that. Look at all the wicks into 29 here. Do we have size? I mean, that's not that big, right? At 29 there, but yeah, there seems to be definitely a seller there. Look at how many times you wick up and then reject. Then you come back into that 28 area, but the spread really opening up on this bad boy. So it might not be a good look. It might not be a good look. We'll see what else is moving. Yeah, you mentioned Apple already. let TSM, for whatever reason, it's the only green microchip name that I see here on the day. It's up 0.25%. Taiwan Semiconductor, only 4 million shares, really nothing to speak of there. Rivian, for whatever reason, is up 1.5%. Rivian. Does it have a headline? No headline here. Maybe in, I guess, inverse sympathy with VFS. The Katina man's wife is now interested in a Rivian, so we may be seeing Rivians around here. Yes, yes. He mentioned that this morning. Nikola as well, also green, 4 3/4, dancing with $2 at the moment. We know they've had a lot of trouble with engine fires and whatnot. Pinduoduo, 1.5% to the good, just dancing with 80 at the moment. I'm talking about PDD. Oh, let's bring this in. PDD doing well. Man, this Temu, who has used this Temu app? I was talking to Brendo this morning. He laughed when I said it, but legitimately, this Temu app has like $10 smartwatches and whatnot. So it's been very interesting to see how they can actually do that. I'm gonna have to get out of this trade. Oh boy, that's bad. Yeah, no, it's not. So Brendo, the thing is, Yahoo Finance did a test run of this, and they ordered the watch. It came in 7 days, and it absolutely felt like a real Apple Watch. Obviously, it didn't work in the same way as an Apple Watch. The icons look the same, but the fact that you can get it for $10 with free shipping coming out of China is kind of ridiculous. Sorry? I'm not kidding, man. You Google it yourself, right? Well, whether it's trash or not, the fact is it came in at $10 and it takes your heart rate, it does all this stuff. So it's very interesting how Temu was able to do all this. Now, I did a little bit of research. Apparently, there's Trump-era tariffs on any Chinese imports. However, there's an exception for that. Anything sub $800 is exempt from any of these tariffs. So all these products are coming in tariff-free. And they're coming in from China, which, you know, we talked about the cost there and how they're able to make things at a discounted rate. So this Temu app, apparently with the, what's the other one? Shen? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? This Shen app or something like that? These, yeah, you know, Shein, thank you. Cat gets this. Cat knows what I'm talking about, baby. Where's the cat thing over here? I don't have it. But there it is.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
The Shein app and Temu apparently taking the world, no, I'm kidding, of course, by storm. You're able to get ridiculously discounted items off there. And apparently they don't really want to make money off you. They want your data. That's what they're after, apparently. That's the modus operandi of this company. They want you to kind of get locked into their network. It was a really interesting article written by a writer at Yahoo Finance. It took me forever to read. It was quite lengthy, and there was a corresponding video to it as well. If you want to know more about it, obviously do your own research. But very interesting. Whoa. Very interesting little tidbit there. Max, look at that market, baby.
I walk away, the bid drops. Who would have guessed? Nobody's holding it up anymore.
Let's see. Open my mouth too soon on IWM. Okay. Golly, says SDK Hands. Yeah, IWM, obviously the Russell ETF. But we did break 29 while you were gone on VFS. There was definitely a seller at 29 that's come and gone because we got into the 29.45 area. So interesting look here. We definitely had some support initially at that 29.50 earlier on. That came and went with this big boy candle all the way down to VWAP. But expecting resistance here?
I guess we should have just paid the price for some of these shorts. I don't know which one.
15,000.
Oh, actually.
We broke 15,000. There it goes.
AMD
we are
was
sub 15,000 now, Max.
Oh.
What a weekday. Oh, wow.
If we're going to reverse this move, I like Microsoft at 321, which it's kind of screaming into right now, so I'm going to be watching that. I like the buy reversal at 321 if the market decides to bounce off 15K. I'm not really expecting that based on this consolidation. We couldn't really push up at all. I think that the short is in. I think the short is good. I think if you are short, put a stop, but hang on to it. yeah, this is, NVIDIA's not really continuing down, interestingly. Like, what's not going? Apple is still strong. AMD was such an easy short off that prior low, 107.60, 107.75 was the prior low, and that's where we get to. Right now, I am watching intently this Microsoft 321. That's where we've been holding for quite some time now, so let's see if this wants to hold right now and the market holds. But yeah, this looks pretty brutal for the NASDAQ. We haven't touched 15K. I guess we can go find it, but it's been a minute.
You can get fake Yeezys too. Fake Yeezys on the Temu app for $8.97 Canadian, free shipping.
What is this app?
Temu. It's by JD.com. They reported that's why this is relevant.
Why
fake
do you want
Yeezys.
fake Yeezys?
I don't want fake. But
I don't want fake shoes.
fake Yeezys.
Fake shoes would probably
They're
not be
shoes,
very
they're
good.
Slippers. Like the fake Yeezy slippers, you know, those ones that
like,
kind of look
I actually
gargantuan.
I don't.
Yeah, they're like dead stock at the moment. Don't roast them. Ramin has Yeezys and she's sensitive about the topic. No, I'm kidding. Of course, I like them. I don't think they're bad. They're gargantuan. They like lift you up like 2-3 inches. Anybody
All
short
the ones that are
wants
kind of they have like the holes in them and they're kind of bubbly.
There's those ones. There's a couple of Yeezys.
Oh, there's a couple different ones.
They have the Croc Yeezys and like the actual like slide Yeezys as well.
All right.
Yeah, they come in a bunch of colors. Man, 15,000 is come and gone, Max.
Come and gone for sure.
Come and gone, baby.
Bounce not really occurring at the moment, but we'll see, I guess. If we get back above and Microsoft's above 321, I'll try that. I don't think that, like, what are you going to short right now? That's the question.
Looks good.
Like, what are you going to short? X is pulling in, but the market is dumping.
Oh, market's just...
Obviously, the market dumping has nothing to do with X getting bought out. However, you know, the algos probably trend this thing with the market regardless. Maybe that's something to buy the dip on because it's, yeah, I don't know. That's doing an independent move. I don't think buying that for the market bounce makes sense. But we are starting to very slightly bounce. Let's see if we retest on NASDAQ, that 15K. If we blast through it, you know, you guys know what I'm going to be long. We'll see. NVIDIA's holding up nicely. And so is Apple, so
yeah,
we'll see on this. We'll see.
Yeah, this is very interesting here on Apple. Apple is just a standout name and strength at this level. Very interesting. Very interesting how Apple is acting in this way. Just, you know, from Dan says, boom, we're going to spend the money for Dan because I know he's printing on his shorts today. Good for you, Dan. You killed it today.
Nice shorts today.
You insisted on the short. Hats off to you, my friend. You did well. And I know he had a 4K day last, I think, a couple of days ago, maybe, something like that. He was talking about that in the chat.
We take those.
Yeah.
Take those.
Shout out to Dan the Man Evans. What else being talked about here? Let's go, Max. Dump it, baby. Says
What do you want me to dump?
I don't know, man.
There's the market bounce.
Cootie Love, isn't there FOMC meeting today? No. We're getting the notes from the last FOMC meeting where they kind of give you insight into how they're thinking. A lot of people look to that for guidance as to, you know, how long they're going to stay elevated for, how many rate hikes they continue to see. Also, they talk about the terminal rate. They talk about the dot plot. I know. Do they release the dot plot today, or is that usually with the report, right?
This is FOMC minutes.
This is the minutes only. I thought maybe the dot plot came with it. Yeah, we'll have a look. Anyway, to see, you know, where they see rates in a year down the road, 6 months down the road. So essentially what they're looking for is insight from the Fed. That's why it's so closely watched. Back up to 15. 15 holding here. Well, not holding, but retracement into 15. No question about it. Do we close above 15? I know it's been a really tough day. Hard to imagine we'll get any sort of a run up. The NQ is down 2/3. The ES is down 0.4. Need a stonk. Talking to Saad Mahmoud. Saad talking to me. Shorted VFS from yesterday, risking off 40, covered around 31 this morning. PM, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Good for you, brother. We're gonna put the rocket for you, even though it's AMC. But yeah, you get the move there to the high side. Happy for you. I'm happy that you're printing. Good trade, no question about it. Cootie love, KK, thanks. I was unsure. Yep. What else we got here? What is the possibility the Fed minutes cover donating $1 million into my account? You don't ask if you don't get. You don't get if you don't. You don't get if you don't ask. What else we got to move in here? Nothing on my radar. Continuing to watch some of the side charts here.
I tried
IonQ
Microsoft
bouncing.
there, but
No go?
too high. I missed the 321, so I was in a little high on this, trying to break the kind of consolidation low range here at 30s. Didn't go, got out for like a 5-cent loss. So
oh my God,
no
look
big
at this.
deal on that one.
Elon Musk is now fighting words for Zuck. He says, I guess Zuck said something about traveling, and then Musk tweeted, traveling my you-know-what, Musk accuses Zuck of running away from the fight. All right. Interesting. Two grown men, you know, it's all good. It's all good. What else we got here? Let's look at some other movers. 10-cent music. Interesting day for 10-cent music. Up 5%, 6.5% since the bell. We know they reported not too long ago. TME is the ticker there. 10-cent music and entertainment. The volume, I got to tell you, it's only 5.6 million on a $6 name. But here it is. It's not a bad look for it coming into the resistance level that we encountered yesterday, 6.5. 655 was definitely the top that we rejected off. We're coming right back there. So could we find resistance at that level? It might be an interesting short for TME. I mean, I haven't been watching this until now. We'll continue to watch that as we watch the Fuge hold 15,000 for now, but for how long?
Yeah, I'm kind of, you know, lamenting the fact that I missed this move on Microsoft. Looks pretty good. I can't pay up 40 cents over the stop right now. So we'll see if we pull back into 321, and then you can kind of stop it down at 320.75-ish. But yeah, I mean, you know, futures are still making a nasty move down right now, bouncing off of the prior consolidation low here at 15.010-ish. So we need to get back above the breakdown price and, you know, close above the breakdown price before we can declare any bounce legitimate. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, we are holding above 15K right now. So people who were expecting the 15K flush, who are short, I mean, where do they stop out? Probably above 15.040 that we were talking about before, or 15.050, which was the opening low on the NASDAQ futures. Yeah, I mean, Apple was the one to take off the bottom again. Tries to get there, can't get there. You can basically punch any price on Apple, like 177.50. You're already 20 cents, 25 cents in the money on that one. Apple looking like it doesn't want to be anywhere near the lows today of these 176.85s. Yeah, that's what it was, right? 170, yeah, 176.85. U.S. Steel won't get to my price, so can't really do anything about that. It's holding above VWAP, holding above that 31. I don't want to pay up here because I think the stop has to be 89 on this one.
Interesting hold here on X, though, eh?
Yeah, it is a good hold for sure. But what is this price?
Random, 31 and a third?
Maybe this is a price from previously.
Is it?
Maybe. I have no idea.
Random price to pop up.
I guess that's kind of this is this top, assuming that's real. But that's no, that's an 8 a.m. candle, so that's not real. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the institutional order, you mean?
Yeah, that's one of those dark pool wick candles. So I'm not sure why we're holding up there, but we certainly are, and you get like a 20-cent bounce off of there. I think, you know, the volume's holding up, definitely higher volume than at any other point in the day, really, except maybe the opening candle there is still holding for the past almost hour now, actually, since that news was announced. So, you know, you could be taking fills on this one just on the fact that people are positioning right now and kind of, you know, buying low, selling high, trying to just get bounces or, going in the direction of the trend might be a little bit more intelligent, and kind of shorting high and then buying up the dips and just kind of going back and forth on that one, making a little scalp profit. As you guys know, Sharif and I are not the best at that kind of strategy.
The range trading? Oh, baby. I love me some range trading.
Also, hard to do something like that while you're also trying to, talk about other stocks. You got to be really focused and just kind of in and out. And, it's really, that's the hard labor of trading right there, trying to do that kind of rebate style or, in and out scalp style, for sure.
Looking at, still watching here the future as we curl back into 15,000. So 15,000 dip got bought up. It's above it right now, but really nothing happening here except the fact that we know that they're buyers just below this price. But for how long? Let's see if we can get any concerted movement to the high side. Not much happening at the moment, and I'm not just going to punch in for the sake of punching in. Let's continue to watch and see what happens. I've been looking at my side chart and my watch list here to see what's moving, and there isn't a whole lot right now. I don't want to say that there's nothing, but what do you got? What happened?
I don't know if that's a good trade, but Nvidia did that fail break of 438 that I was looking for before, but I wanted it in here for the move into 15K. Taking it after we already bounced off 15K feels like probably shorting the backside and a recipe for getting smoked on this one. So I don't think I'll take that. But it did initially give you, I don't know, a 20 cent, 30 cent move. I guess that's really nothing. But yeah, market seems like it's bouncing here. Microsoft never gave me the fill that I wanted, so I'm not long anything into this potential bounce. But 5-minute chart starting to look a little better on the market. Still need to get up into these 15,040 kind of levels to really declare any bounce. You have to imagine though, into that FOMC minutes, we got only 40 minutes left until that shows up, even less, 38 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think that, I feel like mean reversion into that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So maybe I should have actually been more aggressive on the bounce play, given that. Yeah. Usually into any kind of announcement, there's going to be a lot of mean reversion, and we did a pretty aggressive move through a key level and are playing above it. Probably should be long a little bit more aggressive right now, actually, on Microsoft. Actually, is not looking so bad. Could have just taken that 321 back through, and you're 50 cents in the money right now. Is what it is on that. I think the real action comes at 2 o'clock if anything's going to happen. I'm not holding my breath for that. I don't think we're going to learn anything new out of this FOMC minutes. Pretty much any time any kind of FOMC stuff comes out these days, it's just down. So we'll see. I don't know. Where is U.S. Steel at? Still bouncing off that random 30 price on U.S. Steel.
Yeah.
Maybe just take there must be some weird reserve down here. I'm gonna actually watch the tape on U.S. Steel to see if there's some weird order that's not getting filled down here, because this is a strange place to hold up. And I don't know if we're gonna make that secondary move through 32. I would like to be involved on this one. We have seen how this stock can trend before. You saw very nicely.
Very
how
interesting.
That one trended from 29 to 30.
It was very nice.
What was it, 31 or something? That day it was something nuts.
We went from like 30 to 31, 30 and change to 31 and change.
Oh, and then we got that news that sent it right through the high of 30.25 into 32.50. So I'm guessing that you weren't still long, sadly, on that one. I think your stop was like 85. It got to 80s, and then in that candle, boom, right up to 32.
Right up, yeah. Well,
it is what it is.
Exactly.
I don't think that getting upset that you're not in a news move is really, like, what can you do about that?
Right, exactly. Keeping an eye on the future. We're still above 15, but no higher high. Higher high has to come through 15,037, I would say, or in that area 15. 15034, 15035. We need a break of the crest, but nothing doing so far for me. But we have that 15 dip buy. I mean, if you obviously got long 15, you're doing well. You get 16 points in the money. Not too much to write about. I'm really struggling to find something here on the side, guys, moving. We have Apple moving into 178 again. We know that the high of the day on Apple, 178.54. We're at 177.93. Apple, a relative outperformer today, 25 million shares done, 24.4 million shares. Outdone only in the big cap world by Tesla, which has done 76.2. What's NVIDIA done? 32.9 correction. So Apple third in that regard, followed by Amazon with 23 million shares, but Apple the only green name among them.
It's insane how much notional volume Tesla does.
Nuts.
Like
you gotta
every
assume.
day, Tesla's leading the market in volume unless some crazy small cap is going off or there's earnings on some other name. But honestly, even earnings days, like Tesla's usually beating out an NVIDIA or
you gotta assume there's a lot of algo trading on that.
I mean, it's just big options volume.
Trading.
People are.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
that's just like the stock that everybody who day trades and trades options loves to trade, and then you know it goes nuts. But
speaking of options,
like
let's bring in the options trader over here. We're looking for VFS. We're looking for options on that, and there's still no options contract. I really want to buy puts. Neil putting it in my mind this morning.
The one issue with that trade, though, is that only 1% of the outstanding shares are available to trade. So
exactly. That's the thing.
If some algo or market maker or whatever wants to acquire most of the float and then send this thing to wherever they want it to go, then all of those shorts are going to get squeezed.
Well,
obviously, having the puts means that you are not exposed to the short.
Exactly.
You're exposed to the short, but not the downside.
You limit your liability,
Exactly.
and that was the point right there, because we could get smoked.
Yeah.
Anybody wants to manipulate this name, we know that the float isn't that big, and a lot of buying power with a lot of these big money names, you never know.
But the fact that the valuation is bigger than GM and Ford combined, I think.
What a disaster. Well, it just shows you how the market works,
and
that's the whole reason why you think it's gonna have the rug pulled up from under it, because it just doesn't make a lot of sense. We're continuing to print higher here on the Fuge, 15.020, and then met obviously with some resistance as it is a selling day. Ursan saying GNS moving. Really? Let's have a look here. GNS. Yeah, okay. 111 bottom, 128 right now. The volume on it, 10.3 million shares on a $1 name. It's not all that much. But sure, it is popping up. It's still down 10% on the day, 9.96. So not really going to touch that one. Keeping my eye here. What do we got? We had this JXJT earlier in the day, still up 32%. Let's pull up the chart on JXJT. Here it is. Let's go to, this is what, the 5-minute? Yeah, we kind of gave up the ghost there on the drop, and we haven't really been able to take VWAP. You had one attempt at VWAP at around 10.55, and now we're curling back up here. We're looking to take VWAP maybe at 220. We're at 210. We were far removed finding that 175 bottom. Now breaking above 2, and now we're talking about 210, but something tells me this is quite spready. No, it's not. It's 1 penny. Oh, 4 penny spread on a $2 name. That for me is kind of spready. So we'll see what this one does, but yeah, not much in this way of small cap gappers and movers today. So we'll keep a look at that. Please review WLDS. I see that as number 4 on my scanner, having done 1.36 million shares. It's a $1.50 stock. That probably tells you all you need to know. WLDS, yeah, it's a bit of a look. It's got a good move up, 13.5%. What's the reason for the move up? I don't have an entry on my blotter here, but it definitely is a series of higher highs, higher lows, and nice upward channel. There you go. Made a new high a day, broke through that 151 to 152. I'm not going to trade this, right? So volume suspect on it. Not really the day for the small cap gappers. HE is the one that really is doing volume here in small cap world with 21.7 million shares, $16.44 on Hawaiian Electric. We know that there is going to be a class action lawsuit, Max, sadly, And there's the price action. Let's look at that. HE. Oops. Here it is. I'm assuming the catalyst came in yesterday, or the day prior, pardon me, because that's when we dropped off from around that $33 level, and we finished off the day at lows of 19, but I think the closing print was somewhere in the 20s. Yesterday didn't fare much better. We get down to 15s today, holding up somewhat, looking like we held yesterday's support of that 14.75, 14-ish area. Actually get up to 17.25. Now we're at 16.5. Above VWAP, kind of consolidated sideways. We'll see how this one fares. But there goes the future to the downside again. Do we get another 15,000 test here? And if we do, is it a higher low?
I was a little stretched out there.
My bad, bro.
It seems.
Do we get another dip into 15,000? If we do we get bought up? It was a wicking candle right down there. It looks like we topped out at that 15.2 for the moment on the future. JB, Sharif, can you go over some levels on Tesla and see where it can go down to if the market continues to fall over the next couple of weeks, please? Well, I know that Katina Man is interested in picking up Tesla at 220. He made that very clear this morning.
I have the 214 level personally.
214?
Which we talked about earlier on in the show. Yeah, I got 223 and 214 as the next kind of stops for Tesla.
Okay.
I feel like there's lots of downside left in it. The gap up on
Was
that,
big?
I'm sure you're going to show the daily chart in a second here.
Yeah, here's the
But,
4 hour.
You know,
Let's
you
go
look
to
at
4
where we
hour.
came from. We came from 214, and there was barely any trading at all between 214 and 250, basically.
Yeah, well, we're here.
Like no consolidation whatsoever. So that's kind of what I'm looking at in the next little while. I want to pick up Tesla on dips on a day trade.
Yeah.
Just because it has that bounce in it all the
Sure.
time. If we do an extended move, then yeah. But
margins getting squeezed.
Yeah.
They're introducing cheaper Model X's, S's, trying to stimulate demand. Now, a lot of that could be reaction to the lack of consumer spending. Some of it could be to squeeze out their competitors who aren't profitable, who don't have margins on cars because they lose money. So it's really hard to know what Elon is thinking at any one time, but the chart doesn't lie. And here we are, Max. This is what you were talking about, that 215, 214 area that we danced with in late Jan, mid-Feb. Now, mind you, February was a very was a down month for the NQ, yet Tesla ran up from 190, low 190s into that 214 that Max was talking about. So yeah, a bit of an interesting area there. I don't know. Look, to me, put a resting order at 200, right? I mean, there was a lot of interaction with 200 over here. Like, look, you have the triple top, and then again in March and April, you have more interactions with 200, and then you get the eventual break, obviously, in late May, early June, where we just fly up, touch 295. That's my look on Tesla. I mean, this one I've never actually held in my long-term account. It's terrifying to me to hold it, right? It is. It's just like I have to wake up every morning and see what this is doing, and you know.
It moves so much that I think like the notional value of your position has to be a little lower on Tesla, but then that reward is going to be higher as a percentage, and the risk higher as a percentage. So,
fair.
You know, it's the same like day trading it basically.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. I have never owned Tesla either.
Neither have I. But the
if we
Katina
got
Man is
down
interested.
to 200, I think I would test that out.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Did we break 100 on Tesla in December? I don't think we quite got to that 100 break. I remember we were all thinking like, oh, this is going to be doomsday. We're going to break down on Tesla. We're all going to print $50. It's going to be crazy. And
I follow this
believe it
options trader on the gram, and this guy keeps like writing stuff that I'm just like, I respect what he's done, but he puts like Tesla to $15 and stuff. It's like, bro, come on, man. like say respectable things. Anyway, a lot of Tesla bears out there. But you're right, Max. Look at that. This is the bottom here in January. The January lows. We got to exactly 101-ish area, Max. 101 and a third, it looks like there. What's the low of that candle? The low is 101.20. I don't. That's obviously not all-time lows, because it obviously goes way back before that. But local lows, 101.20. That was January 6th that day. And no, we obviously haven't printed anywhere near there since. If you were to draw a trend line from the bottom, Maybe you could use anchored VWAP as well. Shout out to Michael Noss and Brian Shannon. That 200 level right now would be the touch of the trend line, but that's just a random line that some dude on a YouTube show just drew. So yeah, trade the price action.
Yeah, X, I did get long off that 3130 level. There is definitely a buyer at 3130. Something weird on the tape. You know, there's some kind of reserves when you get down to 3130. So I got long 33s, out half of it at 53s for the scalp. The rest of it we'll try to get, was that 53s? 53 and a half, look at that. An extra half penny there. But yeah, trying to get it back up into that 3180. We'll see what happens here. I'll just stop out for profit on the rest at 3139, I guess, let's say. But looking good, uptrend continuing. It seems like volume starting to pick up a little bit more. Obviously, that's a red candle that the highest volume is on of the last little move, so got to be cognizant of that. But I don't know, this is looking decent. Always good to see a reserve buyer there and be able to kind of just send it up off of that. So decent little scalp here on this one. It's almost as much as as many pennies as I got on the original one off of 50s up there when the volume was actually high. So that's pretty good actually. Maybe I should just bail on it right here and take the W. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Microsoft, what a bottom. I called the bottom tree.
Oh, let's have a look at our friend Microsoft there. Yeah, good call. And that was that 39.20. That was yesterday's close. You called that. That was actually a very good technical level. I'm assuming this is what you're talking about. I want to put words in your mouth. Yeah, exactly. Well, yesterday's close, my friend, was that 321.18. And you got a great bounce off that.
It never actually printed below that 321.18 once it reclaimed it.
Right. Well,
yeah,
getting a
not really.
bounce.
It went to 15 after that. So, yeah, definitely a miss there. I should have been a little more aggressive punching. I kind of forgot about the context of that FOMC, and I think that, you know, to think that we're just going to kind of blast through 15K right before some kind of FOMC, I think that we can definitely blast through it on the notes themselves. Yeah. But yeah, you got to be thinking mean reversion going into that. Obviously, if you're already short, you're not just covering necessarily into it if you're like way in the money, but you got to be considering that for sure. And yeah, that's a miss there. Whatever.
There's another interesting look here on Meta. Now, this is a multi-day look on Meta. Like, look at the top that we made. This was a 330 to the dot top, and that happened July 27th. And then it's been a series of lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and lower lows. A bit of a downward channel, if you like. Where do we find support? Well, we talked about 300 being an interesting support level. This is the half an hour on Meta, by the way. That's come and gone because now we are at 296.66, 296 and 2/3. But I would suggest that 292.50 looks scrumptious. The reason I say that is because look at the touches we have at that level, that 292, 290 level. Look at all the in that area. So this is a bit of a trough, right? On what we know was a big uptrend. I'm not showing you before. This goes all the way to July 10th, this chart. But look at this trough over here. This got bought up quite nicely. So this is an obvious level of support. Do we see 292, 290 level acting as a level of support when we get down there? 300 was just, well, it's 300, right? It's the whole dollar, the big level. But this actually has price action to support it. So interesting look when Meta, if Meta gets into those levels, how we trade. I'm going to definitely have, let's go ahead and put a little notification around there for that level.
Here we go on X.
Go for it.
Into the 70s now, so 35 pennies in the money on this one off that reserve.
Woo!
My risk was only like 4 or 5 cents plus slippage, or 4 cents plus slippage, so that would probably be 6 or 7 on a liquid name like this. So probably should have punched about 10 times the size that I actually did, but you know, I don't know that I was that actually convicted on this one. But you know, you're really risking nothing on a trade like this, and gives you that 40 cents, pretty nice. I should probably take a little bit more profit there on 62s. There we go, get that. Let's see if we can get through that 70. Volume's actually heating up, so this is looking good. We'll see if we can get up to 32 again. That would be pretty good.
Who does that?
Larry David.
There
Curb
it
Your
is. Yeah,
Enthusiasm. You watch
Curb.
that?
I love Curb. Of
That
course.
is such.
Yeah.
That honestly, that's got to
he's
be one of the
good.
funniest shows of all time.
Well, I think he really wanted to actually have a show since he was George Costanza, but he never got credit for being George Costanza, right?
Exactly.
So yeah, and here we go. The
Here we go, baby.
NQ is getting some power here behind it. Nvidia popping. I'm looking at Microsoft popping, Amazon, a little bit of
Market
strength.
being led by industrials at this point, Sharif. U.S.
Interesting.
Steel. US Steel.
Yo, that was not a laugher before, bro. That was all the rave. U.S. Steel, like, used to be called, like, we're as big as U.S. Steel. Now, obviously, it's not, right? But good bounce here on the futures. 15,000 holding after that dip into 14,990. Nice balance into 15,030. Still a higher high, though. The higher high has to come vis-a-vis that 15,040 break. That hasn't come yet, but 13 points off that level. Yeah, it's kind of just interesting to watch. I'm going to probably just be hands off, but interesting look here. Definitely some strength coming in on the future, but still lower low, lower high. Nothing changes from a trend perspective. Let's see what the chat is up to. EBET on pace for 1 billion shares traded before 2:15 p.m. Hashtag penny stocks. Let's look at your friend EBET.
My God.
What's going on with X? What?
Not X. I just looked up EBET.
Oh, okay.
Less than 10 cents.
Yeah, well, penny stock. He put hashtag penny stock. We
Yeah,
gotta,
yeah,
he caveated that.
The ones that are less than 10 cents, that's like a real.
It's like I don't even know how much
penny
shares
stock.
to punch in. I got to do math and stuff like that. Who wants that?
I can't do math.
That's why we're doing this, right? Right. No, but for real though, for real, it's a good look. It's a good look from 1 o'clock yesterday. It seems the volume really came in at 2 o'clock. Pardon me, 155.2, and it's been a series of higher lows and higher highs. There's definitely an upward channel here to speak about. Good look for you on that. Now I don't know anything about it. eBet. I'm willing to bet they're probably online gambling, and I'm right. Operates platforms to provide a real money online gambling experience focused on iGaming, including casino, sportsbook, and esports events. All right, what's the headline, you ask? Even nobody asked. Wednesday, despite a lack of company-specific news, they're saying that there's no news on it. Oh? All right, well, here we go. So this is the headline. EBET, are you going to load? There it is. eBet news are... eBet shares are skyrocketing higher Wednesday despite a lack of company-specific news. Does anybody know if there's options on this? Probably not.
Sharif, it got to 3 cents. That's all the news that you need. Penny stocks are going wild these days.
Yeah. Dude, there's a guy, he's an older gentleman at my gym. Good dude, very intelligent dude. He's a fundamental investor. He's not a technical trader. And that's all he does. He tries to look for the micro, small cap stocks that are undervalued with positive balance sheets. He looks obviously at revenue to debt, cash flow. He's looking at all that stuff, and he puts his investments in them, and he sits and waits, right? I'm not seeing any unusual options volume. I have an options trader over here. I'm not going to bring it down, but nothing really to show me that. Not a lot of open interest, quite frankly, on any of the levels, so not really sure what to account for this. If you know, tag me, please. Bless you, Katina, man, on EBET.
Is at that breakout spot.
It
that we
is,
highlighted.
right there. Yep. Oh, baby, we're pumping.
Yeah, we're definitely pumping. Are you long anything?
I'm not long. I haven't taken any trades.
Yeah.
I have one loser on coin, that's it.
Apple is like looking like it wants to go for the high of day right now, even though the market's almost at the low of day.
Go Apple, go.
Yeah, that Microsoft trade would have been $1.50 in the money. And I'm sitting here on a buyout rumor.
The Katina Man's printing again. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise. AMD at 108 now. Nice, nice. That is 5 cents of risk for $1 of reward on that one. That's pretty good.
Nicole Harris saying the options are too pricey on that eBet stock. 250. Is that the premium? Let me know. 20 to 1 R to R, says the Katina Man. We got that 15050 touch on the MNQ or the NQ. And then we're having a bit of resistance at that point. What's the IB? Yeah, so we are right at that IB the imbalance range that Dan was talking about, because the low end of that range at 9:30, I always have to adjust for Chicago time, is right at that 15,050. I'm pretty sure. Dan, fact check me on that. Is that correct? That's what I'm seeing on my chart here. So have a look at that. It costs $5, she says, Nicole Harris, with respect to EBET. Okay.
$5 for 100 shares. Is that how that works?
I'm not sure.
Be exposed
I've
to
never
100
bought
shares?
and sold options in my life. So Keon wants me to look at the VIX. Like I realize the VIX is probably going a little bit off at the moment and probably very high today because of the drop. Let's go to indexes because I have my VIX over here. We'll bring in the side chart. VIX will go. I usually keep it on the daily just because I usually chart the VIX on the daily, but let's have a look at the 5 on the VIX. Yeah, we got up to double top here at 1665 and now right back down into that 16 and a quarter with current price action at 16 and a third. So the VIX, but look, you still haven't made a lower low. The lower low comes vis-a-vis that 1580. You haven't made the higher high because you have that 1665. So it's going to be an inside trade or a range trade, whatever you call it. Nothing for me at the moment. Hands off.
Hands off. Yeah, I got out of X, turned around. Didn't want to get through 80s for whatever reason, so bailed out on that one. If it comes back down into these 30s, we will try it again probably, or if it wants to hold the consolidation high at 3150, maybe, but I don't really like that. I feel like you have to risk that down to 30. So only trade on this one is if it comes into 30s. I also like the idea of it holding this 3110, 3105 price. But, you know, it seems like the opportunity at the moment is in this large cap bounce.
We break above 15,
which once again
might take a long.
We've missed. We missed everything today.
Well, I just didn't trade well. I mean,
Yeah,
I was
same.
Obviously everything was short, and if you punched in short, you were handsomely rewarded.
Until
like
the test of the price that we wanted came in exactly, and then it held. So.
Well, look, if we get above 15,050 and stay above, I'm going to probably go long
then you might be able
here.
to trend.
Yeah, let's see what we do.
You know, 10 minutes left until FOMC.
Yeah, exactly,
so
and that's a
we'll
little
see
risky.
what happens off that one. That could be. I would say it's probably nothing. I think maybe we spike down into 15 and then bounce from there again, and that might provide some nice dip buy opportunities. A little bit of volume on the market.
Yeah. Here we go again. Here it comes. Okay, so we're above it. Do we stay above it here?
Wow.
Yeah. Some obviously we're going to have encountered resistance. Former area of support becomes resistance. Here we go, though. Buyers stepping up. A cynical me would say, oh, something got leaked. But no. Wow, that 15,000 bounce.
Main reversion into the number.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there we go. 15,060 buying coming in. The NQ bouncing. The ES bouncing. What is Big Tech up to? Is Big Tech getting the bounce it needs? Apple, 178 and a third.
The big boys are almost at high of day at this point.
Yeah, 178.54 for Apple,
Yeah.
and we're at 178.30s right now. So interesting look there.
Nice bounce off that 435 bottom on NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA, you know, you got to give it $1 of risk. So if you're saying 435 is the bottom, which I did say earlier and then didn't like that call anymore, you give it $1 of risk down to that 434 break, and you're now $5-6 in the money almost
Bouncing.
on that.
Bouncing.
That one, that would have been pretty sweet. I don't know how much you can hold this. Maybe you hold it through this dip. I likely would have probably gotten out a long time ago, but maybe I would have held it. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, AMD 108.
Jeez, coin.
108.20 is kind of a decent price to potentially short that, but why are you shorting right now on this? I guess, no, VWAP on the market ain't here yet. Yeah, I don't know. I think probably market diddles around with VWAP until for the next 10 minutes, and then
I'm going to try a dip trade around 15,050 here.
That makes sense.
I don't want to chase it in the 60s, but we'll see. We'll see if we get the support at that level, or if we even make it back to that level. D-Lo curling off 21, by the way. Nice look with volume, looking to touch 21 and a third. D'Lo getting a bit of a second wind, you want to call it. I think my friend Neil would say this is getting it on the back end because you have a nice smiley face developing here, a bit of a curl, break through 21. You get to about 21 and 3/4, 21 and 1/3, and then now we're looking at 21 and a half. VWAP a smidge above 22. So D'Lo getting some a second win, like I said, 38% now to the good. Obviously, it was a lot higher, 24, 22 the high.
Yeah, that 21.15 kind of an obvious price here. We consolidate below there. This is where that consolidation was earlier when I was trying to short, and then we break through that price. We're already, I guess, a 35-cent move off of that, which is decent on a $21 stock. I don't know that it's decent on this $21 stock because it's a little nuts, but you're still in the money right now. And yeah, that 22 obvious target, possible breakout price at that 22.15 kind of area. Maybe you just call it, probably 22 even. You would call it as a bit of a breakout potential continuation price on this one.
Yeah, there's VWAP there too.
So maybe it has some juice left in it.
We'll see, or it could be just like a fake out. Breakout.
I thought it would be back at $13 by now, personally. But
if we got this dip trade.
Yeah, we'll see.
Here we go. I'm hanging out at 52s. Let's see what we need to do here. We've been fighting
you should get filled here.
above 50 for a little bit. Haven't been able to trace down into the 50s. Here we go. We're going to get that touch. Yep. All right. We're good. 51s. Let's see if we hold. Interesting. Look, this could be a fake out, breakout. Breakout. The out for me is below 40. So I'll have to wait and see on that. What do you got? The Katina Man is short.
Yeah, I reloaded it at 441.
The Katina Man is short NVIDIA at 441 reload. What is it at right now? 439. So the Katina Man. Say it again?
I got 440.50.
He got 440.50. So just to be specific here. So let's see if we get the 15.050 hold, or this is going to be a fake out breakout and it's going to be a loser for me. We'll see. We'll see. Out. I'm going to be out through the break. A 40 there. I'll have to, 38s. That will be the out for me. Huh? Right back down again. 15. Yeah. 37. Gonna do this. Sorry, I just gotta put in my stops. What? Yeah, so see there, stop instituted. Let's see if we get the hold here. If not, it's gonna be another loser. It'll be 0 for 2. Oh.
Yeah, a bit of a chop going around.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. What time? We got 8 minutes left until. We got 8 minutes left
until that news comes out.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, Fed minutes comes out in 8 minutes to be exact. Again, it's followed for not for its immediate effect, right, but more for the long-term intentions of the Fed. That's what they're looking for. They want to see details on how they're thinking with respect to long-term rates, where they see the terminal rate, where they see. I don't know if I'm not 100% sure if the dot plot comes out with it, but there's insight to be had from it, and that's what the look is there. It's a closely followed measure of the Fed's thinking. So keeping an eye on some of these big tech names. Apple still trying to hold above 178 as we got a curl back in the market. Microsoft, Max was talking about that. We have a 322 breach, which is above VWAP right now. 324.42 was the high a day on Mr. Softy, but it was a fantastic 321 dip for whoever had that. If you're printing $1.02 in the money off that 321, exactly 321.19, 18. That was yesterday's close, and it didn't really test that level for all that long, so you had to have resting order or be watching it. So interesting look there. Anand asking about Mullen. I'll leave that to the Neil. He loves that one. He'll be coming up in about 5 minutes or so. They'll be looking at stuff like that on the closing show. Sean, Neil, the Big Kahuna is coming up in about 5 minutes, and I'll be joining Brendo at the big desk, and Max will take some much-needed time off, maybe. Get some fresh air.
Oh, yeah.
It's nice out there today. It's not too bad, eh? Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I went for a walk like midday, 10 o'clock. I walked from like 10 to 10:30, and come back. I'm going to start setting up for the show. It was a nice little walk.
Nice.
Queen's Park over here. I like how they have that monster alcohol in park sign everywhere. Have you seen these?
Yeah, that's pretty
fantastic.
ugly.
It's like, hey, come here and drink.
Yeah, come drink.
Come drink over
Queen's
here.
Park, they got the alcohol going there.
Yeah, they do. And what's it called? What is it called?
Bellwoods?
Trinity Bellwoods,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Trinity Bellwoods.
I've been there to drink a few
And
times.
Brendo, I can hear Brendo up there. He's like, they always been drinking up there. Well, we've always
Yeah,
been
I've
drinking, sure.
I've been drinking at Trinity Bellwoods
Everybody
for years.
has,
for
dude.
years.
The cops used to come up to you and be like, look, man, can you put it in a cup so I don't have to come up here? Right?
Yeah, they'd be like,
why
dump
do we
it
have to
out.
do this, right? No, they wouldn't actually get me.
They wouldn't even make you dump it out?
They would if it was obvious,
Yeah.
right? But if you had the cups and you were doing a quick pour, they kind of looked the other way, you know what I mean? Everything was good, as long as you were behaving. If you're gonna act like a jerk, you're gonna act like a jerk whether it's legal or illegal,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
Exactly.
So that's a look there. What else talk? I didn't get any soccer talk today. Let me complain.
Wow.
I want to complain. Julian Timber, 42 million pounds. We picked him up from Ajax in the summer. He's gone. 6 to 7 month ACL injury. Now we're going to have to actually go out and buy somebody new, right? And we already exhausted a lot of our funds. So Stan Kroenke, if you're listening, we need more money. Yeah. So, and then by the way, Women's World Cup, England in the finals. So we'll see who they're going to be up against. England.
Have they ever been
I don't know.
I
The
feel like
American
it's always
women.
been Canada-U.S. kind of.
Well, it's the American women have been dominating the competition for like almost 2 decades.
But the Canadians won, didn't they?
The
Christine
gold
St. Clair?
medal in the Olympics, not
in
the
the
actual
Olympics.
World Cup.
In
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Olympics.
So Women's World Cup, interesting look there. And yeah, that's my little soccer rant. Arsenal's a joke, bro. Do you want to get blocked, bro? Because you may not have another word after you say it like that. I will block you so quickly. No, I'm going to leave you. You get one warning on that. But yeah, 15.050. We're still dancing with that right now, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect any kind of movement in the next 3 minutes. So I think you got to be always very careful on any economic releases. I don't think that this one's going to be anything huge. However, if you are in a position, I would highly recommend having a stop out for that position.
Sir.
And if you are, you know, if I was in a position that was not well in the money, I would be out of that position ahead of any kind of economic release. Personally, and
Good
even
call.
if you are well in the money, I would have that trail stopped
have
pretty
that stopped.
aggressively. So
Good call, because we do get a lot of wicking. There's
Yeah.
the algo spike, and then
Yeah.
you have a retracement back
There's-
down as things get
you're opening
digested.
yourself up to unnecessary risk that, you know, you could, I don't know, if you have some hunch that the market's going down on this number or on this release and you're already short and you're already in the money, then okay, fine. But
Yeah.
no, other than that, I just don't see the R of hanging on to,
Yeah, we're
to
at-
any positions.
Tough levels, to be quite
Yeah,
honest with you.
yeah.
It's kind of looking like a fake out breakout here. Big chungas. Have you seen Messi highlights at Inter Miami? Yes, I have. And I love the free kick he had yesterday, man. The man is a maestro, absolute maestro. I mean, he can go anywhere in the world and he can play well, man. I mean, but let's be honest. And you know, this is not a controversial topic. The quality, the standard of play in MLS is, you know, when you watch the Prem and then you watch MLS, it's not the same, man. And I'm sure he feels that way too. Some of his teammates do funny things, but that's just the nature of the MLS. Very, very like tough, rough league. A lot of fouling, a lot of aggression. It's good speed, but they try their best. But it's still, you know, it's like
Do they allow the fouling a little bit
no,
more?
it's the same rules, but it's just like, you know, Prem is known as an aggressive league.
Okay.
Like the referees have like that implicit allowing of contact where if
Yeah.
you go maybe La Liga or the Serie A in Italy, you're not going to get they will blow the whistle on some of those contacts.
Well, in some of those leagues, you know, people are down with serious injuries
And
as
that's
soon as
why-
they get touched, so they have to blow the whistle, I guess.
Well, no, a lot of people talk about the fact that some players don't want to come to the Prem because like they get injured. They're not used to that kind of soccer. They're used to referees protecting them in a certain way, and then you come to the Prem and the physicality it's there. And so they can't
I
hang.
would definitely prefer that because I find it very difficult to watch.
People love the Prem. It's by far the most watched soccer league in the world, and the TV
Interesting.
rights are by far the most expensive. Jay Desi saying the weakest league. I'm assuming you're talking about the MLS, right? Because you're not talking about the Prem. We got 1 minute left until the big show and the release of the Fed minutes. So be on the lookout. Let me look here at my atomic clock. That's about 18, 17, 16 seconds from now. So we'll have a look and see what Papa Powell and the FOMC crew have to say. I'm sure Brendo will have all the notes there. So join us on the big show, as we will definitely be covering that and much, much more. And wow, we are moving here, Max, as we hit 2 o'clock. And the Khwadunk comes in fast and furious, probably a lot of volatility interrelated. But Max and I will see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Oh, I was just telling